see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the price is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. As we're nearly at the halfway stage here and things are getting very spicy. We've got another 7 glorious matches coming up for you guys at home. I'm Lethal, joining me is Ark, and we do have D-Man as well. And Ark, I'm going to start with you, my friend. How are you getting on?
Doing good. Very, very nice to see all your bright, friendly faces again. Did anyone find out what Demon had for dinner last night? That's what I want to know. Yeah, yesterday was fun-packed. Today will be no doubt the same. Some teams are definitely needing to pick their stocks up a bit today. Others are having a storming competition so far.
And what do you think, D-Man? It has been storming, hasn't it? And it's been quite close between some of the teams here.
Absolutely, some fantastic games. Don't worry, Ark. It was nothing exciting. Just a bit of carbonara, you know, just to chill things. It was a quick and easy dinner. But yeah, no, honestly, fantastic games yesterday. Obviously, we saw the closeness of Reply Totem and Blood Diamond, the two teams that I really feel are going to be fighting tooth and nail for those top 4 spots, and we're going to see how they do once again today. Because another close runner is obviously free agents who are looking to try and get involved. Navi, though, this is their day. Can they step up? If they don't step up today, I'm going to fear for them. But today, I have faith in them. If you've seen the predictions out on the interwebs, you'll realize that I got them down to win the first 2 games. That's a bold prediction.
It'll be egg, yeah, I was going to say it'll be egg on our face if we get it wrong later on with the second match. We'll go on that in just a little bit, but let's have a quick looky at the standings here, and I think things are starting to go to normality to a certain degree. We've got Clash and SK Gaming, which is what we expect them to be in at the moment, covering those top 2 spots, or gatekeeping those top 2 spots, shall we say. Blood Diamond, FA, Reply Tournament. It's going to be very, very close, but we've got to keep a watchful eye onto Navi, as they were looking fresh yesterday compared to last week.
They're starting to get their stride on now, aren't they, a little bit this time around? But I think, you know, it's fair to say Mood, on the other hand, have not been struggling to get off the mark. So having to have a keen eye on them today. Want to see a bit more from them. Fricks as well, struggling a little bit. Have got a little bit of a success story against that team, which was Mood. But still, you know, that bottom half starting to separate a bit more. The teams that are at the bottom have got to start climbing up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today is going to be the halfway stage. By the end of today is the cut off the halfway stage. So we're going to really start to see, you know, how this is going to stand. I do want to remind you that Reply Totem looked absolutely dreadful in the spring and still managed to pull it back and, you know, really turn their fortunes around. So it is not beyond the realms of possibility if you're down there. But bearing in mind, you know, they've had 6 games already, both 3X and Mood. It's not looking likely.
No, I think for Mood Gaming, in their position or predicament, we could say we have to win literally every single match now, and the chance of that is highly unlikely. But I don't know, we'll have to see. Starting with Navi as well, kicking things off in the opening match, and then a double dosage of Navi, actually. They were playing against FA straight afterwards. 3X will have definitely a fun time on their hands, playing against Clash in the 3rd match, but don't worry, still got 4 more matches straight after. There will be another dosage of Clash, and they'll be against Reply Totem, and that'll be interesting to see how Reply Totem do, considering how well they performed yesterday. Blood Diamond will be against FA, and that's a huge matchup in itself. They're both basically even in terms of win loss, both 3rd and 4th respectively in their standings. So this will be a nice way to potentially solidify their spots in the top 4 with SK Gaming, with Blood Diamond with the 6th match. And last but surely no means least, we do have SK Gaming versus Reply Totem, another banger to finish things off at the end of the day arc.
Yeah, I mean, that is a fun-packed day, isn't it, really? I mean, you know, Mood again in that first game. They've got to get that win against Navi. I'm very keen to see whether Navi will be able to hold their own there. But, you know, Blood Diamond and FA, again, you know, I want to see how that middle part of the bracket is going to start to form out itself. Ace Milan Clash, again, you know, got a pretty decent matchup for themselves, but looking to see any upsets. You know, Reply Totem were a team that have given Clash a bit of a run for their money in the past. So I don't think that one is going to be quite as clear-cut as some may think.
And speaking of predictions, D-Man, here they are. You've agreed with the audience, or the audience has actually agreed with you. It's pretty much the same. It's just that FA versus Navi matchup, which is going to be the 2nd match of the day. But it's very tough to call, because even if FA can defeat Navi or vice versa, can they defeat Blood Diamond in their 5th match? It's very tough to call, and I think, you know, it's going to be highly unlikely we'll get every match correct this time round, hint, hint, arc, but we'll have to see how it goes. But how do you feel, D-Man? I think the predictions are pretty safe to say.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like the Navi free agents one, I feel like that's one of we were talking about, obviously, Reply Totem and Blood Diamonds, that 6-pointer of will they be in the top 4? I feel that might be another one of those games that could go either way. I also think, after hearing what Pedro said yesterday, those last 2 games are big games for SK, because he said they're used to having the games at 4 in the afternoon. They're not used to the late night matches. So to face Blood Diamonds and Reply Totem back-to-back, 2 teams that are really vying to break into that top 4 and may well be there, they are going to be tough games, barring how SK have played so far in the ESL Marble Challenge. They've not had a good run of it.
It's going to be a late night for SK. Gamer hours, you could say, for them. So I have to see how much stamina they have or what's ever left in the tank. Because, yeah, you're right, it is a late night, and it could be a little bit different for them. We'll have to see how things go for them later on this evening. But we'd love to know your thoughts at home, guys, and just let us know how you think about how these matches could pan out, and your predictions as well. Just let us know. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter, and give us your thoughts and feelings on how things are going to be going. Either what you thought in the past or what you think in the future. We'll have to see, and we'll have these tweets showing up on stream, and maybe even read them out for you. We'll have to see. But D-Man, you know, we'll see you in the 2nd match later on, and it's going to be a doozy one as well. So we'll see you in a few, or actually more than a few, in about half an hour now. So we'll see you in a little bit. But for now, though, Ark, you're all mine, mate. You're all mine for this opening match here between Navi as well. And it's going to be very tough to call. We saw Navi, they played really well before, because of what we saw yesterday. But Mood Gaming, the problem for them is they haven't really got off the mark, have they? Still looking for that first W.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, Navi have shown much more signs of life this time round, though. It's got to be said, you know, last season definitely were very, very late to really make any mark on the scoreboards. But now, I feel like they are starting to have a good flow of things, in all honesty. They had that very, very close matchup yesterday against SK, which went down to the wire, and it was a 3-2 in the end as SK got the reverse sweep. So, MMA, Alex and Jason and Cube, I've got to say, I really like the way that Cube was playing a lot of those long-range brawlers yesterday as well. So, you know, depending on the maps and modes that we get, maybe that will be going in his fortune today. But nonetheless, Navi are looking a lot better this time round.
Maybe. Alex has actually been doing really well so far, and I will shout out MMA as well. He's made a dramatic improvement compared to how he played last week, and it's nice to see him back, settling down, showing that clutch factor like we definitely know him for as well. But maybe things are for Mood Gaming. Well, actually, you could say for Navi, they know how it feels to be in Mood Gaming's shoes, just due to the fact that they were in the exact same predicament last season, so they know that they need to try and take advantage of this moment, because 3rd to 6th in terms of standings, it's very, very tight-knit, very, very close, and still could be anyone's guess to who to qualify for those other 2 spots. But not saying that Clash and SK Gaming have already qualified, they're just gatekeeping those spots just in general, and it's pretty much what we predicted anyway. So very excited to see if Mood Gaming can bring something back, show some life, bring a bit of flair onto the server, or if Navi will just continue what they do best.
It would be so exciting, wouldn't it, to see Mood just come back with some flair today, kind of let us know that they still mean business in this competition.
Navi don't want it.
Yeah, I mean, Navi have had some really, really close matchups so far. So they're looking a lot better. They're starting to obviously have a lot more, scrims in the background, a lot more communication, a lot more assessing around what they're going to be doing. And the meta seems to be in one of those places it caters a lot towards their choices. Obviously, like an ever-evolving thing, but one that they seem to be keeping up with a little bit better this time around.
And we have to be real here, you know, I know it's been a bit anticlimactic, but Mood Gaming do need to win every single match. If you have 5 or 6 losses, you're just pushing the boundaries at this stage, and the fact that they've got to beat Clash and SK at some stage in the second half, they've got to beat everyone from now on end, and if they lose this matchup, I think that's going to be it for them here. It's just a matter of pride and just be able to be a bit of a pain in the backside to some of the other teams who are going to try and qualify. But if Navi played how they did yesterday, this should be, I wouldn't say a clean sweep, but I don't think it'll be too much of a struggle for them either.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're going to have to be so composed today and just kind of trying to forget that fact. It is a very big factor you mentioned, but they're going to have to keep that outside of their thumbs today. They're going to have to be focused purely on the gameplay and bring out all the stops. Again, they came in so strong into this competition. They're making their way through the upper bracket. We expected great things from them, and they are capable. It's no doubt about it. They are capable of great things. The question is now, have they got too much pressure on their shoulders to be able to then come through the other side clean?
I think the problem is now for them, they know what they're up against, and if that's deflated them already, this is what I'm going to be a little bit worried about here. But let's have a look at the maps and bans here, right? Let's literally dissect exactly what could potentially happen, starting off with Nuts and Bolts. Purple Paradise, we've seen it once again coming up as the second map. Gen 4 Hot Potato, main center stage, if it does get that far. But interesting bans as well. Poco, which is pretty standard. Brock as well, and do see the Byron and the Spike here.
Yeah, the Poker and the Byron are quite substantial bans ultimately because Ash is available here. So the question is, will teams bring it in without that healing behind it? You know, it does eradicate a lot of Ash's effectiveness. Ash will still be viable, to be fair to say, in some of these modes, but I feel like with Byron and Poco, we're going to be seeing far less of that particular brawler despite the bans that we have and having that particular brawler be open. Brock, I think, is always a good thing to have banned in the current meta. I think that's safe to say. And Spike is an underban, an undervalued ban in my opinion, because we see Spike so frequently at the moment, pretty much across all the maps and modes more or less, and we don't see many bans for it. So I quite like that.
Yeah, it's not often you see this ban. Sometimes we see the Sprout now and again. We've seen SK ban it on the odd occasion here and there, but apart from all the other bans, pretty standard, pretty meta-ish, you could say, in terms of the maps we do have on offer. But starting with Nuts and Bolts, we've talked about win conditions, but I want to know your predictions as well here, right? Like, do you feel the same as me that Navi should have a clear edge here, or do you feel like Mood Gaming could show, you know, a little bit of life on server?
I think when it comes to Siege, like, you've really got to value those early pushes. I always say it, but we saw that from Mood yesterday. When they did that, they were able to get that win under their belt, and we were just kind of waiting to see whether it was going to prevail to a set, and it didn't. So, you know, getting those early bolts so important. Going with a brawler that you're able to really close the gap quickly with, to be able to, you know, bank the early ones like a Buzz or, you know, maybe a Mortis and that kind of thing as well. It's going to be something which may struggle on defense, especially if you're running the Mortis, but then you can go entirely on the aggressive. The thing here is that, you know, Navi do like to play those brawlers as well. They're kind of quite similar, actually, in their kind of play styles in that respect. I think if you're Mood today, you've got to go in with the aggressive mind. You really have to go and grab it with both hands, but at the same time, you can't be overly aggressive. That's kind of what we saw yesterday when Mood played. They were just kind of committing too fully to certain situations, which they were just never going to get out of.
Yeah, we saw Navi do that last week. There was some moments where the odd player may have overextended or trying to feed himself info way too early. There was a lot of increments here and there which just not help themselves at all. And of course, with the death cycle having to regroup and wait again, it's just wasting way too much time. But Navi, for them, they've rectified that so far. I say that, but, you know, I'm just comparing it to how we saw from yesterday. Today it could be a completely different story. I don't really know. But I do feel like for Navi, if they get the win here, we've got to think about the future matchups as well, because they're up against FA, a very strong opponent. Definitely underestimated by all of us, considering what we saw in the second planes. And if Navi do defeat Mood Gaming and then they defeat FA, then it's going to be absolutely crazy for how the standings are going to look by the end of the day.
Yeah, Navi got a great opportunity today. They really do to get out in front of all this. And again, that middle part of the bracket is going to be a massive scrap to see who's able to get into that top four. So this is a great day for them to be able to really capitalize on that fact. And you know, if they've been watching Mood, and obviously that scoreline is going to be lingering over their heads going into this game, then you know, they have a good opportunity really to sort of lessen that morale even more in the early outset of this game. So again, they've got to go in and really prioritize those pushes, and you know, any team that is not able to gain that first spot has got to be able to come back into the mid, be able to contest those spots as quickly as possible, because ultimately that's where you're going to thrive as a team, is being able to shut those brawlers down before they're able to get out of that like radius. That's the best way to go about Siege. That first push is often underestimated as to how much value it can gain for the long term.
And yes, I'm just looking at the predictions in terms of chat. A lot of people are favouring Navi, 80-20 so far, and I don't blame them at all for that, because from what we've seen from Navi recently, especially yesterday, then it makes perfect sense. But some people probably say 70-30, 80-20, but yeah, from how Navi are doing, and plus they're literally the only team now who could potentially make it to the top four from the EECA region. 3X, they do have a few opportunities. They can afford to lose maybe one more loss, but that's about it for them. So they're currently 1-5, so they've got a long road ahead of them, very similar to Mood Gaming's position, but it's going to be very tough. And, you know, talking about the ballers and the picks and in terms of how things will go in this first matchup, yeah, a Buzz would be a good pick. I think I can't remember which team it was, but we saw a Buzz with a couple of throwers as well in the mix, which really did help out along the way, just supporting that Buzz in numerous different variety of ways. And it was actually great to see, because something I didn't really picture in the perfect world. But I don't know if it'll go for something like that. They might do, they might not. But do you feel like now that Mood Gaming, they'll probably have to do something which may counter some of these compositions? Because mechanically, they've been okay, but in terms of that aim skill and how they're trying to set up, it's been a bit of a struggle for them.
Yeah, especially against a team like Navi, who like a lot of ranged brawlers as well. You know, they're going to have to, if they go in with something like Buzz, I think you're right. The thrower could be a really good avenue for them to consider realistically, to be able to kind of aggress those positions and still keep the Buzz in play. But ultimately, you're not going to be able to get much damage in Buzz until you get that opportunity to strike. Ultimately, another long-range brawler which is available here is Bell, and I think that's a great brawler to have, to be able to mark that bot, get those HP down as quickly as you possibly can. Nest egg to layer the advance as well. It's got a lot of utilization in that respect. But some heavy hitters could also be at play today. We could see some Frank come out of the woodwork, and we know that brawler can do for those big beefy pushes as well. So Stu as well. We didn't see very much of Stu yesterday at all, really. I mean, we saw a little glimpse here and there, but seems to have dropped down a little bit, and I don't really necessarily know why. It's still, for me, a great aggressor to have, and one that many teams will still ban just simply as one of those go-to bans that we tend to see a lot. You know, teams like Clash at the moment just banning Gene and Ash, and that is their consistent ban regardless to what the maps and modes are going to be. You know, that I think is a brawler which some teams might want to consider a bit more heavily. Mortis 2, great cycling abilities as well, and we see a ton of Mortis come out to play in Siege. But again, just I think if you're Mood, you've got to be a bit cautious about bringing in those high risk brawlers like the Mortis or the Pipers. Ultimately, they're not great on defense, so if they're going to do that, I mean, I worry for their outcome. I really do.
Yeah, I am as well. I agree with the Stu as well to a certain extent. I kind of feel like he's one of those ballers where if you're really talented as an individual player and really can show your initiative off in many ways, especially with your movement as well, or you could say, that's what I say, it's going to get those positive angles or those potential angles there with the Stu. We've seen him abused heavily in a lot of occasions. I was trying to think of a good example, one of the players from the top of my head, but I'm sure we'll probably see one of them use the Stu. Now that you've mentioned it, we've seen small increments of the Stu used on the odd occasion and here and there. We've seen it used on Julian Beavers quite a lot at one stage, which is not something you normally see considering how small the map is. But yeah, in terms of how we're going to see things here, it's going to be very, very tough for them. But I do feel like a Stu would be very valuable, but it just depends on if one of these players have the confidence to try and use his utilities well and be able to get those potential angles in somehow, some way. But even with the Frank picks, like you said just now, we didn't really see any Frank actually yesterday from the top of my head, especially from the matches I casted anyway.
It's like a tiny bit in Brawl Ball perhaps, but you know, again, with that Brock ban in play, so much of this map is going to be left untouched if there's no breaks in, because yeah, straight out of the gates, the double Buzz and the thrower as well alongside it. I think it's going to work well with MMA on the Barley, but a quick swift takedown there on the left from Rolex as OP comes in as well. This is a good aggressive start which we wanted to see from Mood. Going with a Sprout pick as well, which should be good on defense, but they might be able to find this up. No, not going to happen. I don't think it's going to be still regardless. Oh, actually they can. Wow, okay, so this is now very important for them to be able to secure a push, and it does seem that Navi is starting to bring back the middle just a little bit.
Oh, okay, so Mood Gaming have come out really strong here as MMA, the last one left standing for Navi, but Alex is with him, but a little bit too late there as MMA was taken down at the time. It's actually coming back, actually, so he was just recovering in that right-hand side. But still, Alex still alive in that center lane, and OP saw that he was tempted to push on in it. Alex still managed to come out trumps there, pushing Rolex, does take him down. They have the numbers advantage, but MMA is so weak. Just playing it cautious with that Barley, perfectly understandable. Does get cleaned up by Gugu, and it's going to be a nice little 2v2 scenario here, but it's going to be in favor of Mood Gaming.
I like that Sprout from Gugu just shoving everyone out of the way, but even so, you've got to consider the fact that Navi got now 6 bolts, 7. If Alex can get out of this situation here unscathed, he does manage to do it. Loses the HP for it, but ultimately that's 7 now in the bank. So if Navi can defend this and defend it well, then they might be able to get a decent push at the end of this. They're able to take back control, but they've got to defend this push first.
Certainly have done. Let's see how well the defense is going to be for Navi. It's going to take a fair amount of damage, which does mean that they do manage to get this last bot, then they probably will have to do some kind of potential all-in. But remember, MMA does have the Barley as well, so at least he can add some extra damage. Won't have to be too aggressive here, as already all 3 members of Mood Game were just trying to stick together, but also at the same time just running out of room to try and make any pushes work here. And it looks like Navi's just collecting the bolts for days. It's definitely going to be working for them in their favor, unless Mood Gaming can somehow cushion the blow, which they're just not able to at all. A very close affair to start this match off, and it will be a beefy boy here, our level 14 seed for heading their way, and Alex has already taken down OP.
Yeah, really nice protection there, and also MMA's going to be close to super now. Honestly, Redes could have done a bit better to not feed that, because he's going to be crucial for this push, but OP knows that, gets the takedown. A very important play. Will the damage now come in? It's only Alex. There's no bot that can delay this. A great defense from Mood.
That was ridiculous. I thought that was going to be curtain calls for them there. Down to 89%. Mood Gaming are showing some life already today, and it's looking very good already. But for Navi, need to set the game up a little bit.
It was a promising turnaround from Navi. It really was, and MMA was so crucial. If he'd been able to get behind this spot and just situate himself behind the river, there was the play. OP coming in there and just allocating the fact that he had to be the man to take down MMA, and then going in again. Alex gets the takedown, but Buzz, you've got to be on the ike to cause that damage. Really what you want is a Barley throwing over the top, and they probably would have had that. So Mood were very good at being able to isolate the threat there and take care of it.
I'm just curious now with the compositions, what they're going to change and how they're going to change things around. If they're going to stick to it because they feel like Navi could have got a little bit more value out of these ballers, or maybe go for 2 throwers, because I think it's a great way to keep control of the center. That's if they manage to grab it. The only problem is with those 2 throwers, you can end up playing a little bit more defensive than you'd like to, and that's not really in Navi's play style, is it? So we'll have to see if they do stick and maybe feel like they can get a bit more value, or they will maybe switch to double throwers, or maybe a completely different composition entirely.
Yeah, it's definitely a valid strategy for sure. I think I don't think we're going to see any of Buzz going anywhere anytime soon. I think that, you know, you can see how effective that was in that matchup, and again, closing that gap at the beginning, very important for that first bolt. The Barley worked out well for me for the most part from the side of Navi, but again, you just got to be careful around you know, being alive in those moments that matter most. I think the tie was quite important in that last game as well, and having things go over to a more substantial push. And I think that what Navi really struggled as well with, or rather, you know, Mood struggled with, was holding that mid control off to their push. They didn't do that very well. Navi came back very quickly, and it's not an easy thing to do in Siege, in all honesty. So I think Mood have got to be a little bit more careful around their control coming out of those pushes. But ultimately, the defense seems quite on point. So I don't see Navi changing the Barley. I think what they're going to try to do this time round is get a push and really get some additional Barley value in early. At least that would be what I would be thinking to go in with myself. The Sprout seems to be working for the most part for Mood. It's not really my go-to be honest, but one that is definitely an option here for sure.
Yeah, it certainly is. We saw MMA with some decent Barley play across the board, just trying to keep him away from those bolts and trying to regain that control into the center. He definitely helped out a huge amount in the center at one stage, but OP was just getting away with so much at one stage. It was just absolutely ridiculous. As now Cube has already taken a ton of damage on the left lane, but OP just, he can smell blood in the water, but it looks like he won't be pushing on up. He's already taken way too much damage. MMA's actually helped him stay back, but the only problem is Rolex is actually in there as well, but Alex came in clutch to make sure he would not take down MMA, keeping Gugu and OP back onto their Ike range, but that's going to be the first C spot in the hands of Navi.
Yeah, and again, I think OP is going to be very much aware of Alex here and be able to focus on him, and he does seem to be doing that because Alex and honestly Gugu are going to struggle against that. Buzz here is going to go for a stun, does connect, and then the return stun from Alex as well. OP comes out on top though. The boys redirected as well with a nice wall by Gugu, and that should avail to a pretty decent defense by Mood.
Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby at all. They had good defense last time round. There's no reason why they couldn't have it this time either, as Alex now just holding that right lane all on his lonesome, but it seems like Cube's actually managed to join in with the rest of the fray. Alex does take an OP straight away. Does mean numbers advantage again for Navi, but it depends what they want to do. Just collect all these bolts as much as possible, or maybe save a couple and just get ready so that we haven't got too much of a bolt deficit for the last one. Yeah, we can see Alex was actually delaying that last bolt, and so was Cube, just so that the deficit isn't really too bad for themselves when they come against Mood Gaming. But saying that though, they've got center control, the bot's heading towards Mood Gaming, and they're already 2 bolts up already, which means Mood Gaming need to create some incredible push in these next few seconds.
Yeah, and there's a good stun as well. The Sweet Dream's connecting with Cube, but these Sprout Walls are doing great on defense, but they're struggling to have the control which Mood want in the mid game, in the control-based game. Alex goes in with a stun, does get the takedown as well. Healing Winds coming in, will go a long way here. Morales trying to push in a nice stun, sees to him. This is great control from Navi. Mood have got to get this round, otherwise they're in trouble.
Oh, Alex is just doing work in ER. Literally just everywhere he's been so far, just been a real nuisance here, getting so much damage across the board, but does finally get cleaned up. No problems for Mood Gaming, no. That's going to be pretty much done for them here, as they really didn't collect any bolts at all here. As Alex has taken down Rolex. MMA's also got Gugu as well. That's going to be a complete team wipe, but it doesn't matter at this point. They're pretty much already done and dusted. They're just going to try and finish this up as quickly as possible, which they will do anyway, to save ourselves just a few seconds here. But we'll play for Mood Gaming with their defensive with the first couple of bots, but we need to work on that control in the center. Just not really many good counter attacks across the board for them.
I just like the way we saw so much juking on the side of Navi as well. It really kind of eradicated the effectiveness on the Sprout side of things until the defenses came in. Defenses are strong for Mood at the moment. They are doing that pretty well, but again, you've got to get that balance. You ideally don't want to be, well, you basically can't be, you know, defending the entire game. You've also got to have that control to get those pushes, and they just didn't seem to get really much in terms of that throughout the game. You know, they're going to have to consider that greatly going into this next matchup. I mean, you know, what do? Do you take out the Sprout? Because then that might then deflate a little bit of your defensive capabilities. But ultimately, it's really struggling to land a lot of these shots, as Navi's thumbs are very, very quick to these jukes and just working around them pretty much every time in the mid.
Yeah, and Alex has also just exploited so much, hasn't he? Like in that center, just always finding a weakness in Mood Gaming. But the weaknesses were just coming to him, really. We saw on the odd occasion with Mood Gaming, a couple of players were just out of position and just completely far away. We know the map and how large it is, and we can see one of them maybe even try and get a flank on. But the problem is that Navi, their map awareness is very solid, and we're just keeping tabs on exactly what's going on. You can see from their comms as well that, you know, they're feeding each other a lot of information, just sticking together in case something like that does happen, if they try and get those advantageous angles, and they have done on numerous occasions. So I think Mood Gaming were just trying to change things a little bit better to see if I could get a bit more value rather than getting some better angles in that left lane, but just not work for them at all here. So the question is, are they going to stick with the same to try and get additional value with the ballers they're already using, or just change something entirely? Because it'll be shame for them to get off the board strong and then just fall short in this first set.
Exactly that. They've done a little bit of work, but you know, it's still a long way to go realistically. But if they can get a first set in, you know, in the bag, it will go a long way to sort of easing some of those pains and issues that they've obviously got going on at the moment with, you know, 6 losses to the scoreboard. It's not looking great for them. So they do need to get this first set. They've got to start gaining some momentum and making good decisions. And, you know, Siege is a difficult map to start in, all honesty, for them. Already Alex will collect the first spot, bring out the grip actually, and the Stu for Relic. So big changes. B as well for OPE. This is an entire team change up in terms of brawlers for Mood.
Interesting. Okay, we did say there's a potential chance that they'll completely change their composition, and look how much difference it's made already, as MMA is the last person left standing, just to do a little bit damage onto Gugu whilst he gets away. That's all the debris now pretty much gone, as well as the structure. But the first spot will be heading towards Navi, and they're going to see how their defense really hasn't been tested that much, has it? And I think the Stu coming into play now is going to work wonders for them. It's just a matter of how Rolex can do here to make sure to just abuse his utility and make sure that he just keeps them on their toes.
Okay, well, I like OP there with a slowdown, and Alex as the result has to hide behind his push, but a nice shot in, but taken down so swiftly, and that's the power of grip. It really is being able to utilize those shots at close range, and just serves to get a swift takedown, and Cubic knows that, so he's going to go down the left-hand side now to try to get around this and get a bit of a flank from that angle. Griff is a smart choice. It wouldn't be my go-to in all honesty here, but one that does seem to be working out for the most part now is a level 9 siege bot coming in for Navi to have to defend, and some nice takedowns there from Rolex along the way. This is much better from them.
It really is. I'm surprised how well this has worked, but at the same time, it doesn't surprise me in a few ways either. They knew that they had to counter in some way, and they've pretty much done it, and they've still got center control, still looking very good. The problem is Navi's got that 2-bolt deficit to try and recover from if they can. MMA's in the left-hand side lane, but the problem is with Gugu just playing like that, it's just nothing he can really do, and now they have to go in here. They haven't got enough time to dilly-dally around, and that's going to be a clean-up once again. Mood Gaming, this composition is working absolute wonders from here. There's no way Navi can even bring this back.
Yeah, again, I think Stu is underutilized at the moment, and you can just see like how effective it was there to just break open the map, allow OP to do his thing, and Navi at the moment really are just sitting back and unable to do anything at all. It's such a night and day difference it really is between the last game and this, and you know, they can just finish it here with the damage they need. They'll get the first set now. Is it the last of their set? So for today, we'll have to wait and see. Ultimately, nonetheless, a very good start.
Certainly is. It's going to be a closer affair than we even anticipated so far. But yeah, like we said, that composition did work wonders. And they had to bring Santa out the bag, and it did counter them quite heavily. They wouldn't really give them much room to even do anything. They seem a lot more structured, a lot more on the same page. And Navi barely even touched the center at all. Saw MMA trying to sneak around the left-hand side, but the map awareness from Gugu and the rest of the team, actually, Mood Game was a lot better in comparison. So it's nice to see on the same page this time around. Maybe the last composition just didn't work well for them mechanically, and just felt like they'll just go with the Stu and the other bits and pieces just to help themselves out a little bit further. It makes perfect sense, really, to me and to us here at home. But first set done. Mood Gaming, okay, showing a bit of life, actually winning that first set. Hopefully it's start of some great things here, but Navi, you can't count them out at all. I'm sure they got thrown off massively due to the changes from Mood Gaming after seeing how these next sets pan out.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. You know, Brock is banned. They're not expecting the map to be broken up, but bringing in Griff with their piggy bank and then having Stu as well, the breakthrough, just all those things combined, then makes the map your own, and B starts to thrive under those circumstances. So I really like the way that Mood went into that one. Very much a different story to what we've seen from them, taking a bit more of a strategic approach to things. 26 kills on their side as well. 250,000 damage as well is a really impressive scoreline. They've got to keep this up. This is much better. It's what we hope to see from them. But again, that is just the first set. Now Purple Paradise is where we're going to be going, and again, I do like the way that Navi approach a lot of these long range brawler comps and Bounty in particular. So this will be putting Mood to the test.
Yeah, this is definitely one map we won't be talking about brawlers too much here, considering this map's entirely. Now Navi's already up by 3 stars with the blue stars, a little bit of a bonus. Alex there just pulling back. Cube's also taking a lot of damage. I was surprised Mood Gaming wasn't actually a little bit more aggressive here, but it looks like they did take down MMA anyway, as Cube's trying to pull all the way back, but OP does manage to clean him up beautifully there. Alex is actually taking quite a bit of damage, so MMA's just going to cover him for now, and it's going to be very tight here. Mood Gaming has brought it back by 2 stars, and you can see already Gugu's taking a fair amount of damage, but OP's just trying to keep him back with the range of that 5. And Alex is on the front line here, just trying to do some work here, but this is a perfect chance for Navi to come in here. MMA gets the first, and he actually gets 2 on the board, and Cube was looking for 1 more, but just not going to happen. But they've already done the damage here.
That was a very impressive wipe, and a miss pull there from Rolex, punished heavily there as well by MMA. Gugu trying to come in, but the Peep is rolling out. OP does not have super. Just survives. Ultimately, the Peep will gain damage over time there, and not enough time in the air. You have to be reconsidering that from MMA's side for the next one, but one coming in now from Mood. MMA still recovering his HP, juking this one. Cube's got jump as well if he needs it. Able to find the angle. This, return to center as well from MMA, but it is returned back, able to stay alive. This healing puffs now coming into play. Now we still have the lead.
20 seconds left. They need to make something happen here, but they trapped him into a corner. It's just a matter of playing to their advantages. Gugu to take on Alex will give him some leeway. Only 1 star in it. It's only MMA left standing. He's got 5 stars to his name as well, but the problem is they need to try and make 1 more push if they can. Will we be able to hit it though? Gugu just dodge it. MMA is going to be able to survive. 2 seconds left. We're going to try and make it push as fast as possible, but it's just not going to happen as Navi manages to scrape by 1 star.
just that 1 star, and at the end of that match, MMA was in a bad way.
He
Like,
was.
he was very low HP. The body blocking had to come out there to keep that one alive. But Navi, my goodness me. But I mean, they looked to be in control for the most part. You know, a couple of moments here and there where I was wondering, are they going to be able to dodge this peep? But they managed to find the, this is the moment there. That was a very key turning point, in all honesty, and Rolex was actually very lucky to get out of that alive.
Yeah, they were trying to clean up one more. They were trying to clean up Relics as well, wasn't they? Cube was on the front line. He was being a little bit aggressive, too aggressive probably, but I think he knew by then, but he only had like a few seconds before the rest of the team respawned. But yeah, you're right there. At the end, MMA having able to survival, but he had 5 stars. If they just took him down, it would have been would have worked wonders for them there. Could have just pulled back straight away. But that's Purple Paradise for you in a nutshell. We're not going to talk about compositions too much because we may see one odd change maybe if we're lucky, but apart from that, we'll have to see how things go. But this is, you know, good for Navi. At least they're glad to put something on the board and try and clean up the set if they can to tighten the series up one apiece. But early days as of yet, as now we're going to see what Mood Gaming can do to respond to what exactly happened in that last game. It was a very close affair indeed, and I'm sure they've definitely got room to try and make something work. Gugu does take down Alex straight away, so nice little start for them.
Yeah, a nice homemade recipe as well on the way. It is Navi that take the early loss. People coming in now. Again, these short air times are not going to be favoring. I think that both teams could probably spend a little bit more time maneuvering. Obviously, you can't spend too much time as it does become a bit of a 3 versus 2, but see the weaving, and now, yeah, this is a return to center juked out there, so Gugu's lost one of those, and a nice connection as well. Much, much better from Navi, still behind, but that was a much better pilot.
Certainly was, as MMA and Alex both took damage there. There's could be room for them to get so. Yeah, that's it. MMA does get cleaned up by OP. Cube is taken down as well. Alex is to try and pull back as soon as possible, which he has done, and MMA is going to be joining him too. Alex actually jumped in straight over to try and throw a span in the works just to really catch him off guard. He's taken a lot of damage, but it's going to be blocked by Cube. So in terms of bait and switching, looking very good for MMA. Cube has actually taken down OP. Alex is still looking for more, has taken down Gugu, but he does not. He took a little bit of damage, not a huge amount here. But remember, Mood Game is still up by 3 stars. Still very close indeed. MMA to see if it can get something going here as Alex and Cube. And they're all pushed into the corner. MMA takes down Gugu in the end, which gives them the 3-star lead. And this is looking much better for MMA. Trying to pull the way back, but actually caught Gugu with his trousers down there on spawn.
My word, that was a cracking turnaround. The missed pull was there, but it sort of all came into play later there, and one is then missed by Rolex at a crucial moment. People coming in again. This is going to allow a really nice defense here, surely, for Navi, because they can't push forwards as much as they would like with that peep in play. Is it going to connect? No. It falls short, so the chance is still there for Mood to be able to turn this around, but can they do it? No. It looks like it's not going to happen. The takedown of Cube was there at the end, but not enough, and that will be 2-star lead then in that end of that match. Oh my word, that was very close nonetheless, but I think just having that peak towards the end made a big difference in the way that Mood can really push into that spot.
Yeah, it certainly did, and I think they had to get an entire team wipe in order to try and bring that back, weren't they? Whoever's in that left corner, kudos to you, because you made sure to keep Navi alive. Yeah, that was, again, super close indeed. But we see it quite a lot, especially on this map in particular. It's, you know, it's very back and forth. Both these teams have great mechanics across the board, but it will be Navi who are going to be the victors here. 2 straight games. Definitely showing a lot more flair this time around. 11 kills, nearly 135,000 damage. This is what we like to see from them. So definitely a lot better than we expected. Actually, no, I would probably say this is what we should expect from Navi, really, considering what we saw from their performance yesterday. But it's all tied up now. Mood Gaming need to try and find something to work for them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, Navi are a team which are very experienced in that sense. They're not really afraid to fall behind. They can fight back with some fights at the same time. And a lot of their scoreline's been 3-2s. You know, there's losses. I think the scorelines don't necessarily reflect the true story behind things. They've had some very, very close matchups. So not afraid to take it all the way, Lethal, you could say.
Here we go.
If you know what I mean.
Start that. But I think you're right, though. You know, from their performance, it doesn't reflect, does it? Because last season, it was just a struggle of getting the odd game or 2 on the board, but this time around, it's been perfectly fine. They've just not secured some of their victory. They've almost done a couple of reverse sweeps in the past, but it's been literally about it. But it's nice to see them perform a lot better in comparison. It just shows how many improvements they've made, they've made compared to the last few months or a few months ago back in the last ESL Mobile Challenge season. But we'll have to see what's on the table here for Navi this time around, see if they continue that momentum, and definitely very high on morale after that last performance. Definitely mechanically gifted in a lot of ways. I think there was a couple of risks Mood Gaming made, especially. I don't know if it's Rolex or one of the other players just trying to make that jump. I can understand that he's trying to be a little bit more unorthodox, but with Purple Paradise, let's be real, it's very hard to be unpredictable on that map entirely.
I really fear jumping in on that map, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not really what you want to be doing, but ultimately, if you get good communication, you can put it off. The question is now, with the Mortis coming out for OP, as we know he likes that brawler. Sometimes we see the Mortis banned specifically for teams that have got a back pocket Mortis in mind. So Navi already being quick to the mark to locate that and just place the pressure on. I think the comp, to be fair, is a really clever one for Mood. Actually, having that max speed with the Mortis can make him even more dangerous at closing the gap. And there's that leap, and oh my word, the takedown was swift by Alex and Cubic.
Interested to see how he's going to make the Mortis work here. As OP just looking to see what kind of angle he can get. But look at Cube, he's been super aggressive here, just really putting him on the back foot. And OP does come in just in the nick of time, as OP had other plans. He wanted to go around the left lane and see if he can try and to take him off guard, but in the end he had to pull all the way back. 3v2 scenario here for Navi. Both players of Mood Game had to pull all the way back. Rolex needs to back off as well, but it looks like Gugu just managed to stay alive, and that was so important because they don't want to waste another 5 seconds waiting for him to come up on a respawn.
Oh, a wasted gadget there from Rolex. The Sweet Dreams did not put anyone to sleep. Nice takedown there as well with the black hole coming in. Mid control with Navi right now as the healing winds heals them all up into position. Countdown surely not far away, but look out for OP in the nick. MMA knows it as well. Pops down the support from beyond as well to put the pressure on. A great countdown, but Gugu is coming in to play on this left-hand side. Force back, got it heal, but there is a potential for a reset here. But Alice is holding all the gems.
As if Alex was in the center the whole time. That was such a ballsy play. They've got the numbers. This should be perfectly fine here for Navi. And yes, it will be. Rolex will get cleaned up right at the very end. And Alex just sitting there in the center. It was really well played. It's one of the situations where you've got a lot of patience and just be as unpredictable as possible. And him being in the center, kind of feel like he was waiting to... Well, you saw at the start, but Navi had a numbers disadvantage, and he was hoping maybe if he can at least try and trade out one of them, but at least that way he can keep things even. One of the players of Navi will back and respawn, and they'll have numbers once again. So great play by Alex there, just making sure just to go into the center. But by then, he realized that Navi, his team, already did a huge amount of damage in that south side, and then it was just basically curtain call once again for the side of Mood Gaming. So looking very strong indeed, and Navi, this is what we really expected from them.
And again, you know, a really smart play because the gems at that point were split. So ultimately, they could have been, you know, able to eradicate the player holding just the one gem to reset. But Mortis, that's kind of dangerous. You know, they can kind of keep that spawn trap in play, start to get some cyclability, maybe even get out with a snatch for the big bounty of gems on the 9 side. But by staying in the middle, like you said, it was like the last place that they were going to be expecting him to be. Getting that final gem meant that it allowed his teammates Miguel to go much more on the aggressive, and with OPE, you know, again, that Mortis, he's very dangerous with it. It is a risk here, I've got to say, though. I'd personally much prefer something with some range. Again, you know, I do like the Bell lanes, but no one seems to be playing them at the moment. But Rico definitely still an option here as well, a viable one at that. Definitely a lot more options available than just going with a close range brawler. You're really hoping for a pop-off moment, which we didn't really get in that game from OPE. So, you know, whether Mood keep that brawler in play, I have a feeling they will. I don't know whether that's the right decision, but we know whenever OPE has the chance to play it, he's going to.
Yeah, with OPE, it's more a matter of, did he feel like he didn't get enough value with the Mortis and will stick with it? Or, because you saw that he wanted to go for some initial flanks, but the problem is the aggression was so real for Navi that he had to literally double back on a number of occasions just to try and help out his teammates. It couldn't really give out that value which he really wanted, to try and get behind him and try and get another angle. But every time he tried to get some kind of positional advantage, he couldn't. He had to pull back at least 2 or 3 times, and it was a real pain in the backside for him. And it looks like we're going to see a Pam come out from Rolex. Interesting stuff. And we do see a Crow and a Max as well. Okay, and so we're going to see exactly how things are going to pan out for them. Gugu at least trying to stick with the range instead and see if that works out in any way, shape or form. And OPE, okay, fair enough, he's actually switched out for the Mortis with the Rico anyway, and we're going to see if that'll work for him. But it will work, because at least if he does go for a flank or any kind of initial flank there, at least at the same time, he can then push on in and pull back with some decent range there.
I really like the annotations again, like literally just, it's as if Mood are inside my brain at the moment, but they've got to make it work as well. That's the key now. But I feel like this was the right play at the right time for them to go with the long range ideas and less on the close range, and they can start to keep their Navi a bit more at bay here. Rolex is struggling a little bit on this right-hand side, though, and MMA knows that he's going to be throwing the Toxin there as well to keep Rolex vulnerable and the jump in as well. Very nicely done from MA. Now Navi have got the mid-control, but then down goes Cubic, leaving it to a 2 versus 2. Alex will surely be pressurized to be pushing out of this mid very shortly, but Navi still need to get a lot of gems. It's actually tight scoreline at the minute. Both teams have been doing very well in controlling this mid.
Yeah, MMA's just doing a good job of having that right lane. He was trying to keep Rolex back, but Rolex just thought, do you know what? I'm just going to push straight in anyway. I've got the HP to do it. Why not? But MMA looks like going to win his duel again, potentially. And he does as well. Just really giving that Pam a real hard time, considering what he's been doing as well. Great movement from MMA. Cube, though, on the other hand, is trying to make that push into the center. Alex has actually done a lot of damage onto OPE. Good stuff from him. Cube is actually taken down eventually. Rolex still on the right-hand side with that Pam. And I don't think the Pam is a bad pick anyway. It's just MMA just playing around it, making sure that it can be a real nuisance. And you can see there, it's going to just wait for that moment to be able to make that push. He's actually pushing straight into Gugu, taking a bit of damage himself. Rolex still trying to take down MMA. No one's able to find him. Eventually they do. It took a while here, Ark, but they finally managed to do it. But it does mean that if Mood Gaming do get this tempting, which they do, they need to hold him to the center a little bit longer.
Yeah, they do just that. MMA's got jump as well. Rolex is low. He's going to go in for it. The turret was there, but the pickup as well from Cubic was also there. Gugu very low, burning down at the same time. OP can't really contest this. He may have a gadget in his pocket, but I don't think so. I think he may have exacerbated all of them. Rolex now full health coming in, but quickly spotted there on the right-hand side. OP as well, very low. Now the tables have turned, but one more gem to spawn from the mid. MMA looks to be going down as well, so this could be contested potentially here by Mood.
Oh, plans to the start to stay alive as well. Alex actually manages to get him in the end. That should be okay. Alex is his stuff up a little bit longer. Cube gets in the way. Body blocks all that damage. And my word, Navi, by the skin of their teeth, do scrape by. And as if Alex actually managed to pull that off as well. Managed to get away, actually clean up. The range of his last shot was literally just borderline out of range. And I literally just can't believe it. And Cube, of course, great job on spawn, just body blocking. That's all he had to do. He knew what his plan of action was. But yeah, look at that. Literally, Alex, 784 HP. Just one more projectile would have done it. OP had to make that push, and Cube was there just to make sure to shield any of that additional damage from OP. So good stuff from Navi. Very tight-knit indeed. I do feel like Mood Gaming made the correct changes. Emma made a good job in that right lane, just delaying Rolex's Pam on a number of occasions. 14 kills, just shy of 154,000 damage. Much better here from Navi.
What a sneaky snatch there from Alex. And
I
completely agree, by the way. They really did adjust their comp in the right way. Exactly what I had in my mind as well. The Mortis, which I was worried that they were not going to drop, did get dropped. And I think that was I think that we can take away from that the fact that Mood are growing a little bit better. Because again, they've been stubborn in the past. They just like to keep playing that Mortis pick because we know what they can do with it. But teams are now savvy to that as well. They're much more aware to that fact. So bringing in the Bell, bringing in the Rico, it worked out so much better. But then you just see like how sneaky Navi can be sometimes at spotting that opportunity. The phase shifter in just to kind of, and out. And MMA running the Crow for that very reason, because in those moments of desperation when you're low in HP, he can just go super aggressive. He doesn't even necessarily value his life. That tick down, those flames are going to continue on causing damage over time. So ultimately, it was a very, very great play from Navi at the end. Just that snatch, very well aware of the situation around them.
Kind of close, but yeah, do you know what? A W is a W end of the day, so Navi going to be pretty pleased about that. I'm sure they're pretty hot under the collar as well, and probably waking up in a cold sweat in their sleep thinking about that last predicament. That was just ridiculous. So we're going into set 4 shortly. It will be hot potato for highest, and if it does go to a 5th one, which it could do, considering what we see from Mood Gaming, as they have performed a bit better, it will be Brawl Ball, and it will be on center stage as well. And you're right, though, could see 5 sets to kick things off today. And you know what? It's going to be a great way to kick things off as well. And it all depends on how Navi are going to do, because it's been, 4 games straight now since this opener even began.
Yeah, we managed to break your 5 streak yesterday doing towards the end of the stream, Lethal, but it started to go on, so wouldn't be at all surprised. But again, you're right, they are very closely matched at the moment. We are seeing some change-ups that we wouldn't normally expect to see from Mood, so that has to be taken into account here. They're not just kind of like just continuously throwing things at the wall to see what's going to stick. They are starting to mix things up a little bit, keeping themselves a bit more unpredictable. And Navi are going to be looking to capitalize on those times when they're not at the same time as well. So, but again, you know, Max is such a strong brawler for that region as well. They just love to go towards it, and they don't really need any excuse to have it. Now, Hot Potato, the Brock Band's quite key because it ultimately will be able to evade breaking up the map as much as they can try to avoid with. I mean, Edgar here, I feel, is still good. Rico's still great. In my opinion, it just depends if anyone has anything up their sleeve to try to, you know, come between that comp. You know, in the eventuality we do see the breaking of the map. We saw the roughs yesterday coming into play a bit more, which kind of took a step back, and now is starting to be pushed back in the sort of Brock meta that we're now kind of drifting on into. And you know, combining that with the Bell, which is another brawl which is not banned here. I don't really think that any of the other brawlers realistically are kind of that relatable to Hot Potato. I mean, Spike, yes, if you have a lot of tanks going in on your safe and looking to cycle in there and keep you on the defensive, but Byron and Poco, I don't think really we're going to realistically have seen them anyway. So, but that Brock ban here could definitely play a key component.
It's a shame we can't talk about Brock a little bit more, but the fact that it's been banned for days every single time, it's very difficult to discuss exactly what his best attributes are and why he's been banned so much. Exactly. But even then, though, I was going to ask you a little question about why we don't see Colette too often, but we could save that for another match, as already we're going to be coming in hot here, and we're going to see exactly how Mood Gaming could maybe come back here. We'll see. Definitely performing a little bit better compared to the last few play days, but we'll see if Navi can really keep up this consistency.
I have to collect mid for a while, but it is viable. I prefer the Bell myself. Ash coming out for MMA. Looking at the heals again, the Byron and the Poker band, but ultimately can still do some good side lane work. OPE, the bouncy castle gadget, but didn't quite connect. The healing will be enough for it to contest it. Relics coming in very aggressive, and Cubic shut that down nicely, but this shot coming in from Gugu is going to connect nicely, marked up along the way back, and that should allow Navi to defend this just a little bit better than they would have otherwise. Missed super there from Alex. Mistakes on the side of Navi, in all honesty.
Yeah, he was just relying on a ricochet, which is perfectly understandable, but the thing is, it was cost him. It was literally in his face. OPE managed to take advantage of that, and still, though, I would say could have done a little bit more damage, but I think Navi are going to be okay with the 35% damage. It just depends on how this is going to work for them, though. The problem is, Rolex has already taken down Cube. MMA just trying to stay alive, but Mood Gaming have just got all angles here in this right lane. Alex now in the left-hand side with Cube. That's done a little bit of damage to Gugu already, but OP is already here. They're definitely on the same page. Rolex is trying to make this stew work. He made it work back on nuts and bolts on this first set, but Alex there just great aim skill once again. Gugu coming in with the collector to try and do a bit of damage onto the safe before get taken down, but he didn't get taken down in the end. Because in the end, he actually comes out, manages to survive, and now you can see Rolex already there with the stew, just making sure he can stay alive and obviously keep his teammate alive, Gugu, as well.
Great robotic rats value there from MMA. Helps on the defensive side of things, but Navi are looking flustered. It's got to be said. They've got no damage. This is the first sign of it going in now, and it's not too little too late. There's still time on the clock, but they've really got to get some value in right now. Try and tie up the game just a little bit better than they have so far, and it's a semi-decent defense for Mood. Rolex pops the nest egg and they have to slow down, but also the mark consider going in on the aggressive in the moment here. MMA very low as well, surely going to get the take. Oh, he actually is able to stay alive here, so this could be a key moment here. Alex, though, is so weak, he can't really go in on the aggressive. So it's really down to MMA, and what can he realistically do from the position he's in?
Yeah, not much at all. 8 seconds left if they can try and make something work, but it don't matter. OPE and Gugu just doing absolute work onto the safe. And must say, well played there on Mood Gaming. Very strong start, but I don't think it's more of them, it's more Navi. There was a lot of times where there's a lot of missed shots, some debatable decision making, I think, on a lot of occasions as well. And I think sometimes they were being a bit too greedy, like you saw with Alex with the Rico as well, just trying to ricochet the shots off rather than just straight up shooting OPE, which is understandable. He was just trying to get a little bit more value, but in those moments you just got to try and take him down, or at least try and do a lot more damage across the board so that someone else can clean him up straight afterwards.
Navi just were, yeah, like not hitting much of those shots, and just they looked very like they were panicking, in my opinion, just trying to hit and hope almost, and that's not the strategy that you want to be going in with on Hot Potato, in all honesty. Again, I really like the fact that Mood are bringing in the Stew again. I think the Stew again is one of those underused brawlers right now, one that I don't really necessarily know why. I think that Stew is always a good pair of hands to have, and very difficult to take down as well. So it's got that breakability of the map. Again, with that Brock ban being so key here, having the option of eradicating some cover along the way to eradicate the effectiveness of that Rico, it's not a bad shout. It can be quite good as well in the eventuality that someone does bring in an Edgar. We haven't seen it yet. It could come in, but it's quite good to be able to then get away and dash back out quickly. Let's see though. No, oh, Barley coming out for MMA, which we know he loves, but no change on the side of Mood. So going on the idea that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Still though, Colette mid is a bit of a risk. I think I prefer the Bell still. At the same time though, you know, Gugu was getting some good value, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, it definitely was. I even was going to say, why would you not see Colette used as often as we used to? We barely seen her being used at all. And then, as we say, look, Gugu's using Colette straight away. It was getting a fair amount of value, to be fair to him, as Alex now is actually doing a great job just keeping on of that left lane as well. He did a good job last time in the previous game, but the problem was there was other times where playing it just a little bit greedy, but we'll see what he can do here. Still hitting a lot of his shots, just keeping Rolex back, and you said it as well, Rolex being very strong with the Stu in the left lane. Has to pull back just a tad once again, but still though, Alex can smell it. He really wants to, oh, that was some beautiful shots there from Alex to take down Rolex. Great stuff from him. Navi seems to be a lot more on form compared to what we saw previously.
Barley as well is going to give so much value to MMA. They'll be able to seek out and destroy whoever's lurking within those bushes. And honestly, that's down to Rolex. He's got to start breaking up some of this mid to eradicate the walls that MMA has to hide behind. See OP there trying to get the angle, but ultimately it'd just be so much easier realistically for Moves to take down at least one of these lanes and force MMA around. But look at this takedown as everyone doing their bit now. All three members of Navi coming down. This is a ton of damage raining on the safe.
It certainly is raining indeed. 49% Mood Gaming safe is down to now. Alex just still trying to back OPE away. Still done it. I must say, Alex is night and day difference from what we saw there. Taking an OPE once again, really struggling to win out that duel. But you got to remember, Alex is always getting that positional advantage, just making sure to do absolute work and just consistently holding it as well. No one can get him off that left lane. But the worst thing is, Gugu can't really do much about it because he's too busy in the center. And of course, you can see there now, OP has actually switched to the right lane this time around. Both Rolex and OP have tried, but it's been really, really tough for them. Cube's in the center, Alex is holding to the left lane. All they need to do is basically just hold on to this position to hold in now. They've got the numbers advantage, 15 seconds left. Surely this is going to be Navi's game.
Disgusting, Alex. Absolutely disgusting with the double takedown angle on that one. But again, you know, Rolex has not had super since the last time I mentioned it. It's a really great sign of awareness from Navi because they know that he could break open the map, cause a problem. They didn't feed a single super, which he would need to use breakthrough. I mean, assuming he even had it, we didn't see it, but ultimately there was no speed zone, so you got to assume that he did and just wasn't able to implement it. Navi now, you know, honestly, look to have sinned through the strategy of Mood in that game, and now to stay alive in this, you know, in this series, Mood have got to make the change. This is no longer going to work. You can just see how much better Navi played it that time around. Less shots going into nowhere, more shots landed for sure. Match point for Navi, and in a spectacular way.
It could be. It really could be. They have to deal with Alex in that left lane. Dave, I don't know if they need to maybe switch lanes, maybe put OPE on the left lane to try and fight that Rico back, or maybe, because you've seen Rolex is trying to do what he can with the Stu, hasn't he? Like on a number of cases, even trying to get behind him, but his shots were just on point this time around. I think they assumed they could get away with what they did in the previous game, but Alex has obviously fixed everything that needs to be done there and seems to be playing much, much better in comparison. Because it's not really, he was playing a little bit uncharacteristic, wasn't it? When he was missing a lot of his shots and trying to hold on to that left lane before, and he was really, really struggling. But this time around, the guy was like a statue. You just couldn't really move him out of position at all. And the problem is, for Gugu and OPE, they couldn't like just switch lanes or try and help out, because then by then you're giving the other two players room to try and push on forward, and that's going to be it. And then more damage can be done to the safe. So the question is, what is Mood Gaming going to do? Are they going to switch things up to work something more in their favor? Could they maybe see an Edgar randomly? You know, there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. They need to try and get behind him as much as possible. The only problem is Alex. Yeah, it's very tough. I would probably say just keep away from him in that left lane, considering how confident you're feeling with your aim skill.
I think you hit on the head. Edgar to to counter the Barley again. You know, if they focus on getting MMA out the way, that's a great start. I think take out the Colette and make it a Bell. That makes much more sense to me. Ultimately, if Navi keep that same comp and take that early control, they can place the nest eggs down and they can see where the Colette's going to be, leave her really in a vulnerable position and focus their attention on it. So MMA is doing a great deal, although it may not seem it on the surface. That Barley pick is so important to show up who is lurking. That's what kind of gave Mood the advantage in that first game. They kind of came relatively unannounced. They were surprising the attack, and they've got to eradicate the Barley. Edgar is a prime pick to do just that, and also is a great counter to the Rico as well. Run Rico, run Edgar, run Bell. That would be my suggestion to Mood, but again, that's just on the assumption that Navi are going to stick with their comp. They might end up changing at this point.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, will they change it? Because you remember, Mood Gaming did this back on Nuts and Bolts on the first set. And literally, look at the difference it made a huge difference. But that's just Nuts and Bolts. It's a little bit more open. You can get away with a little bit more as well. This is a lot more difficult in terms of the map geometry on what changes you can make in order to make such a huge impact. But, no, we've already discussed it. We feel like Edgar would be a great pick. And like you said, if they take down MMA, but it means that it's got more angles to work with, and then they can make that push work. They may have to tank a fair amount of damage along the way, but long as, you know, the stars align and they're on the same page, then they should be able to be on cleanup duty. The only problem is the fact that they won't do a huge amount of damage onto the safe in the long run because of, obviously, with them being so close on respawn. But apart from that, at least they can make something work here. It's just the longevity of it all and just having to keep consistent with it. And if they could do that, great, fine. Just deal with Alex in that left lane, please.
Yeah, someone, please, take care of it. You know, Ash could make an appearance again. We saw that from Navi in the first game, and we haven't yet to see that pick come out from Mood yet. It's definitely viable, but again, I feel like without any kind of healing quality, it can struggle a little bit. It's definitely not as strong here as it is in other maps, because ultimately you don't really want to bring in a healer anyway with Ash. You know, we can do double side lane with the fire behind it. It doesn't really work. You kind of left your own devices. Personally, you know, that's the comp that I would go over on the Mood side of things. Probably taking a few moments to get in, because ultimately, yeah, this is a really important match. They have to win this. They really do. And Navi are just turning all the screws.
I think if people are just joining us, in terms of the storyline here, Mood Gaming haven't got a single win on the in terms of the standings in ESL Mobile Challenge, but that's 0-6. And the problem is you need to be technically around 8-6 in order to try and make it into the top 4. So for Mood Game, if they need to win every single time, like every single match from here on out to the final play day, Navi though are still in the running in the top 4, and they're still trying to make a statement. And they've actually not a bad start really, in all fairness. But let's see what they could do here. Is actually MMA is actually switching to the left lane now to try and make something work here. Cube is still continuing into the center with the Bell, and it looks like quite interesting. Gugu's sticking with the Colette anyway, and we do have the Barley here from Rolex.
Yeah, but he's going to struggle because, you know, MMA's already breaking up so much of this terrain. Alex, no doubt, running breakthrough also. You know, the early start is a very good and promising push for Navi. OP is trying to get some pressure of his own and pops about the castle, but Alex there taken down very, very swiftly. And as time goes on, it's only going to get worse for Mood with less places to hide and the bushes all being broken up everywhere you look. I feel like Navi have got the comp to win this, and they played this very, very smart.
Yeah, certainly have done indeed. Gugu now just sprinkle damage or makes the attempt for it anyway. As you can see, Alex is trying to dive straight in. This is what I mean. If you're a talented individual player, you can use the utility from Stu and make it work so well. And MMA just made matters worse here. Just cleaning up one. Cubit takes down Relic straight afterwards. OPE is going to be the last person here. And I don't think a fifth set's even coming at this rate, because Mood Gaming just really are with their backs against the wall. Finally making a push. Actually saying that OP's actually found an opening. If Cube needs to try and deal with him, but Gugu's actually with him. This is a perfect way, but OPE is looking to get overzealous. Does take down Cube, and this is a perfect moment for him to come back here.
May with the super there going out. Nicely done. Alex just trying to decide between OP and Rolex, but it wasn't the most amount of damage. The 13% now trickling down a little bit further thanks to Rolex on the left-hand side, but honestly, it doesn't really look like Navi are that worried about it, in all honesty. They just come straight back in. MMA's very low, gonna have to heal up on that left-hand side, but Alex able to go on the aggressive on the right. Gugu trying to get some value, but you ideally want to keep those supers for getting damage on the save. So every time they're using it on defense, it's not being utilized on offense, and that is not necessarily where they want to be with a substantial lead, really, with Navi. They've got to hold it for a few more seconds, but they've got the comp to do it.
Yeah, they need a full-on team wipe here if Mood Game want to stand a chance. I've done a little bit of damage, though, along the way, but they still need to find 20% more. But with the Colette super as well, they're going to make a difference. 15 seconds left. It won't be a huge amount, but enough to keep him in the running. But Cube's already taken an OPE. Gugu was, you can see, attempted to go for it, not going to happen. Rolex will get cleaned up. I think Navi did that beautifully. They want to make sure they're taken down before the Barley and the Colette gets anywhere near that safe. And there we have it. Navi come up, trumps it. It won't be 5 sets here, Arc, but at least Navi, they can, a sigh of relief for them to come back here and win the series 3-1.
Very nicely done. I didn't see the comp coming, I'll be honest. We were discussing going in, would Navi keep or change? And they changed, and they changed up big, and they saw through the potential of the Barley and others, and the Egger would have been an equal thing to be a system duck realistically there as well. So they just covered so many eventualities and just got it right towards the end. They kept the composure as well to make sure that that offensive push that came in was not going to do the damage needed, because there wasn't that much in it towards the end. They had to hold firm. But look at that damage, though. Over 300,000, 42 takedowns as well, and just shy of 100,000 on the healing side. Navi are looking so good today, but they've got more work to do.
They certainly do, because actually, funny enough, speaking you say that, we've got them next. We've got them straight away, and they'll be playing against FA in our second match of the day. But 42 takedowns, yeah, that is huge. It's don't really see numbers like that all the time. I think that's the most we've seen so far. Maybe unless there's something else I've missed. But yeah, 42 takedowns, absolutely huge, considering how many times we see a stalemate situation on that map. But the thing that they were just absolutely flying, weren't they? But guys, that was only the first match. We still got 6 more left to go, as I do believe Navi will play against FA coming up next. Arc's going to be sitting out, but don't worry, D-Man's going to be back in a hot seat with me momentarily. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge, and someone I've definitely got to welcome back is D-Man. He's back in the hot seat with me to get this next game underway, and definitely could be a doozy as well between Navi and FA. And I'd love to know your thoughts coming into this matchup, D-Man, because from what we saw, Navi had a couple of issues here and there, just a few small problems in terms of trying to take their move game in. Eventually they did it, but now they've got to fight against definitely a mammoth team in itself. FA looking very strong, but this is going to be definitely a fight for the top 4 placings, considering now Navi are 3-3 in terms of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think it depends what free agents turns up today, right? I mean, we know they're a strong team. Dark Joker, Cyclone HK, you know, Cyclone has been a bit of a man of the moment a couple of times through there. They got quite a bit of supporters out there as well, but yesterday they were not good. Yesterday they were not good. So, you know, from week 1 to what we saw yesterday, it was night and day. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they turn up today. Obviously, we just saw Navi, honestly, struggling a little bit against Mood. Mood definitely looked like they were a little bit more reinvigorated than yesterday. So this definitely brought a bit more of a competition to Navi. But Navi themselves, you know, this is, as I said, you know, I've got them down to win this game. This is their time to shine. It's now or never, I feel, because, you know, if they want to be in that top 4, they have to be beating free agents. They're a team that absolutely will challenge them for that spot. So this is a match they really must win.
It's too late to change your prediction now, D-Man. Just a heads up, mate. It's,
I'm not changing it. I'm sticking with it. Just saying, they gotta win it.
They sure do.
Poco back. Wow.
We do have sneaky pills to kick things off. Some assembly required, dry season dueling, Beatles, and then hot potato once again is what just came off from that Navi victory. In terms of the bans, very, very standard. I love how they've actually both panned out the Poco as well. Just extra insurance there.
And just to point out, the Meg is available now, so it hasn't been banned out. Interesting that hasn't sort of hit the scene that hard yet. We saw SK playing it yesterday. This is the first week that she's available, but the Ash being banned out along with that Brock. I'm a fan of the Brock ban. I'm getting a bit sick of seeing Brock. You know, I know I'm sick of seeing some things. I'm sick of seeing Brock right now. It's like every game. You know, it could be close range, short range, long range. Don't matter. Brock's there. So it's good that he's been going to get taken out. So yeah, we're starting things out sneaky field. So we've obviously covered sneaky fields a bunch of times. We know exactly what these teams are going to bring to the table. Certainly what Navi are going to bring to the table. We saw them playing this yesterday, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure they played sneaky fields just yesterday. I'm going to have a quick look.
Well, while you have a quick look, I was going to say, in terms of the ban rates, I think you're right. Like, I think in terms of the highest ban rates, it must be the Poco and the Brock, and then maybe like the Bell to follow short straight afterwards, or maybe in the Ash. It's like quite hard to call now, but the Poco and Brock have definitely been the most popular band we've seen across the board. But there's probably at least 4 or 5 we can definitely take out of a hat and say that, yeah, these are ones that have been most popular in terms of the bands. And I'm sure with the challenge finals next month, we're going to see some absurd bands come out of the woodwork. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise at just how much experience some of these teams have with some of these odd compositions, which could also be brought to the table at some stage. But yeah, in terms of win conditions, we've already discussed it already, but I want to know your prediction. I know you've already said that Navi are probably going to come out on top in this matchup, but by how much? Do you reckon this is going to go all the way, considering what we saw from Navi in that last set? Seriously. Thought you like that one.
Come on, Harry. Come on. It's the 2 of us casting this game. You know this is a 5-setter. This one is set in stone. You know, the script has been written. The guys are all ready to go. This is going to be a 5-setter, I feel. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it really is down to Navi if they can pull this together, because you know, I think free agents after yesterday are probably going to be pretty annoyed with themselves after being swept aside so easily. In fairness, and I hate to say it because, you know, I thought they were going to put up a fight, but they were brushed aside pretty convincingly by SK, who had just had a really struggling game against Navi. But you know what? It was SK yesterday. Today it's Navi. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, I still think Navi are playing well. It's just I feel like Mood Game just put on a little bit of a better performance in that last series. Nothing too much on Navi's side, really. But FA, let's see what they can do here. They've only played 1 series yesterday against SK. They did get blown out by a fair margin. Going to see, you know, it's a new day. We'll see what FA can bring this time round. Already, most of Navi taking a fair amount of damage, but all patience coming from FA. Cyclone just trying to keep Q back, and actually one of them's already been taken down. This could be their moment here, D-Man, to try and push on forward, to maybe try and dribble in, but he actually tried to shoot it. Takes down MMA. He's going to score it. Beautiful stuff here from Cyclone to kick things off for FA.
Yeah, dirty little move. If anyone that's played Brawl Ball knows, you just quickly tap that ball, give it your opponent, shoot them. They're like, I can't do anything because they got the ball in the face. But yeah, so cheeky little move there. Worked out well for them. Cyclone managed to make it work, and Cyclone is popping off right now. Will finally get taken down. HK not going to be able to run this one, and I don't think hasn't got the hit points to do it. And immediately Cubic will get back on the field and keep things calm for now. You know, the mirror matchup at the moment, Navi definitely up against it. Seems to be struggling a wee bit here. Alex just not able to find his feet in that mid.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle here. I wouldn't be surprised if Cyclone gets spammed in the chat after what he's been up to. Just trying to do a huge amount of work here, especially with the Max on about. A lot of his attacks here, pushing into Cube here, almost takes him down. Actually just goes for one of the others instead, but the damage has already been done. Surely this is their moment now. Look how weak they are. Just need to clean up here, clean up duty, pass in. Lovely stuff. Joker cleans up as well. That is going to be FA with a great way to kick things off. A great statement for them. Impact. Prediction-wise, it's not looking too well for you, Lee.
No. I do feel that Dark Joker, you know, that's that when you're in the school field, you go back to your school. It was a long time for me, I know. But you know when you're having a shot, you know it's going to be a goal, and then somebody on the line stops it and taps it in. You're just like, really? Really?
Yeah.
You just took that goal from me. HK just scored that goal, and like Dark Cyclone said, oh, my God. Look, you watch this. Look. Going in and he walks in and takes it. That's just rude. Rude, I say.
Definitely giving us some flashback to our school years, I'm sure. But now we're going to go to the second game now. And I want to know what you think in terms of border picks and compositions. Is there going to be any drastic changes? Because even in there, like I said, pretty much a moving matchup there. But mechanically, Navi just was nowhere near the level on FA at the time.
No, they did a great job just a moment against Mood to make the switch and the adjustments and realizing what they needed to do. I know Oggy's obviously there as well, trying to help them out and figure out what needs to be done, because it's impressive actually that they both came in with a complete mirror match. Now this is a map, but bearing in mind that they had M's, this is a map that bruises can work. But don't always work. If you remember, yesterday we had the same game with a Rosa in there, and as soon as it goes into overtime, it can be sort of a very, very scary moment for them. But if they can get in their face, you know, it's 3x their CIS compatriots that like to go with a Max Jackie, which we saw yesterday, which actually worked very well against Mood. I'm pretty sure it was on Sneaky Fields as well. It may have been slightly different, but it was definitely on Brawl Ball.
Yeah,
we're in the same ballpark at least.
Exactly. It's difficult. Like, I kind of some of the bruises, but you always feel like for them they're on a time limit, aren't they? Especially with like the Rosa. It's a strong pick, but the problem is when it goes into overtime, you're basically being used as cannon fodder, aren't you? Just to try and take the damage to give a bit of leeway. But it looks like no, it's going to be almost a mirror matchup. We're going to see the Frank this time round come out here, which is something we didn't anticipate at all. Cyclone trying to stop this attack from Navi. Not going to happen. MMA, what a start from them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the start we're expecting. We're not expecting Dark Joker to come on the Frank, like you said. And you can see the problem is he's up against the M's, and the M's are just absolutely punishing right now. Cyclone will finally manage to help out there. Good stun on Cubic, by the way, from HK to help things out. Now, they just need to delay. Plenty of time on the clock. For Navi, they need to be careful. Cyclone is absolutely on it with his Max right now. Lethal with his shots. Doesn't seem to be missing a great deal, and yeah, this seems to be a problem for them, and Navi currently caught in that horrible spawn rotation mode.
Yeah, even with Cyclone as well, it's not only that, but he puts himself at quite close range just to pretty much auto-aim onto them straight away, just abusing his movement once again, and yeah, you're right, though, it's not only that, it's just doing some great work across the board, just getting positional advantages as much as he can. And now all three of them now can look for another way to try and move on forward. Look at Cyclone, though, just trying to push straight in, at least get his objective on their side of the map. But it's going to be a 3v2, though. Only problem is Alex is weak. Cube's already taken down as well. So we've got cleaned up by Cyclone, and that's going to be a nice little victory here. Oh, as I say, but what on earth happened? He should have just went straight in with it.
No, MMA came up, popped the gadget, popped Pop the super. Oh, fantastic defensive work from MMA. Take a bow, son. That was brilliant.
Can't believe that. And Joker's still trying to recover. Couldn't recover in time, but Cyclone gets to trade out for him as HK's trying to push on forward. Takes down MMA as well. That's going to be a full-on team wipe. The problem is the ball is going to be nowhere near their goal line. So now it gives Navi one last chance to put on one solid defense here to try and hold this win, but it's not going to happen. The ball slides just to the left-hand side. 30 seconds left.
Dark Joker just walked in. That's the power of Frank right there. Smashes away the wall and taps it in the corner. Absolutely beautiful stuff now, but the question is, can they hold on? 18 seconds to go here. This is looking dangerous. Oh, Sandstorm's running. HK's the only man in there. Cyclone! Just taps it over the line, and Navi found wanting. And, well, they're 1-0 down.
How do we say it? Sorry, not FA. Navi went the left and right lane. One of the players already taken down. Straight into the centre. Boom, done. Found the opening. Why not? Miles to finish up. Nice and easy. It wasn't easy to begin with, though, because MMA managed to get that first goal, and a pretty quick one to say the least. But this time around, yeah, it's a little bit more different. I kind of felt like FA individually, but also winning a lot of their duels, getting a huge amount of damage infliction compared to what Navi were bringing across the board. 21 takedowns, just under 163,000 damage, and this is the FA we expected. Definitely coming out to play here after yesterday's performance.
Yeah, massive standout performance from Cyclone in that first matchup. There's no doubt about it. He absolutely delivered. You know, that was a game that, by all measure, they kind of lost. You know, in all theory, Cyclone should have been backing and defending or helping out one of the left channels, but no. He saw the opportunity and took it, just tap, quick dribble, and shot straight away and just got it in the goal. You know, the speed, the power of Max. We know how quick Max can run, but absolutely fantastic goal there. Love to see that. A great individual little talent coming out. So it means we move on. It means we move on, and Navi find themselves one set down, just like they were against Mood. And this time we move over to Siege. It's some assembly required, and they need to figure themselves out here. I still have a little bit of faith in Navi, though. I feel that they can still turn this around, but they need to find some way of dealing with Cyclone.
They weren't too bad on nuts and bolts earlier on. They did lose to Mood Gaming, but that was basically because of a very strong counter they had to deal with. We saw them come out of the woodworks with a buzz and a thrower, but we've seen a buzz and a double throwers at one stage, didn't we, with one of the teams yesterday. But of course, that was nuts and bolts. With some assembly required, it could be something a little bit more different in terms of the composition we may see. We've seen the odd stew here and there come out of the woodwork as well, but again, it depends how much individual talent you have. If you're, you know, quite an average player and you use the stew, yeah, sure, you could do a little bit with the stew, but the problem is you can abuse his utilities so well. And we do see the Barley coming out here from Cyclone, and we do see the Rico coming out as well for Joker. But speaking of Joker, he's been pushed back a bit, but still doing a fair amount of damage onto Cube. Cube has actually decided just to hold into the left lane for now, but it looks like the bolts will be in favour of FA, and now they might be able to get centre control as well.
Yeah, both teams once again bringing the same mirror match comps, you know, got both running the same ideas throughout here. They should be able to hold this spot up pretty well. They are doing it as a two-man job. Cubic goes down. They're going to get some damage down here. Not going to be a massive amount, but with the Barley little tick damage as well, takes it down to 83%. So 17% off a level 1 attack. I think they'll take that every day. MMA, ooh, that last call absolutely, completely whiffed. And Red there, I think he was expecting someone to go into the bush, but he's getting caught out. Now he's going to be tied on bolts. This is a real problem here. FA might get themselves a second bot, and I think they will.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. And look at the bolts, though. Navi's only got 3, which means that once this bot's been done and dusted, it's not exactly a huge deficit, is it, to come back to, especially when they have centre control straight afterwards. As Alex now trying to do as much damage as he can to keep this bot at bay, but also almost took down HK. Doesn't clean him up, though. Joker does finish off MMA at the time. Cube is just trying to stay alive and just trying to recover from his losses, down to 64%. Bolts are all tied up here, but we full well know that if Navi do get this bot, they have to try and get some all-in going, but of course MMA does have the Barley as well to make it work to do some extra damage later on.
Yeah, at the moment though, free agents are kind of dominating, aren't they, this one? And Navi need to go back to the drawing board. You know, they've come with the same composition and it's just backfired horribly on them. They've been pretty well dominated. And for free agents, they've done a really good job. I don't know if you've noticed it, but HK and Dark Joker have been switching channels and keeping them guessing as to which side they can go. You know, MMA on the Barley, we know he's great on it, but was found wanting in that one. And everybody else focused in, and that will be a quick and early first set. With free agents already winning the first set 2-0, this could slip away very quickly from Navi.
It could be a quick one, you're right. And Cyclone doing his trademark emoji like he always does, just to frustrate his opponents a little bit more. Lovely, love to see it.
I just realized what I said. You know, we said the exact same thing yesterday. Blood Diamonds versus Reply Totem. We ended up going 5 games.
We did. Actually happened twice, I believe, as well. It's ridiculous. We'll see if it happens again, though. But the point you made earlier about Joker, yeah, I did notice that. He was starting on the left lane at the very beginning to try and keep Cube back, and then he was switching onto the right-hand side to deal with whatever matters were at hand at the time, because I think they were struggling just a little bit in that right-hand lane. So, of course, Joker was just trying to put a little bit more flair onto that side. But I think it's great, though. They haven't got just set lanes or a set variety of ways to do things. They'll just quickly switch things up just to completely throw Navi off, or whoever they throw off, really, because they do it against the majority of these teams. It just depends on how strong a certain brawler is on a certain lane. If it's too strong, then they may switch it around to help out on the other side, etc. But it seems like Joker was definitely keeping his movement, keeping himself on his toes, keeping Navi guessing on where he's going to be doing and what shenanigans he's going to be up to. But it's great play, great way to work things out for him, because sometimes some of these players can be a little bit stale and will just stick to their lanes and not really change things up too much. But Joker, yeah, you're right, though. It's a great way to definitely help hold on to their lead and also not really give Navi any bolts at all.
My worry is that we've started both games on Brawl Ball and here on Nuts and Bolts. Some assembly required. And they've both been mirror matches, and Navi have been swept both times. So in terms of like going head to head, the free agents have the better of them right now, which for Navi, that's a worry. And also means you've got to remove ego play and move to full tactical style. So this is where, I mean, the coach will earn his money if he's involved in the conversations, or, you know, it's sometimes, I don't know how involved he is in the conversations in between games. It might not be a case of being able to talk to him. But they're going with the mirror match once again. And, you know, it didn't work out for Navi last time. I just got to see whether they could turn it around this time with Cyclone on Barley this time.
Yeah, Alex and Joker have actually traded each other out. And if they're giving Alex a hard time, you know, this is where it's going to cause some issues. Cyclone just trying to get away with the Barley, but Cube does take him down. This is a much better start, even though it's a tied siege. Navi does have the Bolt lead, and HK now just trying to get away, knowing that it's going to be in a 2v1 scenario, but actually finds Cube, take him down, and Cyclone is just on the back foot and actually gets cleaned up as well. Good start from Navi.
Yeah, really, really strong start this time around. Just a few little changes seem to have paid off. You know, MMA going in the mid. You know, he was on the right channel. He's in the mid channel this time. Cubic over on the right side. So it's just these little adjustments is maybe all they needed to do. You know, they were looking at it, thinking how it works. So you can see it's the two Barleys up against each other. Cubic hits the Sandstorm just to make sure they lock out that control. And this is going to be a really strong, I mean, it'll be the first bot. Obviously, it's the second wave. Really strong bot coming out here at level 11. And they still have that mid control. And with only 3 bolts in the hands of free agents, they could definitely get a control once again. They already have. They already have a lead on bolts.
Yeah, this bot's been to the gym quite a while, 5 days a week, to come out this time round to try and take out the defense here from Navi. So for FA rather, but 61%, that's actually still pretty good considering it's quite an open space for them. But now they just need to see if they can make this work. Only 1 bolt behind, which is plenty of time for them to try and work with, to try and push into the centre. But HK, look at the aggression there, coming towards MMA. Will almost take him down, but he saw Q was able to cut the path off. 1v2 now. Surely this is going to be Navi's here. And what a night and day difference here.
Yeah, very strong. I mean, it was all about the start, right? So I guess that means we're going to probably have a mirror match once again going into the 3rd set. But it does mean that Navi have that fight in them. And even with the ego play of basically pulling the same brawlers out, they've proven what they needed to adjust, and it was simply positioning.
It certainly was, and I did not expect that at all. We were talking about how for both these teams. If Navi go head-to-head with the same brawlers in this mirror matchup, surely FA will take it every single time. But we saw, in terms of positional advantage for Navi, there was another occasion where Cube was able to cut off their path a couple of times as well, was completely shot down their entire attack. And really need to keep an eye on Cube. But we know normally Alex is pretty much the flavour of the month in a lot of these games. But Cube definitely cutting the path quite a few times here. And then FA running out of ideas. So we're going to see if they're going to continue with this mirror matchup and feel like they can get a bit more value. But you've got to remember though, in the previous series, Navi were looking very strong on nuts and bolts and then just came up against a full counter-attack, a full counter in terms of composition. And there was nothing they could have done. But I think it's a little bit different this time considering the ballers they currently have.
Yeah, I mean, the free agents obviously did the same on Sneaky Pills just a moment ago. They switched to Frank in there, the Frank paid off. It wasn't particularly the thing that won them the game, but it did get them the goal, the equalising goal. So, it's within free agents' hands. They have that one game advantage as well. So one set advantage. They're coming to this as effectively, I wouldn't say the underdogs, but, Navi is Navi. That has been said. It's a massive organization. There's a lot of pressure and weight that goes with that. They're the number one team from their region. So they can't be seen to be beaten by, random thrown together teams. I mean, not that they are that random, but they're pretty well known. But they are free agents. They're not an org. So
yeah,
but to Navi themselves, any Navi fans out there, this would be a devastating loss for them. So the pressure's also there. It does seem that they are going with a mirror match once again. They've changed it around there. Cyclone's going on that right channel, it seems.
Yeah, sticking to their guns now already. Look how much damage FA have already taken. I kind of feel like Navi have got their number and just can't really retaliate in any way. HK is just trying to stay alive at this point, and he can't. And if they take him down, it means they're going to have to continue with this numbers disadvantage. It's already going to be a tied siege in that first spot. But now, though, Cyclone looking to try and put the pressure onto Alex. But Alex looks like he should be able to get away here, which he does. There's a little bit of damage onto HK. As we're not seeing as much flair here from FA, but HK, he is actually moving and separating the players from Navi apart, but still, though, taking down one at a time, single file.
I really like that. They used the Sandstorm not only to help survive, but also to return 3 bolts at the same time. So they took mid-control with it and just made full use of it. Total objective control. Speaking of which, now Cubic's going to get chased down by HK, but there's not a lot he's going to be able to do about this. It's going to be a level 10 Siege bot coming out here. There's going to be, as you said earlier, a beefy boy. He's been doing squats down the gym morning and night, twice a day. This boy goes to the gym. So there's going to be a lot of damage going down on that one. You can see it's a 50% hit already.
Certainly is, and FA only 1 bolt behind. They just need just one good counter-attack. One attack will just definitely do it and seal the deal, and then they'll have to all in straight afterwards, especially with the barley on Cyclone's hands. But Alex is doing a lot of work onto Cyclone, takes him down, but at the same time, Cyclone did take down MMA. But look at the bolt count now, still looking for 3 more bolts, but Cube's actually taken one of them, and he's going to be able to try and get away with it if he can. Anything maybe they can do, try and get in the one to try and at least tie the siege. But look at this, still back and forth. It's going to be close, but it looks like Navi will be able to pick it up right at the dying moment. And that is going to be Navi's set in the end.
That is a kicker. That is a kicker. It was 9-9. I mean, even if it had been tied, Navi would have taken it. But still, that last bolt went in the last split second. And the win goes to Navi. So, a game and a half, don't we? All tied, 1 apiece now in terms of sets, which means we move on to the bounty map, dry season next, and things are starting to get very interesting. Now, we know how it's going to go. We know how it's going to go, Harry. This is going to be, once again, a mirror match going into dry season, which means Brock was banned out there, so it's going to be Bell, it's going to be Piper, and it's going to be Navi. And that's how things are going to be.
Pretty standard, we can call it. Pretty standard indeed. Navi, 27 takedowns, just over 230,000 damage. Showing some life on the server. Even that second game, we was skeptical of a 3-0, but of course not. Of course not. We're casting it. It's going to be a 5-setter. We know it. And in terms of predictions as well, chat predicted FA to take this 64% in favour of them to the Navi to 36%. So it does show that chat are feeling, leaning towards FA a tad, which is understandable from the reputation they've shown us over the last few weeks. But Navi really showing some life, like I've already mentioned. It's definitely going to be very tough to call this next few sets. And you saw that I do like the balls and the confidence from FA. Just gone, oh no, we'll keep it as a mirror match. We still think we can definitely take it down. That oozes confidence, but it's a shame for them that they couldn't really get their act together on a number of occasions. But we'd love to know your guys' opinion at home. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts so you can comment, interact with us. And we may show you the best tweets on stream here just to see what your thoughts and feelings are towards either this match, past matches, or the matches later on today or future play days. But again, though, if you're just joining us, it's 1-1 currently in the series. It's definitely going to be an absolute slobber knocker going forth in these next 3 sets. And definitely got a game on our hands there. Let's see how FA can potentially retaliate.
Yeah, I do wonder whether anyone's going to vary anything. In case you've just joined us, then Brock, Ash, and Poco were all banned out from this one. So, you know, with Brock taken off the table, we would expect, especially with it being dry season's a pretty large open map, generally going to be long-range snipers. So, you know, with Bell available, with Piper available, you know, Nani is the go-to with Brock being taken off the table. So, definitely going to be interesting aim duel. We know that Jason ordinarily would be very good on the Piper. Obviously, whether he is available to rotate in. For Navi, they are a 4-man squad, you know, rotate through. So they totally could bring him in and rotate through if they wanted to, but I don't know if he's available. I mean, he didn't play yesterday at all, so he might not be around this week.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because I still can't tell how this is going to go, because both these teams, so I feel like Navi relies a lot more on momentum than FA do. I kind of feel like FA are kind of a lot more structured and organised, which is probably why Navi is excelling a little bit. But we're going to see now is we do have the tick there, I believe, as well as the Sprout and the Bell. On the other side, we've got a Leon, the Piper and the tick. So a little bit interesting. Not really too far apart in terms of what their plan of action is going to be, but still no one's actually got the blue star as of yet. But as I say, that Cyclone's just sneaked by and managed to pick that up, but in the end, though, gets taken down. And it does mean that Navi have that 1-star lead.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. With the Sprout coming in, I would have expected a Piper at the very least, but, you know, they're going with the Bell for that one. We saw some incredible Bells, and we know Bell can be very strong. Yesterday, I understand the double thrower mentality. Maybe they were expecting this Leon to come out from Alex. We've seen Leon played a couple of times, and he can be deadly on the stealth. Not only pushing, but also being defensive. Like if the tick comes in a little too close, then the Leon's going to put a lot of damage down. At the moment, though, they are being pushed and pressured, and free agents help themselves the lead and the blue star.
And they have done. Still back and forth, but it looks like the damage infliction is going in favour of FA, but MMA is still trying to push up on that right lane, but the Pipers have to deal a fair amount of damage into the centre. Really can't get anything going here, but Alex has just had enough. He wants to dive straight into that left lane to cause an absolute ruckus as everyone's trying to put their focus onto him, as Alex attracting a lot of attention there. They pulled all the way back. Cube's taken down Joker, and looks like it's almost going to be a team wipe, as HK does manage to stay alive, but the work has already been done from Navi. Gets away, 20 seconds left.
That was a huge super from Cubic because he was a dead man. The pressure's still on them, though. As you say, 15 seconds and counting. They're going to try and push into this one. Dark Joker walks headlong into a double volley from Alex and Cubic, and that should be enough. Now Cyclone goes in. That shield's not going to be able to save him from Alex. Alex won't be able to take him down. He goes pushing for it, and they will wipe them out. And Navi will, for the first time in this game, start off a series 1-0 up.
Well, this is definitely going to be a little bit more of a spectacle than we anticipated at the very beginning. I'm still not too sure about the Sprout pick. I still think it's a little bit questionable. Our tick is very standard, but at the same time, it stops you from making these initial pushes as well in terms of aggression. So I want to see if he switches from a Sprout to something else, and maybe even switch out the tick. But the problem is tick is very standard on this map, so it's very difficult to really replace it with anything else, depending on what kind of style they're after.
Absolutely. If you have just joined us, by the way, it is a simple round-robin ladder format until we hit the top 4. And that's what these two are really fighting for. The top 4 at the end of 8 play days will go through to the finals. Just I see some questions in chat. So I just thought I'd get that clear to you guys. At the moment, the likes of AC Man Clash are top undefeated. SK Gaming behind them with 1 loss. And then it's getting pretty tight between the likes of Blood Diamonds, Reply Totem, and Free Agents and Navi. These teams, you know, this is a big game for both of these teams for a chance to be in that top. Of course, they all play each other twice throughout, so it'll be 14 matches that they all play out throughout those 8 play days. At the moment, we're going to be hitting the halfway stage at the end of today. So keep your eyes peeled for the rest of the fixtures as we go through the night. We've got a lot of all the top teams all play every single day. Here we go.
Yeah, can't really complain, can we?
Back to this game. Back to this game. I do agree with you. You know, a double thrower, I'm not sure about that. I guess if they were going to be pushed, but, you know, Navi were always going to be looking for the snipe fight. So maybe it's a case of switch out Sprout, bring on the Piper, and away we go.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Maybe a little bit more range across the board. The throwers do obviously have a little bit of range, but yeah, it's it depends on the circumstances of how they want to approach it. I do feel like at least one of them needs to be taken out. Maybe not the Tick, but the Sprout surely at this point. But, you know, would say Brock, but he's banned, so that's not going to happen at all. But definitely need to put something on the woodwork. And I do feel like for FA, they need to try and end this in 4 sets, because we saw how strong Navi was on the final game time. I think it was Heist and Hot Potato, and they were looking very good. And they've already played it recently as well, so they kind of adjusted to what they want to do. But okay, a Mortis comes out from Alex. That's something I did not anticipate at all. And the Surge as well coming out. Okay, very interesting. Completely different composition there, D-Man.
Yeah, they've totally switched things up here. This is, definitely caught me completely off guard. This is not what I was expecting. So the total change from Navi to go against the norm. Were they still expecting the double throwers, or maybe they were expecting the Bell Piper so they could jump on them? I think the Leon being there has kind of put a monkey wrench in their plans to try and keep the damage down. But that said, MMA gets in there, gets the first snipe done.
This is absolute madness. I'm still surprised with the composition here, and you can see Alex just trying to wave back and forth on the back. Literally, it was back against the wall, but it looks like he's going to be finding his moment to try and push it on forward. But Navi, only 3 stars up. HK almost cleaned up there. Does get away, but speaking of clean outs, MMA does take down Cyclone there. So he's pretty pleased with himself about that, as now they're just trying to put a little bit more pressure onto MMA on the right-hand side. But yeah, Navi coming out swinging this game.
Yeah, and I mean, MMA, I mean, he had the turret down, the penny, but they knew they were up against throwers. I'm a little confused, but I'm not going to complain. It's working. They've got the opening couple of kills. I'm not sure it's going to completely work here, because it looks like free agents are going to end very much in that corner. But definitely interesting choices. They definitely switched it up this time about. But I think this is possibly the first time I've ever seen Penny being used on a bounty map like this, but they still hold the lead. It's now or never for free agents.
And they're still keeping tabs on Alex's Mortis. He's waiting for him to see if he makes that push, but they've actually kept him back, and they're also taking a fair amount of damage. This could be their time, and Cyclone does take down Cube, which means, but they win by 1 star.
He's swinging the spade. He's literally mid-animation swing to get the kill, and free agents come out on top in that game. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, you know, Ark was mentioning it. I love the fact that the meta is as wide open as you can be right now, and it does offer opportunities like this. I do feel that Navi maybe went a little all in on the composition change.
Yeah.
I didn't keep one of the, I mean, they were keeping MMA as the long range sniper, you know, but he's, yeah. I thought they would have kept at least a Bell or a Piper in there, and that may be the adjustment they make, because the Mortis kind of, I mean, I get it. I just think they were expecting a Bell Piper sort of stand lay up, and then Mortis was going to get in and have his free way with them. It just wasn't the beat.
Yeah, I kind of feel like for them, I know what Navi are like. We're on the same page. They love the aggression and love to rely on the borders, which has more fire rate rather than range. And I think that's kind of what they went for as well. We know Mortis obviously hasn't got the range, but the aggression is still there, and they can follow suit on how Alex wants to go about it. But I don't think Alex did a huge amount with that Mortis. So there is definitely going to be a change here or there at some stage, unless Navi feel like they could have made that composition work better in some way. But the problem is, now if they realise what they're up against, they could bring anything. So will they make a drastic change? I don't think so. They should really just stick to their guns, because it's still definitely worked out for them, and there's no reason why they don't need to try and make any odd change. Maybe the one change, maybe, but apart from that, that's literally about it. But yeah, seeing the Mortars and the Surge just come out like that, we're just like, okay, this is going to be an interesting match.
I'm not having any of it. I'm not having any of it. Get back on Bell. Get back on Piper. It worked well for you. You know how it's going to work out. Probably bring the Tick out, as much as I hate it. Tick's such a boring brawler, honestly, and doesn't offer too much other than just being annoying. Let's get a game underway, though. Come on, Harry, it's your turn to press the start button. You're hosting it. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. So, the Byron in there. So the Byrons come out this time. The Bow and the Penny stays. I mean, they are keeping it fresh, Navi, today.
Yeah, they really are. I'm not going to say it's debatable until this match finishes, because then we'll get like a flavour of how this may work or may not work. I don't know. This is definitely news to me. But it looks like FA, understandable. They're just going to stick to the guns and just stick to the same composition. But the Byron, though, might help a little bit. With the Bow, yeah, it's interesting pick in itself. Has actually taken a lot of damage with that Bow with the Devil. And then Alex is still trying to get a little bit more done. He's actually very weak. This could be an opener, but the problem is they have to deal with both Cube and MMA, who's on the front line and just keeping that cover. So, yeah, we are going to continue seeing a stalemate. But the good thing for FA is the fact that they do have the 1 star. It's going to be Navi who needs to be the ones to make this push, but Navi seems to be the ones who are actually on the back foot, which is not what we expected.
But the Penny's Totem turret goes down, so now that's a problem for them. But as you can see, free agents are the ones with the lead. And look at this, they've just backed away out of range of the Penny turret. So it's like, yeah, you're going to throw the turret down there. We have the lead, and now it doesn't bother us at all. So, the bow mine's just getting swept out. They'll catch it too much. Alex taken very low on that as well, but will survive. But this is a problem for Navi. Look at the open expanse that they have to cover, and they haven't really got the range to challenge down against Cyclone trying to push across it.
And HK needs to just continue making sure to put the pressure on with that Tick. If he doesn't, then it's going to be he's giving a real lot of trouble. I remember he actually could have pushed that, but he wasn't really too sure, as you can see. HK is so weak. 10 seconds left, but Joker's taken down. But MMA, they need to try and push this if he can, but he can't. It's already too weak. But at this point, it's Navi with the blue star. Can they take it? No, they cannot. And it's going to be Navi who win that little scuffle.
Oh, the cheeky little kill in the corner to give them the equal 5 star, and the blue star goes across them. It forced Cyclone to push in. And, you know, eventually, the Penny turret got put in the corner. I don't know how much it paid. It was Dark Joker that got took down in the corner there, which took it to 5. And again, the Penny turret, it forced Cyclone to just have to be ultra aggressive. But it's Navi that take the game with, I would say, a pretty darn unorthodox setup on Dry Season. You know, all credit to them for taking the win there.
3 completely different compositions as well, and it just shows their skill across the board with a lot of these brawlers. It's very hard just to consistently do the switcheroo, especially in the same set, just to try and make something work. But it was still a very close affair in every game. I think they were just trying to force FA to readjust to these different compositions every time, because of course Navi's got the experience against this matchup. I'm sure they've done it quite a few times in scrims, but FA, they probably haven't to a certain degree. I'm sure they're nowhere near as experienced against a lot of these different compositions we saw just then in that last set. It was balmy. But we are going to be going to our next set. We'll be dueling Beetles, and it's going to be very aggressive, very hectic, just the way we like it.
Yeah, so if you don't know the map, it's pretty much dead central point. That is the hot zone, and you have to fight for it. Now, what are we going to expect out of here? Just to reaffirm the bans for you, because this could be quite important. Ash, Poco, and Brock, which means the likes of Stu is available. 8-Bit is in there. You know, hell, we've had a Meg. We had a Meg here yesterday from SK, and it worked wonderful. So yeah, this is going to be quite open. We had Mr. P on here yesterday. I think it was Blood Diamond that brought Mr. P out, didn't they?
We had a Pam as well, I believe,
yeah,
at one stage.
We've had a couple of Pams. SK have brought Bo out here a number of times. Honestly, the variety that is open, I mean, that's why I love this map, because the variety of choices that we've seen. You know, even Jesse turret set up with the with all sorts in there. I really, honestly, you could just pretty much list most of the brawlers out there and say that's what we're gonna get.
Yeah, we've had like at least 10, haven't we? Like trying to make this make this work. We don't really see many throws to keep him out the objective, but we don't really see that much anymore anyway ever since the update. So I want to see, what they are actually going to bring. I would like to see a bit more Stu. That would definitely work. We may see the odd Pam just as a one-trick pony to kind of throw things off a little bit, but we've seen quite a lot of 8-bit, like you rightly mentioned as well, as one of the brawlers earlier on, because he can be very effective with the fire rate. The only problem is the fact that the only time 8-bit will work is depending on what brawlers he's going to be up against. If it's a lot of ranged brawlers, then you can make it work, just due to the fact that he could be a little bit more aggressive. But what are Navi going to do? Are they going to focus more on the ranged brawlers? Are they going to look for more fire rate and aggression instead, which is where the 8-bit would definitely play a part? Or if they bring out something completely different? It's very tough because this is going to be Navi's series to lose here. I do feel like this set was made for them, considering they're all on the same page, and with a variety of compositions they're bringing to the table, just constantly just meddling with FA's mind games here in terms of what brawlers to pick. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, and for Navi, obviously they just use Penny. You know, Penny is totally viable on this map. I do believe I think it was Navi that brought it out in the first place. It was Navi versus 3X. It was the first game of the ESL Mobile Challenge on this map. And I distinctly remember Ark banging on about the Penny because they kept putting the turret in the middle instead of being on one of the L's on the left or right-hand side channels. So, you know, there is another option. They've already just proved that they've got it in their locker. Honestly, this is an interesting one. As I say, you know, there's a lot on the line for this. So Navi 2-1 up in sets. If they could take it here, it would be a massive day for them and me, because I've got them with the prediction. And you guys at home, by the way, you guys predicted that they would win as well. You know, it's only this guy. Well, he's over this way, actually. He's over here. This guy over here that said they weren't going to win. And neither did Ark, by the way. So don't.
Look, I deserve it.
I don't want to get in chat saying we need Ark in here because he knows what he's on about. But if they lose, you know, Mr. 100%. Is under pressure.
Do what, we deserve it, because I threw some shade at you after the first set, and I was like, Navi, they're gonna sorry, not Navi, FA gonna literally have a nice little 3-0 sweep on their hands. It's looking very good, but ever since I said that, it's clear Navi's probably earning and gone, well, no, you're not actually. And it's like I said, it's us casting, so I'm not surprised we're seeing Navi absolutely swing.
It's gonna go 5 maps, isn't it? We know it's gonna go 5 maps. Yeah. It's just like a given.
It really is. And if it does, even now, I think that's going to come to a final game on Hot Potato, because we saw it with Navi earlier on. They were good, but there was some little weaknesses which were exploited by Mood Gaming. But that's Mood Gaming. This is FA. This is a slightly different kettle of fish just entirely. But guys, we'd love to know your thoughts at home on just in terms of your opinions and predictions and how you think this series is going to go. Or maybe a series later on. Just let us know. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts and feelings. And we may even read these tweets out on here on the show. And it'll be interesting to see just exactly get someone else's opinion, because we're both just wondering, you know, what on earth's going to happen in these next 2 sets. But I do feel like Navi needs to close it out here and now. But it's going to be a tough task in itself.
Absolutely. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a very interesting one. I mean, we saw this. I feel like it was Navi that played on it yesterday. I keep getting so many flashbacks because we've had this map a good many times over the last few days. Navi actually only ended up playing the first game, didn't they, yesterday? So it's not. It was Reply Totem Blood Diamond again. I swear to God, I'm mixing them completely up as I was earlier. But as I say, we saw Blood Diamonds pulling out Mr. P. We've had Friesenly. We've had Sprouts. Sprouts can work out very well here, which obviously we already saw Free Agents bringing out. Obviously the trio on the side, just so we could have the double Sprout. Remember, Brock is banned. Brock would 100% be picked on this map. 100% would be a huge part of it. But the fact that he's banned is going to open up quite a lot of opportunities. Bell has been enormous on here so many times. Byron has been strong in there. Like I say, this is, for me, one of my favorite maps in the entire rotation, because of the variety that we've seen and that the teams have proven works. It's not like they've picked it and it's just been horrible and then they go back to the tried and tested. No, there's a massive amount of variety in this one.
Yeah, for Julian Beatles, it's more about game sense initiative, but it's all about those split-second decisions as well and how patient you can be. We've seen SK, where all 3 of them were in the centre of the objective. Their opponents, I'm not sure which team it was, had 3 different angles, and it's all about prioritization in terms of who to focus on, who, where, and why. And, you know, it's times like that where it separates from good team to the great team. Just listen to that small talk and be able to rectify anything along the way. And it is really, really tough to call. It can be very hectic and very aggressive, but it's more organised chaos, really, isn't it? In a lot of instances, just depends on what brawler picks we're going to get. We've seen very rare stalemate situations, but then again, it depends on the circumstances, doesn't it? It's tough because we know that Navi do prefer the aggressive brawlers with a lot more fire rate, and it depends if we're going to get it this time round. We're going to see the 8-bit. We're definitely going to get at least one range brawler. Probably will be the Bell or maybe the 5%.
So news update, and I can see that Olga's in chat as well. News update. Because the Horus bow skin was played in the last game, it was patched last week, but was not announced that it was still not allowed. As it wasn't allowed basically by ESL still. It hadn't been changed in the rules, so it was still in the rules to say it's not allowed. Therefore,
oh no,
Navi avoid the last game, and free agents are now 2-1 up in set, and not Navi.
See, your prediction's looking now good, isn't it, D-Man? Very good. That's a face of uncertainty. You know, that is absolutely typical, isn't it? But do you know what? Whilst we let D-Man just recover from that statement, we've got a little video package for you guys at home, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
I am Minso, and I'm the coach of Reply Totem.
So my name is Nikonaki. I'm coach and manager for Mood Gaming.
Hello, I'm Semantic. I'm a player for SK Gaming.
I am Auge, the coach for the Brawl Stars roster of Natus Linkere.
It's a bit weird, but I was given an account, and its name was Insomniac. But the game was too long, so I decided to shorten it to Inso.
Actually, it's random letters. I didn't expect to write Nikonaki. It was for a Spotify playlist, and then it becomes Nikonaki everywhere.
It was back then in a MMO game where my friend had literally this username, and he didn't use it anymore. And I like just the name. Like, it has no meaning behind it. I just like the name. So I asked him, since he didn't use it anymore, bro, how is it? Can I take your nickname since you're not using it anymore? And the only nickname I had so far was my real name, which obviously you don't want in online games. So I took it, and since then, 2012 or something, I just kept with it.
Probably Frank, so I could be the DJ and listen to some good music.
Oh, for sure Gale, because he's always sleeping like me.
I mean, Nani is literally a mate for Jessie, so why not have it for me?
Probably Pam, because she would be like a real mother. I don't know, that sounds weird.
I mean, you obviously want someone who either carries you or who can support you the most.
Well, I think Meg, because she's OP.
So like, a healer would be obviously like a really good choice, like a Byron who can attack and defend, and healers in like critical situations, but also like just an insane DPS brawler would be also good. Maybe even Meg, like just calling a bot which she repairs herself, that would be awesome.
Like, I think Bibi has, first of all, a really cool skin for a zombie apocalypse, and second of all, she can also fight the zombies with this baseball pit, I think it is.
Probably. Yeah. I'll go with Mac.
For the moment, Jackie, because you can just go on everyone, destroy them, set ultimate, destroy them again, and destroy them once again.
For sure, Meg, Asha, and Jackie, I would say. Like, they're super strong.
I think you guys should be warned that we're not here to laugh, and no one knows our 100% level because we never showed it.
Watch out for Totem, guys. We're coming strong.
No. No, for sure.
We are definitely not giving you an easy matchup, so you better prepare yourself.
Fighting words from a lot of those players and coaches are coming out. But sorry guys, there is going to be a little bit more of a further delay, and we do apologise for that. We will get the series underway when we can. The start button is currently broke. We are trying to fix it, and everyone in the background is trying to fix it as well. But so guys, don't go anywhere. We're back in just a few minutes when we get things sorted in the background, and we'll be back continuing this series between Navi as well. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. If you were joining us earlier on or have just joined us, it is currently now 2-1 in favour of FA against Navi in this series. We had a little bit of a chat and just trying to sort things out behind the scenes, and I think a few bits and pieces are still going on, but I promise you guys we are going to try and get this series underway and finished off if we ever get the chance here, D-Man. But D-Man, you know, we're back, we're ready, we're looking to hopefully get into the fourth set. It kind of feels like a best of 11 at this point, but I will say it's continuing to be a close affair.
So, just to recap what's happened, Sneaky Fields, the Brawl Ball went to free agents, their first game, 2-0. Some assembly required on Siege, then went over to Navi, and Bounty was dry season. Despite Navi winning the final game, they did use an illegal skin. It's still not allowed, despite the fact that the bug has been fixed. It is still not allowed within the rules, and therefore free agents win and now lead the series 2-1 in sets. It means we're moving on to Julian Beetles, which would be the hot zone map. And we can go back to talking complete rubbish about it, because what we were talking about is the fact that absolutely anything can be played on this map these days, and I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most chaotic and hectic maps to go on for Julian Beetles, and you're right, bro. In terms of compositions, it's going to be very tough to call exactly what we're going to see, but guess what? We are going to have to see. We are going to, get the start button working again. We are going to now find out who's going to come out on top in this series. We are going to the fourth set, and okay, interesting. So literally the difference I've noticed is with the Sandy and the Bell. So you can see that, especially on the side, especially for Cyclone as well, you can see that FA got a little bit more range, but let's see if it's going to work out for him, as Alex doing a fair amount with the Stu on the left-hand side, and it looks like Navi's got early map control.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the bonus you have with the Sandy being in there as well, and the Leon, you have so much invisibility to be around that hot zone as and when you need it. Very even between the two at the moment. The Leon on the left-hand side working well. Alex is going to push down and get Cyclone picked off there, and that opens it up for Cyclone to get around, Cubic, to get around the backside, clear out the zone. Now it is Navi in full control.
Navi really showing what they're made of here, and obviously there's been, they've been very patient going into this fourth set, but Navi clearly not happy about earlier on, so now they just really want to take out on them here. Just so much aggression across the board. Joker's right next to him, still doesn't take anyone down, and my goodness, FA are just really struggling. Cube taking and Cyclone again. HK is going to be the last one. Joker does come back trumped, but the problem is Navi just looking super solid here.
Absolutely. They're trying to push out through the mid once again, but they're walking into a brick wall. Alex once again, beautiful sidestep. Cubic comes in, wipes them out once again, and that will be the first game. Solid work from Navi to dominate there. Loving the juking that Alex was doing on the Stew.
Yeah, that was an extremely quick matchup. I don't think there was even a moment where they even broke Navi set up here, but the worst thing was they were continuously on the aggression, especially pushing into the center as well, just making sure they never had free up alive for FA so they could come back in this matchup. Look, again, back and forth, just making sure they're taking a little bit of damage across the board, but at the same time, there was only one moment where FA could have really made something happen, which was this moment here, but they just couldn't get it together. It was just absolutely balmy. So the question is now, what are they going to change up? Do they want to stick with the Bell? It looks like we were right in terms of our predictions with Navi, just going for more the aggression and the fire rate rather than the range.
Absolutely. I mean, do they try and switch things up here? Because, we talked about it. The Stew, yes, absolutely works. You could potentially bring the A-bit in there. Maybe, I'm not too sure. But the Stew was definitely a big part of it. I love the fact bringing the Sandy as well. We didn't even really see Sandstorm being overly used there. And the Leon to back it up. As I said at the time, there's so much layers of invisibility that they can use to just keep themselves within that zone. And in terms of direct head-to-head, they kind of just dominated the lanes. Alex did an amazing job on Stew there. So what do free agents do? Do they bring a thrower to the table maybe? Because obviously, we're dealing with this area invisibility. Possibly a Barley could come in there and try and get that splash damage down, or maybe even a Sprout once again to try and buffer them away and just keep them out of the zone. Be very interesting to see what they switch up.
Yeah, it's like, do they want to throw it to keep him out the objective and just trying to keep him away from centre control, or do they have something equally as aggressive and just have it back and forth and just try and continue with the trades, maybe in their favour, depending on the circumstances of some of the duels, they do take depending on which lane as well. It's really, really tough to call because I do feel like if it does go to the final set, then it's going to be on hot potato and it's going to be more on FA's turf, just due to the fact they've got a little bit more room to breathe and really structure what they want to do in terms of their plan of action. But for Navi, this is kind of like their home ground pretty much. This really suits their style, and you saw from that first game, super clean, never really got out of control in any way, shape or form, just really muddling the minds of the three agents. And we've seen exactly what they can do. It looks like the Byron's going to come out this time round for Navi. And the Bell's also been switched up for the Leon. So this is going to be a lot better here for FA. But let's see how this Byron's going to work here from Alex.
MMA very low, but Cubic comes in and gets HK down. And they do get that little start control. Get the foot in the door effectively. As Dark Jester forced to back away. Cyclone tries to peek around the side, but it's not going to be enough. Cyclone ready waiting. Now, obviously, what Alex brings with the Byron, he gets those extra heals in there as well, but he's got that range advantage, so he's going to try and keep that channel alive. But at the moment, they're struggling to fight for control in this mid.
Certainly have done 2v2 scenario, but it looks like FA are the ones who have taken way too much damage. They're going to have to try and fight for another day. Cyclone's looking to try and recover, so is Joker. But HK is now back, but then again, so is MMA, as Q taking a fair amount of damage. They're all trying to push it in together, but the damage output from Navi is just ridiculous. But saying that, though, Cyclone left on 6 HP. Joker trying to find something, going sneaky in the grass there, but ain't going to be able to clean him up. Did a tiny bit of damage, but it does mean they've got up a little bit on objective. Navi still, though, trying to increase their lead. It's going to be a tough one here.
It is. Moment though, it is Navi that do hold that lead, and as soon as they force Cyclone back, that surely gives them the driving seat. Dark Joker comes in, but it meets 3 angry Navi members head on, and they will be evening up the series 2-2. I have no doubt about this. They are dominating here on Julian Beatles.
Yeah, this is definitely suits their style, and you can see it clear as day as well. Don't get me wrong, Navi had a few more issues along the line in this game, but definitely not changing the scoreline much at all. But saying that though, FA have caught up a little bit, got full control here, but I'll say that Joker did take down Cube. MMA is just looking for blood here, just wants to push it into the south to try and put additional pressure onto HK. And there we have it. Navi managed to win that matchup, and it does mean that we are going to go to the 5th set.
Yeah, so that will be hot potato,
Yeah.
and I mean, let's just give Navi credit where credit's due. You know that this should be the series wrapped up for them. They've been done by the rules, and you know what? The rules are there. If you break the rules, you've got to face the consequences.
Yeah.
So they could easily have just played with any skin. It doesn't give you an advantage, and they could have just come with a default bow, and it would have been the win for them, and it would have been a fantastic win. But let's take nothing away from what they just did there on Julian Beatles. That was dominant control from Navi, and they need to take that and the possible fueled anger with them into hot potato here, which is a tricky map in itself. We've seen a lot of different variations of competitions being used on this. The Edgar's been used a fair amount of time, you know, the Bell as well. You can even have the Bell and the Byron, who knows. Possibly the Rico, which we saw earlier on. That wasn't the greatest for Navi. Worked out well for FA Trio, though. Or maybe even just possibly throw the stew in there and just get in their faces. Who knows?
It's weird as well, because what I've witnessed in tournaments is the fact that that's happened to me in my team in the past, where some reason where like you think a set goes our way and then actually it's gone to them due to a ruling or anything like that, we feel really deflated and have to come straight into it knowing that we was ahead, needed one more set, to then have to come back 2 sets straight afterwards. More times than not, normally it is just you become way too deflated and then that's going to be it, and then it's going to close out the series. But this time around, Navi just used that as fuel to the fire, gone, well, do you know what? Julian Beal, this is definitely our home turf. We can definitely make something happen here. And now that they've made it 2-2, momentum's heavily in their favour. For Navi, momentum, that's what they strive on. With FA, they're a lot more structured, but this is why this map on Hot Potato, I feel like they're going to be a little bit more in their comfort zone, but it does mean Navi, by any means, are going to not cause any more trouble, because we saw Alex earlier on smashing it with the Rico in that left lane, and was just causing so much hassle and just being a real nuisance here, as I still don't really fare too much for FA here, considering the circumstances we've seen over the last couple of sets.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, there should be 3-1 down. It's 2-2. You know, they maybe checked out a little bit. Maybe just thought they'd got one up on Navi and just kind of caught in the headlights a little bit there by what was a very aggressive Navi. and now they need to just bottle up that aggression and move forward into this next matchup. Because this is a map that they've struggled on in the past, Hot Potato. They've definitely had their issues on here, and they've got to be careful that it doesn't sort of trail away, because Navi have been into that 5th final set so many times and fallen to the wayside. Springer especially, where they had to pick themselves up. They managed, though, to drag themselves out of the mire against 3X at the start of last week. And this is where, a win here for Navi is crucial for their top 4 challenge, effectively. We have, in my mind, 6 teams challenging for those top 4, and effectively 4 teams fighting for 2 spots. Clash and SK, I think everyone is not going to disagree that they probably will be in that top 4, which leaves 2 spots. You've got Blood Diamonds, Reply Totem, Free Agents, Navi. I think at this stage, I'm going to rule out 3X because they're at 1 and 5, and Mood because they're at 0 and 7 now, I think. So we're going to rule them out because, even if Mood were to win every single game, they'd be on 8 and 7. So it's not going to happen. So this game is like a must-win for Navi. And for FA Trio. Not FA Trio, just FA. Got the FA Trio in mode. We've had that many FAs out there over the time, but yes, we'll see. Okay, so what do they bring to the table? Stu, Bell, Griff. Like it, Navi. Rico, Barley, Bell for Free Agents. I like both comps.
Yeah, I certainly do. And you're right, though. Think about it. If Navi do win this series and FA win their series later on, they're going to be tied 4 and 3 in the standings. So they're going to be neck and neck. And you're right, though. It is a must-win for both of these teams. Navi especially, considering the position they are currently in. Cyclone absolutely demolished MMA in that left lane. Joker looking to try and get a little bit more done there. Alex is only on 104 HP. Joker just needs to hit that one last shot, and he does. Literally only on 304 HP. Looking good so far for FA, but the problem is they've only tickled the safe here.
Yeah, they didn't get the damage down that they were looking for. Does give a little bit of a warning sign, though. But if MMA can start popping off on Griff, that's a problem. You can see he's starting to bottle up this left channel. Alex is trying to get in. Does manage to get that wall break down, chasing down Dark Joker. MMA's going to sneak around the side, and now they need to worry about not fighting each other, but just simply protecting the safe. MMA is going to get the pressure down. Alex goes defensive. MMA is just being left to do this. Meanwhile, Dark Joker's also putting the pressure down. They are attacking the Navi side of things. MMA will finally get dealt with. Alex also went for the defensive, but it's Free Agents that lost out in that duel.
Yeah, they certainly did. Literally 14% between the two. The aggression is continuing on for Navi. They literally do not mind throwing bodies at the situation because they'll be able to recover anyways on the spawn. And Cube just throwing a little bit of shade out there, just trying to continue putting on the pressure, but now have to pull all the way back here. The momentum's still in their favour. Alex taking down Cyclone. That was beautiful. And this is going to be a great way for Navi to continue piling on the pressure. Joker get cleared out. It's getting done in from all angles here. HK's also taking way too much damage. And look at that, especially on the left lane. Just managed to stay alive. Cube gets taken down. MMA still inflicting additional damage onto save. 30 seconds left. Need to try and find 39%.
You know, we were starting off this set of games talking about the power that Cyclone had, but Alex on Stu has had his number. Now's the time, though. Can Navi protect the safe? They've got just 15 seconds left, and oh, they do. Look at that. Alex gets the respawn. Clean up time on aisle 5 because Navi are coming to win, and they are hungry for victory. This is going to give them match point.
It's like I said, after the situation they put themselves in after that third set, it's definitely added fuel to the fire. Win it by 42%. That's a huge margin, especially on Hot Potato. And that means Navi, of all the things we've seen so far in this series, we've had everything. We've had balmy conversations. We've had rulings which have taken place. We've had literally everything left, right, and centre. But finally now, this saga is finally going to be at the closing point here. Potentially, as Navi are going to be on match point, but FA, they showed a little bit more flair this time around, but I don't know if it's going to be enough because there was just way too much pressure and just a huge amount of aggression from Navi.
Absolutely. And now on match point, you know, just the aggression they just showed there, I love it. Honestly, I've always been a massive fan throughout all the esports I've covered. And I've covered about 70 games over in esports in total. And I'm not talking about matches, I'm talking about actual games. It's always been CIS and China. They are always ultra aggressive, and I love that style of play because for me, obviously, it's entertaining to watch and entertaining to commentate. So let's see if they can stick with the way they just went there because Alex was popping off. I love the Griff pick that they brought out. I feel it was them that brought the Griff out earlier on against Mood, right? They brought the Griff out in that final game, and that's what sort of switched things around. And they've done it again here, and it worked out very well for them. And for instance, they were kind of caught in this mindset of like, do we let them go and we push and get their safe, or do we deal with them? And it was just that small hesitation, and that's all you need. That's all you need at this level, you know, that small bit of hesitation. The pro players will absolutely punish.
Yeah, it certainly were. And I love how you brought up the whole region-based scenario of different styles of play. Because you're right, bro. You kind of feel like some of these regions have different ways to approach a lot of these matchups, don't you? Especially like the Latin region as well, like super aggressive. Like it's what they're literally known for. It's literally in their blood to play a lot of these games in an aggressive manner as well. But for CIS, yeah, you are absolutely spot on. They're known for their aim skill as well, and we've seen a lot of that. And this is the thing, if you annoy Navi in any way, this is exactly the Navi you are going to get. And technically, they're probably going to come out and say, well, it was technically 4-1, like, you know, after what we've just seen. That's only if they win this matchup, though. FA still need to win 2 back-to-back games, but we haven't really seen too much from them. I think they're just a little bit surprised with what they've seen come out of the woodwork from Navi. But enough chat, enough talking here. We're going to head into potentially the final game here. It is going to be a match point for Navi here. Let's see what FA are going to bring differently. And the Edgar comes out here for HK. Let's see what he can do.
I like it, but the Ruffs comes out from MMA. He's going to get charged down. HK round the backside, and you've got to deal with him already. Should be able to land a couple of shots here. If you can see he's putting the punishment down already onto that safe. Will finally get dealt with. But honestly, both comps pretty good here. Obviously, both got the Rico and the Bell. And the Ruffs has had a lot of value on this map over the history, I would say, of the map. You know, it's been pretty standard for him. But, you know, the Edgar always has that potential, being able to jump in. I like the wall break coming in from MMA. That's what we're lacking. Obviously, it worked out so well with the Stew a moment ago, that wall breaking working wonders. So take that away. With less and less cover, it's going to get harder and harder for HK to get in there.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. And HK is looking to see if he can push some of that, but he needs to try and get around the corner if he can, but he cannot. I think he pretty much knew he was done for. But that's already 2 members down. MMA was already sliding into that right lane, done a little bit of damage, not a huge amount, but he decided to regroup with his team. Perfect play there from MMA, knowing but not to push too deep to cause a little bit of a ruckus. But also baiting out HK as well. He got taken down with the Edgar. Cyclone's almost cleaned up, but has recovered just a bit. Is joking now, just trying to give that support fire, and literally almost the exact percentage. FA now only down by 2%, and yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous. Cyclone's taking that MMA, and now Edgar's going in.
Yeah, and I was literally about to say HK needs to switch sides. He needs to switch sides because MMA is handing him his ass right now, and he does switch sides. But look at this. Here's MMA. He's just come across, broke away the only other cover there, and HK just can't get close enough right now. But at the end of the day, it is still very close in terms of damage. Now we're going to see Navi get around the backside. Now we're going to see Alex trying to put the punishment down. And all 3 of Navi will light up the safe. And now free agents are in desperate, desperate trouble.
30 seconds left. They certainly are. This could be the last chance FA have. They need to make something work here. HK coming with the Edgar now to take down one. If he even doesn't, MMA is actually the one who cleans him up. Cyclone Joker now. They need to make this push, but they just cannot, as the damage output from Navi is just way too much. It's been way too strong. And the game plan in the end of taking out all these structures on the map, just having free roam and just countering that Edgar was just flawless. So long series, very long drawn out indeed. A bit of a kerfuffle on a few of the situations earlier on in that third set, but Navi finally secured a victory and made D-Man FA.
Justice was served, ladies and gentlemen. I feel there. 4-1, Navi take it overall in the series. But no, all jets aside, 3-2. It did go the distance. You know, we wouldn't have anything left, would we, Lethal?
No.
It's you and me casting it, so it's almost scripted it be all 5 games. But Navi, since that ruling, have absolutely smashed free agents. They didn't drop a game, and they didn't look close to dropping a game either. So, you know, winning the last 2 sets, 2-0, 2-0, a statement from Navi. They are a contender for the top 4.
Lemonade in chat made a quite a funny, valid point. First 4-1 in history. Yeah, technically, if you wanna say that in a best of 5, you could say it was Yeah, I'll just leave it like that anyway. I'm not going to go too much about it. But yeah, Navi definitely did deserve it. They played extremely well. It's just a shame about the brawling earlier on in that third set. But FA just could not come up trumps. And worst thing for them is the fact that they've just done a very long drawn-out series and they've got to play Blood Diamond next. And speaking of next, that's exactly what is going to happen later on. That's going to be in the 5th match. But don't go anywhere. Our next match is going to be between 3X and AC Milan's clash. As, of course, Ark is going to be back in hot seat. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is ESL Mobile Open. Not the Open, no, it's a Mobile Challenge. We've passed the Open. We went through the Open to get to the challenge. Ark is back with me. He's just had a very entertaining time watching the Navi game in the background and realizing his 100% prediction rating's gone out the window. I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. I will take a loss here and there. And no shame in taking L's every now and again. It was a good stint. It lasted a day. It's the most I think I've had in every instance that we've ever done them. So I'll take yesterday's win. You know, you guys are still playing catch up as far as I'm concerned. Well, technically, I'm tied with you now. Technically.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was 6 and 7 yesterday, so technically we're tied. But anyway, let's talk about the game that we have right now. It is 3X versus AC Milan clash, and 3X coming into this one as the vast underdogs. 1-5 for them so far. They are very much up against it, but they're a team that can deliver. I feel that scoreline's a little unjust for them at the moment.
Yeah, touch. Yeah, the win was against Mood yesterday, so they've got at least a little bit off the mark, but definitely still got some work to be done, of course. Fuji, Storm of Dark, and Kagami, though, very accomplished team nonetheless. Coming back from various teams along the way of this year. Genius G notably as well, one of the big heavy hitters in this region. Kie, IKS, Lena, and Yoshi. Do they, again, really need any kind of introduction at this point? We know who they are, we know what they're capable of, and they are currently undefeated with 5-0, so they are the team to beat currently.
Absolutely, they have been phenomenal, no doubt about it. As you can see, the bans, the Stew and the Byron being banned out by 3x. Meanwhile, Clash taking away Tick? No, hang on a minute, hold on. What are these bans from Clash?
I mean, Sneaky Fields would be a map with that genuinely could cater well to Shelly.
But Shelly Tick, okay.
They used it themselves in Sneaky Fields, and I've seen them use it a couple of times, so I can understand it. I don't think it's ban worthy. I don't feel like it's realistically going to fit in anywhere else. Tick, maybe Factory Rush. I mean, I'm clutching here at straws. Maybe Ring of Fire. I don't really feel like it's going to be right up there. But perhaps, Clash want to play with some of the brawlers which would often get banned out to really finish this one quickly.
Yeah, so just to put this in perspective, the last 5 games that Clash have done in the ESL Mobile Challenge, they have banned Gene and Ash, which means Gene and Ash are now available. And Stu and Byron banned out, which means, there's actually quite a lot available, because Stu and Byron in itself is not... that common a ban. Byron maybe, I suppose doing Byron. No, tell a lie. You know what? They did the exact same bans yesterday, so this is kind of a standard 3x ban. It's Clash's one that's definitely going to catch us and them off guard. You know what? I didn't even notice what the maps were. I was so focused on the bans. Okay, so it's a cute angle gem gun to start things off.
I mean, when you think about it, it does kind of make a little bit of sense in some way, because ultimately we know that Clash constantly ban those brawlers. It's like common knowledge now at this point in time. It wouldn't be anything crazy to assume that 3x would also be making that same assumption, and therefore putting Ash on the potential picks here for Clash. Again, something which they always eradicate. Might not be the thing which 3x here are prepared for, but they do look to be having a semi-decent start. BBG is coming in now to clear up the right-hand side lane to make it a 2 versus 2. Broader comps as well, not having that Gene banner is allowing IKLs to finally play it. So definitely one which they would like to ideally prefer to play here. Magic hand to hand, but at the moment, I do like the aggressiveness that 3x is showing.
I talked about yesterday. Do you think, is this the most hated gem grab map? I'm not sure. Because there's just nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide on this map. I mean, a cute angle lives up to its name. There's so many different angles available. Great grab from Chaos there to get Stop Rob down and take control of the mid area. Now Lenane, well, look at that bounce that Chaos and Lenane were working on Dark there. Even in the invisibility, he was struggling to hide from that.
Yeah, and look at the map that's also been destroyed as this game goes on, and quite literally, like you say, nowhere to hide, and the longer things go on, there'll be even less places to use and utilize there. The shot bouncing between IKS and Lenan, keeping them very low, but keeping up to the pressure nonetheless, surviving just about those battle shots will ricochet. Surely they've got to separate out, and that pushes Lenan to a difficult spot, and 3x are taking back this mid. That's going to connect nicely there from Dark. The gems there for the taking. They can't really push it too heavily, but they can with the help of BBGs. That is a countdown for 3x.
Yeah, and that's a real problem. Clash could go 1 down here. They're under pressure. Stop Rob comes out. That's going to stop it dead. Lenane goes down, and in goes the rest of Clash. They try and dive on this one. They will get Stop Rob. No, they won't even get Stop Rob down. It was Dark they were chasing, and they absolutely shut off. But 3x will take the first game of the series. Hello.
What do Clash always do, though? They always do this. Every first set they lose, but then they come back strong.
I mean, for me, I would have said a quick 3-0. A quick 3-0. In fact, I did say a quick 3-0 in the background to Lethal, because I said, it's your break now, but don't worry, because it'll be a quick 3-0. But you know what? 3x, they've got nothing to lose. And sometimes when a team's got nothing to lose, they can be very dangerous.
Yeah, and Clash like to take their time to get into the swing of things. They haven't lost the spats, so I speak ahead of myself, but it is not uncommon for them to do that. We'll see how they respond, how they sort of turn things around. And just to say, D-Man, regarding the predictions, it doesn't matter now because we're going to be even no matter what. Every single game the rest of the day we've matched up against. So we're going to be, we're going to be safe and sound in that respect. Yeah, I mean, it's no doubt about it. You know, Clash here, you know, are the favorites. They're currently undefeated. So if 3X do manage to do something insane, it'll be a huge upset. You know, we're still waiting for that time, then Clash are going to take their first loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Will it come? That's the question, or will it not? But maybe now is the time, and 3X will turn up with a big upset, and suddenly it'll be like the reply totem rise of the Phoenix, just like they did in the spring, and launch themselves up there. 5 losses, they could definitely turn it around. 9 wins, they could have that. It's a possibility, and it would throw the cat among the pigeons if they manage to pick up a win here. But let's not get ahead of ourselves in the first game of a best of 5 on a cute angle going the way. So the Sprout adjustment coming through, that's definitely going to give them a bit more control, obviously, with the overgrowth you can throw down there. Also, the Brock coming out. I completely forgot about the Brock, because Brock was banned in the last season, last series, and Brock being back available is going to be crucial. But look at this, Clash have dominated the mid-start.
Yeah, they've already got to as well, but that Sprout pick is going to be very difficult. The more terrain that gets damaged and broken up along the way, the less places there are for Yoshi to really hide behind. So I think this is definitely the way to go about this one, and a nice takedown there onto BBGs also. But yeah, those rocket fuels from Dark are going to start to break things open. So as the later game approaches, we may start to see 3X collect themselves, but ultimately Clash are doing the right thing under the circumstances. 7 gems in the pocket. It's not a bad start at all.
Yoshi is hitting absolutely everything, though, at the moment. Look at that. Pulls the overgrowth down. You know what, Dark? You can try and break away everything you can, but I'm just going to keep you away from it. And he takes BBGs down again. Yoshi is on fire right now. Finally, it seems they're going to take a little bit of mid-control at 9 gems and counting. As you talked about, now Dark will finally get in there. They can get Chaos down on the left-hand side. They do eventually get him down and picked off there. But my word, it's took them a long time.
Yeah, Lenan knew that he couldn't really go and get that gem. He had to deal with the right-hand side, and as a result, it's forced Yoshi back. And this is a good return from 3X, but if Clash just get a couple of takedowns here and there, then they will be able to recontest this and get onto that countdown. Lenan creeping up. He knows that Storov, though, also using the invis there, going straight for the bounty there. Chaos is a great target, and he gets him as well. Lenan is so weak, surely going to be pinched here, and it's another steal. The gems are still with 3X, and they got 10 seconds to hold on to them.
Absolute daylight robbery. Comes straight round in the back and robs him down, and then they're not going to be able to get him. I don't think they can try and chase him down, but they managed to stop the rob because they got the left-hand side, and Lenan will get in now. It's 8-9. Woo!
What?
Clash. I mean, what just happened?
What did just happen?
They got him. That's going to be it. That's going to be the turnaround. The daylight robbery almost paid off, but they managed to pin stop Rob off there. But good lord, that was close.
Chaos coming in so heavily for his team with that one ball there, but Lenan is not out of the woods yet. Takes care of business, but boy, that was unexpected in both events, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, we're going to look at that one in slow-mo in a sec, because it's going to be on the replay. We'll see how that one worked out. But that was a great little run. I mean, we've done this. We've seen this so many times with the Leon. Obviously, it's the bonus that he has with that invisibility to sneak around the back. But that was complete merciless daylight robbery that he almost got away with.
I mean, he was considering going...
There he is, on the right. There he is.
Yeah, and then he goes towards... The Rika was an option on the left for IKS, absolutely, but he went straight for the goods. And knowing full well that, you know, that's going to take everyone by surprise, coming back away from that situation, he gets the takedown as well. But IKS with that, just a couple of balls, it was very, very close to be able to stop that. They knew that they could. Gems were split, ultimately, but even so, that was right in the nick of time for Clash.
Absolutely, yeah, right in the nick of time. And whew, okay, so we've got a series on our hands, I feel, here. You know, Clash coming into this one 5-0 at the top of the table, whereas 1-5 for 3X. If you just to look at that, it gives huge odds in favor of Clash. But you know what, 3X, they're not going to be a rollover. They're going to be let them fight all the way through, and this map absolutely helps them out in that way. So let's talk about brawlers, because we haven't even had a chance to do that yet. Based on the action that happens, what are we going to adjust here? I mean, you were talking about, obviously, the Sprout being tricky. Yes, you have to get control of that mid, but Yoshi was on it with that. Is he going to stick with it? We see the Max and the Rosa, I think, have just got a glimpse of there for Clash. Yes, they do. They keep that in there with the Sandy. And it is going to be the Jean, Leon, and Spike coming out this time from Clash.
It's a risky comp, but gotta say from 3X. I mean, ultimately, Lenan is going to have to capitalize on those gene pools to be able to break up the map because they didn't bring in a Brock. And that's kind of in favor of 3X. They were kind of hoping and banking on that. Otherwise, where was Storm ever going to go? But the Sprout will also, the Spike will be a great deterrent of Stotrop. So I imagine Yoshi going to stay closely with that in mind. But already a bit of a drop of the gems. Stotrop doesn't realistically want to be gem carrier as Rosa either. But he does go in for them. Chaos with the clear up, though, will bring back those gems.
Yeah, and Dark can't get close enough, and that's the danger, of course, as you do try and get in there. Yoshi on the Spike, which just throw down that super and protect the gems effectively. And that's exactly what he did. Stotrob's going to try and press forward, but there's not a lot he can do here. Bad Chaos in the face as soon as they come near, and the problems are starting to arise.
Storop's going to be swapping lanes, and rightly so, because Yoshi is going to be a big problem to deal with. Going straight onto Lenan, the lamp blowout there will give some healing quality as well, because they did connect the Stotrop. Let's see what Chaos does here. He's got 4 gems as well. He's going very much on the aggressive, but does get some good value for it. The countdown with Clash, miss pull there as well. Not going to be able to take care of BBG's just yet, but there's the shot that will. Dark, though, is the only person remaining, and he is swiftly taken care of. Clash are back in the driving seat.
Yeah, this looks like Clash are going to lock this one out. It was a bit of pressure to start with, but it has been alleviated, and Clash ride the wave of success and managed to turn it around. And that's the power of Clash right there. They don't get flustered, they don't get flapped. They just knuckle down and do the job.
Exactly that, but I don't know what, honestly, 3X were thinking with that. Rosa, obviously the Max combo is a little bit of a saving grace there to be able to close the gap and have that additional speed and try to get some pressure. But again, you know, with that Brock not being banned in this instance, there's so much possibility to break everything open. And I think that was a risky call under the circumstances, of one that clearly didn't pay off regardless. 29 takedowns for Clash as well, quite substantial really for Gem Grab, and over 220,000 damage. That is really quite good. Also very good on the healing side as well, and Clash very good at that. They're very good at keeping in the moment and regaining themselves rather than just going overly aggressive and getting taken down.
Yeah, a lot of healing. So we're moving on to Hot Zone next. It's going to be actually Ring of Fire. When last time I did Ring of Fire, it's been a while for me.
Ring of Fire, yeah. I mean, I don't think we're going to see Shelly. Well, the ban would also put that out there. But I mean, having said that, you know, pen and paper hasn't been the best thing that teams have really been gravitating towards recently. So you never know. Ultimately here, I feel like Leon is always a good shout, and Bell, of course, as well. Just revise the bans in my mind as well, because they were a bit strange at the start of Clash. Yeah. Stu and Byron for 3X. Yeah, Shelly and Tick, if you're just joining for Clash. So again, you know, Byron could have been a great help to brawlers like, you know, Ash, and Ash could potentially make an appearance here, but with Poco, I think, which is not banned. But, you know, Byron could have been great to combine with 8-bit. So a couple of comps are going to be eradicated from the start. You know, Chaos is always gravitating towards that Rico pick as well. So not my go-to, but one that can work out very well on the lane side. Pro as well. Quite a lot of variety here, but obviously the main objective here is all about control.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, this is... you know, with the Brock available, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing the Brock on both sides this time about, maybe with the Bell on both sides, and then something to getting close. With the Stew taken out of there, could be an 8-bit. Could be an 8-bit. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. It is going to be, oh, okay. That's a total change. The Penny Leon, is that the Mr. P or is that the Squeak? I don't remember that one. I see them so very rarely.
Yeah, that's going to be a lure in the mid for Chaos, and it's a risky comp. Ultimately, they're going for Penny as well, which ultimately, yeah, can be a pest, but with that, again, no Brock ban in play. Could have been easily broken on that left-hand side wall when they actually do place that turret. Look at Stotrop. This positioning here, going in right behind the Clash spawn and getting some mad value here. Chaos goes down, as does Galen. None there, hanging on 77 HP, but oh my days. It wasn't Gear though, it was actually Chaos, but ultimately, yeah, they are all in trouble. This comp is just not designed to withstand this kind of heat.
No, they're getting battered. Yeah, Lou, sorry, was the one I was thinking of. You can freeze out the mid, which we actually used to see a lot of in the spring, but have not seen at all so far. Look at Stotrop going around the back, absolute assassination. And I was surprised that we didn't get a Bell from Clash, and I think we're seeing now the dominance that we have here from 3X, 83% and counting. This is done.
Yeah. This is, yeah, 100%. I mean, very difficult to come back with this, even with a couple with more range to dispose. The total will go down, but again, you know, that Stanley Sandstorm is going to make a big difference here, and that is going to be a wrap, realistically, there. Yeah, I think that we won't see that comp again from Clash because it didn't really do much.
No, not at all. that was kind of one-sided. About as one-sided as we've had so far, I think, and it's surprising that 3X managed to pull that off. But honestly, it was all from the beginning. They just had total lockdown control. And once you've lost your own bushes effectively, and you can't get near them, you know, that's a real problem with the Leon and the Max sneaking around there. Sorry, the Leon rather, and the Sandy was the word I was after. There we go. I'm gonna get my words together. Is it gonna be one of those days again? I hope not.
I mean, they're definitely trying out some stuff. I mean, you know, we've seen Reply Totem gravitate towards that Penny pick quite a lot on Ring of Fire. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but you do need to have a backup plan. And Lewis hasn't really been the strongest of brawlers in Ring of Fire. It did have a period in the meta. It's kind of drifted away a bit. It can still make an appearance, but you do have to get that combination correct. And, you know, Penny, for me, it can get some good value. It can, but ultimately, again, with that Brock, you know, not being banned, you'd think that if that were to be on the other side of the field, then breaking open the left is not the hardest thing, with Rocket Fuel being the go-to gadgets for Brock. So you're going to expose that turret very easily and get it taken down very quickly. I don't think that Penny is the right call under the circumstances.
No, I was very surprised by the Penny. You could even throw an Amber out there maybe to pair with it, but I'm not so sure if the range is going to be suffice. So we'll probably have. If I was them, I would pull a Leon out, I'd pull a Brock out, pull a Bell out, and then say thank you very much, job done. And take a drop. But the only problem is for that is they don't really have a beefy member to sit. They may pull out, you know, a Ruffs or something like that to try and take that control. Let's see what they change out to there. Mortis, Bell, and Penny once again for 3X this time. And it is going to be the Sprout. And the Surge coming in there, and Lenan absolutely delivering on the Surge already. Stop Rob trying to get around the back, but it's not going to work out because Chaos is there.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing. They've got to protect Yoshi in that instance because the Mortis will be constantly trying to go for a Dark on 5 HP there, and does get the shot off along the way, but it will be healing, but it's getting takedowns, and sometimes you just got to weigh up your rods and think, well, you know, I can still stay in this corner. I'm not really under any pressure, so let's just keep the pressure rolling in. Lenan is doing great work, but goes down eventually. Chaos is also marked here, so these shots will pack a punch there from Dark, and 57% though was a great amount of control for Clash in the early part of this game.
I like the switch, though. I mean, Yoshi on Sprout has been phenomenal. Stop Rob tries to go in onto Chaos and actually works out this time, but Lenan is there once again, and Yoshi's just keeping him at arm's length at the moment, so Stop Rob unable to push in and will get caught out by Yoshi in the same time. 71% and counting. Just as we had a dominant game from 3X in the first one, this has been a total reversal.
The portal tower placement there for me from BBG. So Yoshi didn't quite get the first shot off, but it wasn't really out of his reach. It could have been better served on the right-hand side of the map for me. Let's see now as Clash tries to recollect. They have got a substantial lead, but the mid-control is all with 3X right now. Stotrob is cycling very, very nicely. Now he's got Yoshi all to himself on the plate, swiping in there. The last one didn't quite connect. Oh, Yoshi did well there for me.
Yeah, he did very well to survive there. I think he's trying to live in the bushes. Out comes the side again, but percentage-wise is still ticking very much in favor, and you can see Clash, they just need to get a foot or two in there now. At 94%, they're just going to get in, the overgrowth goes down, and they will just keep this one alive. 90%! I think just one turn was all that required from Chaos, but can he get close enough? They're just going to keep him at arm's length. 70%! This will be an incredible hold if they can do it, but Clash, I don't think they're going to be able to keep the Surge away. No, Chaos will walk in, and that will be game for Clash.
Well, I mean, the comp made all the difference. I mean, even with the Sprout being countered hard so by that Mortis, they still were able to just make it work. You just got to have that Bell. Ultimately, we saw a lot of marks being landed specifically onto Stotrob from Chaos there. The Surge as well, I think, is a very underrated brawler here. We had a big Surge meta in Ring of Fire, and now it's starting to come back just a little bit, and you can see why realistically here, you know, having that power Surge as well to be able to dash on his own for any final percentage marks as well can be a good thing to have. But Penny here, I'm still on the fence. Every time I tend to see it, it either does a walkover of a game or very much the opposite.
I mean, I did mention it earlier on in the day when you had it as well. We had it in the game on with Harry just a few moments ago. But yeah, 3X. What are they going to turn around here? I mean, I'm expecting Clash like to shake things up. So you know, it's the mind games is there that Clash might pull out a completely different comp, or they might come with the same comp, and that's the problem for 3X. They got to be thinking, okay, how do we counter what we just saw, or are we coming in with our own ideas? Because, you know, game one was massive for them. They absolutely dominated it. So maybe just switch away the Mortis, despite the fact the Mortis was actually a pain in the backside for them.
Yeah, I feel that would be pretty decent. I mean, ultimately, you only need a Leon or a Mortis, and I think Leon's better here for me. You can really just secure that takedown on Yoshi if he's going to play Sprout again, because I don't see why they wouldn't, really. I mean, they are feeling very much at home with that brawler, and Clash do have very good communication to be able to deal with threats when they are in close proximity. You notice how quickly they are to all sort of hunker down and fire their shots when they matter most. I would say drop the Mortis, definitely drop the Penny, bring in Bell, change to Leon, maybe add a Crow. I feel like Crow has got a lot of capabilities to realistically get those all-important takedowns from a long range away when they matter. They keep the Surge, bring the Surge in, but they aren't do 2 out of those 3 things, so already good sign for me.
Tara keeping Yoshi on Sprout as well, and now Chaos going very aggressive around the side there. BBGs will take control of mid, but only very briefly as Yossi gets back in now, but he is in the 2v1 at the moment, so he's got to be very cautious and simply step away and allow them to take control.
Shots from Dark, but would like to have got that one onto Yoshi. Chaos, though, have, I assume, support from beyond here. Gonna save it and reserve it. Actually gonna make them go to work a little bit on the lollipop drop so he can then reserve some of those shots for Dark. Didn't quite connect, though. In a good spot regardless. Lenan as well has his marks at hand and probably looking to find Dark with it. There's a pop of the nest egg too at a good time. Lenan taking a lot of these shots. BBG's coming in at a really nice time, but it was seen by Clash, and they're able to keep control.
Yeah, and Yoshi doing a very good job of using that super just to get that little bit of mid control, get the first team, just step forward a little bit and basically start to try and get aggression on those bushes. Again, every time they step forward, Lenane is just able to step back, go to the bush, use Bell's range, keep them at arm's length, and take control. And this looks like Clash are slowly suffocating the game out.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what sort of was quite thinking there. He just sort of went in and position was really not on his side there. You've got Tara hunkered in that corner. Very, very little you can do about it. And with no wall breaker available either, it's not going to fare well on the side of 3X. Clash already only 17% away from winning this one. Chaos going to get the double pull there, but didn't quite connect as much with BBGs, but got the takedown nonetheless. Now I feel like Clash has just got to rinse and repeat this one out, and they will take this set if they just keep this up. They got the momentum for it.
The pin drop comes in. 95% accounting. He will just throw the overgrowth down. Nothing they can do, and it will be 2-0 for Clash, despite the fact that 3X have pushed them in both sets so far. The scoreline tells the tale, and it could still be a quick 3-0.
Yeah, are Clash playing with their food at this point? That's the question, because it seems like it. It does. Like in fairness to 3X, they did phenomenally well in Gem Grab. Those games were so close. But the comp going into that first game was really just so far away from what we kind of tend to expect from Clash going in. But they did adapt very quickly and very promisingly as well, with those great amounts of control and awareness going into the following games. At 13 takedowns in total. Again, 220,000 damage. A little bit less on the healing side this time around, but then Hot Zone is a bit more aggressive in that sense, and it does sort of tend to sway towards more death as opposed to holding the positions, especially with Bell and such on the field. Makes sense to me.
Absolutely. And once again, Clash keeping the full rotation going throughout. Obviously, Lenan, we didn't see him a great deal yesterday, but here he is again. Guille not in this time, but with Chaos and Yoshi. So it's a team that just can quite easily rotate, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any animosity about it, certainly from the outside. Obviously, we don't know how the inside is, but this four-man roster, honestly, I think since Yoshi's come in, they've kept it fresh. They're keeping the ideas going. And I feel Clash, like I was talking about yesterday, I feel like they're really on the up and up here in a good way leading up to the World Championships.
Yeah, genuinely, they look even when they choose the wrong comp today, they still look in control around their response to it. And that's the key really here, is making sure that they are making those right choices more often than not. And maybe they're just experimenting some ideas. I mean, who knows? But ultimately, they are undefeated, so they got a bit of time to their advantage in that respect. They can kind of see as they fit. They can go as they see fit, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're going over to pit stop next, the heist map. Now, what do we get from this? Honestly, I feel this is a very open question to you based on what Clash have already brought to the table tonight. I don't think it's going to be anything orthodox. I think it's going to be something very interesting coming out from Clash right now.
See what they're bringing to the party. Okay, not too bad. Bringing the
That's
Daryl.
pretty normal. Pretty normal.
Yeah, it could have been definitely a little bit more crazy, shall we say, but this makes some sense. Personally, I still prefer going in with the Stu and such here, but thought we're going to get an early takedown. Yeah,
it's very short range from the X though.
Yeah, this is going to be the troublesome thing realistically. I mean, there is that advantage of being able to earn super now with his shots being conceded, but you want to get on this safe, and BBG's now going in there. It's not a good time for him to do, honestly. There was no way that was going to go his favor.
Well, the double barrels, Chaos and Dark, working out well, and they're just countering that Edgar out there. Oh, Chaos actually surrounded, so he doesn't know which way to shoot. Will go down. BG's on the ball trying to put the pressure down, but Lenena survives somehow, and the Barley's just going to try and toss out a couple just to keep it going. And finally, BBG's will wall break and get himself a tiny bit of damage there. Actually, honestly, a fair amount, considering managed to get 16% damage done.
Nice roll there as well there from Chaos, but yeah, I mean, Ems would be nice to see. It would have been a great counter to a lot of these tanks in that respect as well, but I can understand the Stu. I mean, the Stu was banned as well by 3X, so they could replace it with something else, but this does feel good to me with the tanks, and a good roll from Dark there, straight onto Rico, which was vulnerable to it, but Lenan doing pretty decent on defense. What a shot, so will go down, and BB's just keeping that pressure on. Good advances, got to be said from 3X. Clash have got to start pushing back it.
Yeah, they've been unanswered so far. You know, they've got them to 76%, but haven't done anything since because they haven't got that wall break ability in there that has been working out so well for 3X. But now we see Bad Chaos getting around the backside, managing to still keep the damage flowing. In comes the last call as well from Lenan, and that has given them a huge advantage with 30 seconds to go. With that wall break in there, it does open it up for Yoshi on the Rico as well. Chaos needs to be defensive here. Oh, he's gone in.
And it didn't pay off at all. This is not looking good. Someone's in a good spot here. BBG's in the mid, just buying time, but all three members of Clash now are available for this defense. Shots go down from Lenan, and Kraken connection there from Yoshi. Someone's going to jump on, but the damage is not going to be enough, I don't think.
BBG's! 7 seconds left, he's going to do it. Now what can they get down? 4 seconds, that's the pan down the other end. Oh, 1% is going to be enough. Chaos will get in there, and it will be Clash to take the first game, but boy, that got close.
It got really close. That was very intense towards the end. I thought, honestly, 3X had that, but I could see as well there was a bit of a push being made, and it was a good job that Clash got the value in when it mattered, because that was, cutting it fine for them.
As soon as I saw BBG's hitting that super coming charging in, I wasn't sure whether Yoshi was going to be able to do it quick enough to get him down, and you can see it in. I mean, it went down to 32%, so they never really had it. It was just 3% difference. Daryl of Chaos only needed to land one shot to make a difference, but definitely close. So, all right, let's talk adjustments, because that was actually relatively safe comp coming out from Clash here. I think they've realized, you know what, let's just get this done and get on with it.
Yeah, ultimately, the Daryl makes a lot of sense, because ultimately, if you are going to bring in Ems, then you can just kind of roll upon that. You've only got 3 friend zoners ready to knock it back, and eventually, you know, you're going to be able to win that quite easily. Again, as well, great counter to Rico to be able to roll on the Rico. So Daryl, like, despite not being a really rife meta brawler, it does make sense here. Now, you know, if you bring in Brock and start to break everything open, then those tanks may struggle a little bit. So that is a potential option here. But, you know, again, I would continue on with the Edgar as well. I still think that despite not having the Stu and that kind of like go-to meta comp that I always love to play on pit stop, that will still serve a purpose, especially if the Barleys continue and the Ricos continue, then Edgar's not the worst of ideas. But again, with those big tankier brawlers, you know, Rico is going to thrive, and Chaos knows how to utilize that brawler most. So if Ricks are going to be a bit cautious around that, especially now that they're against Match Point.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the big part now. Despite the 2 sets effectively that have been pressured, by 3x. It does look like now that Clash are just going to step it up and turn things on. They've got Reply Totem up next as well, so they may want to just try and close this one out and get things underway. The question is, will 3x allow them to do that? Will we be done right now here on Pit Stop? Or would we go, where would we go next? Okay, well, I mean, it'd be Sneaky Fields, and I'd give Clash that any day of the week. So even if 3x were to pull something off here, Brawl Ball, I never bet against Clash, that's for sure. Let's get it on the game underway here. Is it going to be the final one of the series? We are going to see the changes. So I was just sort of caught a glimpse of a Brock and an Ashe and an Ems in there. So they're trying to counter it with this one. The Colt coming out with the Rico and the Ems as well.
Range this time round. BBG's going to struggle, on that left-hand side. Taken care of very quickly indeed. Dark very low in the mid, but does manage to get a takedown of Lenun. Yoshi connecting okay on that super. Could have been better, but ultimately you're going to keep Stormrock low regardless, and that follow-up will surely continue that same idea. Oh, the silver bullet missed there from Lenun, so the mid's not going to be broken. Yoshi would have liked to have used that realistically to get some damage.
Ashe is going to get around the side there. Ordinarily a ban, by the way. Gene Ashe is the standard ban for Clash. So probably haven't faced it for a long time because it's been banned in the first 5 sets that they've played. First 5 matches, sorry. And at the moment, Clash are up against it here. BX is slowly taking control of the mid. Then, of course, Stop Rob unable to get in Lenan's face, and that means he's going to have to step away. Everybody respawns back to position or, and still with 100% both sides.
I read that Yoshi's playing the Rika this time around as opposed to Chaos, who tends to main it. Let's see here. PBG's got so much tankiness at his disposal here, just trying to juke his way towards the safe. Takes a few shots along the way. Gonna pop the gadget as well for good measure to keep the HP nice and high here. We'll get some good shots here, and Yoshi and Lenun just choosing to leave it. I think that's probably the right call, in all honesty. Dark as well gets a nice takedown. I think there possibly a bouncy castle was attempted, but didn't get any value whatsoever. These nice shots as well from Stot Rob doing this thing, but potentially a chance for Clash to push.
To get that break in, really. That's the problem. They don't really have the ability for it. Of course, that's the bonus they have with Lenun. Just managed to get the angles there, and still only 90%. So just having to tickle it from range effectively, whereas we're going to see Dark try and walk up here with that super and just lay it down on the safe, but he can't get close enough. Getting pressured. Chaos tries to force him down. BBGs can do nothing, by the way, and Ashe is really in a horrible position right now because of the range and potential that both Clash have. Can you believe we're down to the final 10 seconds? And well, this is going to be Clash taking it all in 3, and that will be Yoshi closing things out. They can run up the other end, but they can do nothing about it because Clash have them on lockdown and will take it in the end. Pew pew pew, indeed. 3-0. Clash will come out on top.
Looking so much better in Heist, it's fair to say, and it was a troublesome comp almost, especially with what was up against them in that respect. The Brock is always a difficult thing, with that ability to break everything open, but yeah, they stay so much more composed, didn't they? And, even against the likes of the Ashe, didn't seem to have many problems with that whatsoever. And yeah, I feel like, despite those kind of early questionable comp choices, they were looking far better towards the end, but even dropping those games along the way, it wasn't really much for them to really overcome in the end.
No, it seems when they were put under pressure, they just turned it on. They just delivered, even with unusual comps that they had in the first game on Acute Angle. So Clash go on 6-0 now. Is anybody going to stop them? That's the question. The 4-man rotation, and we shouldn't forget about Roll as well, the coach that has been delivering for so long with Clash. This seems to be a great time to be a Clash fan because they are stepping up, but they have a tough challenge ahead of them now. They're playing up against Reply Totem, who really stepped things up yesterday. Join us after the break for that match.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm back in the hot seat this time round and Arca's going to be alongside me and we're going to see another matchup for Clash as we get to apply Totem as Loss is going to be a little bit different this time round, but we'll talk about it in just a tad. But how are you feeling about this matchup after how you saw Clash performed in that last match?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely experimented, let's say, along the way, but they did bring it back in the end. But, you know, Reply Totem have given them a couple of rough games along the way. It is a sort of bit of a grudge match, sort of affair. You know, Clash tend to have very, very confident victories, let's be honest. So, you know, Gie, IKS, Lenan, and Yoshi coming fresh off that victory. No doubt their thumbs, again, all warmed up and ready to go. But, you know, Reply Totem on maybe, let's say, a day other than today would normally take this quite comfortably. But we've got a bit of a switch up, haven't we, Lethal?
We sure do, As Maru is actually going to be replaced by Inso this time round. First time I'll get to witness some of his shenanigans on the server. And then we'll say for AC Milan's Clash. It seems like we've seen it quite a few times as well. They just love giving these teams false hope, don't they? Just dropping the first game in each set or in each series and in general. It's a pain in the backside for some, but let's see if they do it again in the start of this set. We'll have to see. As okay, the bans are a little bit peculiar, quite similar to what we saw last time actually, wasn't it? But before we get to the bans, though, maps, shooting stars, safe zone, parallel plays, double swoosh, and we'll be finishing off sneaky builds if it gets that far. Shelly and a tick. Talk to me, EUR. Talk to me.
I mean, it's a great broad and shooting star, if I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, sneaky pills, I get it. It is in this rotation again. It is the 5th set. I don't know whether that is, you know, becoming the new go-to band for Clash, Shelly and Tick, as opposed to the Gene and the Ash. Yeah, I'm not really feeling the Shelly myself, except, okay, yeah, I do get sneaky feels, but kind of a bit unusual to ban for the 5th and final game. You know, unless they're expecting for this one to go all the way and the inserts to be popping off left, right, and center. Tick as well, yeah, I mean, you know, I can understand it's a decent control brawler, but is a bit specific. It will make actually shooting star relatively interesting in that respect though, because it is always that kind of go-to of the pipe, the nanny, and the tick. So I imagine now going to be bringing in, well, they can't even bring in the Brock because Reply Totem banned that as well. So we might have a little bit of an interesting start in that case.
Yeah, I think we will, especially with it being bound to kick things off anyway. And I do agree, like, I was going to say something really bad about the tick. I was going to say it's absolutely horrendous. I can't stand it. But it's just, you know, I'm not a big fan of it. I think that's the nice way of putting it. I think I'm not a big fan of it because it really does create those stalemate situations and everyone becoming on the defensive, which is completely understand why and how it's used in terms of its mechanics, but it's just a real nuisance. But we do see some teams try and work around it anyway with the Brock, etc. But just to put a little bit more aggression down. But we don't really need to discuss anything about that now that the tick's completely out of the way. And yeah, you're right there. The conversation's going to be a little bit insane this time around.
We're probably bringing in the Bell be a safe bet, you know, combining with the Piper, combining with the nanny, but we may see a couple of eventualities where maybe we see some experimentation happening here. I mean, Leon is potentially an option. Max is starting to come into things a little bit more with the Pam kind of combo. Again, you know, I think that these teams will play it safer. I think that they'll probably just go in with those three, the Bell, the Piper, and the nanny. But again, you know, I'm open to it. I actually find it very refreshing to watch Shooting Star play that was something different. Just simply because we haven't seen it for the majority of this year. I'm all for it. I just don't know whether it's going to produce the right results. But it does make things a lot more exciting.
It certainly does indeed. Just bring a little bit more extra flavour, shall we say, into his compositions. But actually, it's compositions you would normally see like on Purple Paradise or something like that. So I wouldn't really say it's an extra bit of flavour, just a little bit of a change, just on a different map. entirely. So, question's going to be: is Clash going to be teasing us, or teasing Reply Totem to lose the first game and then win the rest of the series? Or how's Inso going to do? I've never seen him play. Of course, he's an incredible coach for Reply Totem. We know all the work he does behind the scenes and on the server in the background just to keep them all fresh, revitalized, hydrated, and ready for a lot of his games. But never seen him actually perform himself. I've seen a lot of coaches where he's done pretty well, aka Pedro. Shout out to him, of course, on SK. He really has come out swinging in the past, hasn't he? So, but I think the main factor is the fact that it's also good to have like coaches as subs as well, depending on circumstances. But what's so great about having like a pro player or someone who's just very good at the game at a competitive level as a coach is just they definitely bring like an extra angle, can really sit in putting themselves in the shoes of some of these players of certain situations as to how, why, and when they should do something different or change things up a little bit. But tell us your thoughts, actually, guys, at home. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts and feelings here. But the matches here coming up soon because we've still got quite a few matches left to go. I think this is the 4th match. It's been a very long day, but you know what? I love it, Ark. Absolutely love it. I do love an enjoyable day. Just loads of games coming out left, right, and centre. And looks like we're going to be kicking off with another series here between Clash and Reply Totem. Let's see how Insu does, and let's see if Clash don't drop the first game.
Well, Sprout mids. Okay, fair enough. Makes sense. Didn't quite see it coming, but yeah, now return to center as there from Maori. One thing to mention again, you know, Pedro, yeah, definitely got probably the best track record, I suppose, you know, when it comes to being a coach and playing. It does tend to go with a lot of Byron, so I kind of wonder whether that might be something which Reply Totem go over as well as we get in further deeper into this series. But it is a 1-star lead currently with Clash. Good start for them, but plenty more action to go. Inso has got the wall to hand as well, places it down now at a good time because he will then not get that shot off. But yeah, pretty slow pace. Ultimately, that's what Sprout will be designed to do in this respect.
Inso's doing a good job in that left lane, just trying to be a little bit of a pain here with the Sprout, just trying to keep him into the corner. It's a good replacement for Tick, really, in all circumstances. And now we're just going to see if I know exactly who's going to come out on top. Reply Totem still up by 1 star. Inso's going to be a little bit careful. They're taking a fair amount of damage. Maury's directly behind him in case he needs to bait and switch with Inso. And Razor, you know, just doing his usual thing, just on the right-hand side with the Piper now, just trying to do a little bit of damage. But look at this, they put him right into the corner. Maury does take down Noshi, though. That's going to be huge, as Lenan and Guille will have to pull back now. But at the same time, they can hold on to those positions. But the problem is, with Inso just using that Sprout to really pull him back, and also Maury as well, it's going to be a very tough road indeed, as Guille is actually taking down Inso. All turn up here with Clash actually with the blue star, 15 seconds left.
Big wall from Yoshi, but Reply Totem have the lead back in their favor. Yeah, pop the return to center, but not going to get any value from it. They're trying to get the pinch off here, but the jumper is available to Solid Brezza as well. The defensive here, they try to get him taken down. He's actually going to get a takedown himself. Well, Marius either way. The stars will be extended, double that of Clash in the end of Reply Totem. They handled that end game really, really well because it was pretty close. Clash were able to regain that at one point.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, really. And I do still, like I've already mentioned before, I prefer the Sprout pick for the tick. It's actually nice to have. It's something, not the best replacements in terms of area of effect, in terms of splash damage as well, but I think it's just a good replacement just to keep them at bay, which they had done. But Clash was just all over them at one stage, especially at the very beginning, and even when it was a 2v3 scenario, for the last 10 or 15 seconds of that engagement, they were still holding their own in the center.
Yeah, it's a good deterrent as well of the Nanny and the Peep, you know, coming in. We saw that, you know, from Yoshi. If you're able to be fast on the draw to that, then you can really prevent a lot of that in a similar way to kind of Max with the phase shift, the gadget as well. It's kind of like, you know, effectively what we would have as the tick, you know, with the last hurrah gadget is kind of taking that kind of role. So I think if they're going to be playing Sprout again, I think both sides need to be very cautious on those walls and holding on to them in the eventuality of a Peep coming in. I don't know whether we're seeing too much shifting around in terms of comps. I do like the Byron idea here, so that may make an appearance, but I don't know, this seems kind of pretty set. And I see Gear coming back as well, by the way, coming in and subbing in. Again, Clash is very, very good at, you know, handling out those substitutions, but you know, Gear will be, you know, having sat back in the last game, it's fair to say will be a bit cold, but coming in. So let's see how Clash respond to this. I think that they've definitely got the potential as well. You know, Yoshi's a main of a Sprout, so I think it makes sense to put him on that one and just see how things go from there. Ultimately, yeah, I'm not really too sure whether we're seeing any adaptations here. Shooting Star doesn't really lend itself in the best times to that kind of idea. No, the bell, there's the and Jean as well. Okay, interesting. So we are going to see changes on both sides here.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting too much more anyway. Yeah, it's like we said, it's quite stale in terms of the composition. We don't really see many changes here, but although we have to see that Lenar now with the Piper, just trying to keep Mori at bay to use that Nani to full effect. Misses both his shots, but Yoshi's taking down Inso, and Brazier is actually pulled really far back. But Mori just trying to hold his ground here, just trying to hold on to that left lane. He's been struggling quite a bit, but at the same time has been poking and prodding around to see if he can get any shots off. But he barely had any shots here as of yet, so he needs to try and correct a few bits and pieces with his aim and just try and get better projectiles across the board. But the Nan is also having to deal with Brazier, as both Brazier and Inso just trying to push up in that right lane. As Yoshi's finding an opening here, he could get a double, which he has done. Gears actually nicked it, and Mori is going to be the last person left standing.
Then that was a good thing for Yoshi, because his piloting skills prior to that point in time were not great. They were not great. It's going to be 9 stars to 3. There was a nice takedown there. We'll continue things on, but hopefully this peeps a little bit more on point, especially as Inso is on the low side. Sort of press on a jump either, so there's a lot of options available. There it is from Yoshi. Takedown of Inso, and now burying their lead. Return to center. Not enough to take down Sort of press. Now the healing puffs will come in from Inso, but another peep is coming inbound. The mark missed there from Gie, and Lenan did not jump that peep.
Did not, which means that it is going to be a 3-star lead still for Clash, as Brazier taking down Gie. Yoshi still holding to that right lane. Lenan's just keeping an eye. He's trying to help his teammates, but at the same time keeping an eye on Brazier because he was coming on from the left. But it does mean 13 seconds left. 3 stars in it. Yoshi takes down Brazier, and look at that. You saw Inso was already ridiculously weak on the previous engagement. Yoshi's just going in. He doesn't care already. Gets cleaned up, but gets betrayed. That's going to be a 4-star lead for Clash, and they're definitely going to cover their backside. So, doing what they do best. Give it the first game. False hope. Here you go, Totem. No, you're going to have it back. It's awful stuff here from Clash. But doesn't matter. They've tied things up here and looking to try and take this first set if they can.
Got a shout out that last jump as well from Lenan, because that was a homemade recipe that was definitely going to impact him, and did very well there. This is a nice little right-hand side clear up from Yoshi, and a return to center just to make sure of that takedown there. But the Gene was a good shout. I mean, again, I was sort of thinking towards the Byron as has something to have some healing qualities. It didn't really give them much value from any kind of magic hands. That was the only thing. I mean, it was good when they needed it on the defensive, but I just feel like Byron can be just a bit better in that respect. You're being able to sort of stay mid, but also heal both sides of you, as opposed to having everyone kind of be clustered, especially when the Clash bringing in the bell. It's not really what you want to see.
It really isn't. It really isn't, is it? Let's see if Clash now closes out. Now, this could be the real turning point here, Mark. Let's see and find out what they can do here. Actually, the Sprout comes back in for Inso. Okay, that's interesting. It looks like for Clash, though, they're going to be sticking with the same. I think it's literally the Sprout pick they've only gone back to. So let's see how this is going to turn out for them. It does mean that Clash do have the more aggressive composition. That's depending on if Inso can keep them back enough. But he is doing exactly what needs to be done here. Just making sure just to keep throwing, just making sure to keep them at bay. Collects the start nicely done as well. Took a lot of damage in the meantime, but no reason why he won't be able to heal up and just keeping them at bay. So good stuff already from Reply Totem. Like this methodical approach.
Has the choice now. Does he break or leave it? He's leaving it for the most part, but maybe under the pressure they might choose to break the mid. Wall going down there from Inso on the right. And Lenal's way out of position there. Yeah, punished for it, and rightly so. 3 stars in the blue star now in favor of Reply Totem, and the peep coming in now needs to get some value ideally. Going to be going around, probably trying to find Inso, I imagine. There it is, that as quickly as they're getting the blue star and claiming back that deficit. Nicely done by Clash.
Nicely done there. It does mean with the blue star they do have the lead. Mori's still in that left lane with the Nani. Inso trying to throw his weight about a little bit to try and keep him at bay, but I must say Clash haven't really got the angles. They're just clumped up at the moment into the corner. We've got to be a little bit cautious here, because at some stage if they don't feed themselves enough info with Mori on the left side, they're going to be toast. But it seems like they're going to be okay. They did get another takedown onto the board. Yoshi there just absolutely chilling, but also at the same time trying to do a lot of damage onto Brazier here. But there's 20 seconds left here. Reply Totem, they need to make a move.
Yeah, they do. Lenan goes down again. That's the disastrous moment, because it's going to put a lot of pressure onto Gie, but there's a star on the right side. Yeah, Inso's the star goes down, but look at that takedown from Mario to Yoshi just in the nick of time, and that is going to be turning the tides in the final moments in favor of Reply Totem.
Okay, all right. Reply Totem giving it. I love it. Love to see it. I didn't really expect it, to be fair, considering the circumstance they put themselves in, but it just makes a nice change, but they push with 15 seconds there for an advantage. Normally it's the opposite way around, because they're waiting along for such a long time, and especially with the Sprout as well. It's it's a bit debatable when you make those pushes with the Sprout. But Inso definitely made it work. And the only problem I have with Reply Totem is the fact that Maru is actually the player who creates those flanks, makes those initial plays on the front line, tries to get behind the team quite often. You don't really see it ever on that map anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. But it seems that Inso is definitely covering very well indeed. 12 takedowns, 125,000 damage on a map like that. That is mammoth in itself. But lovely way to start this off for Reply Totem. Looks like it won't be a clean sweep for Clash, but definitely going to create a challenge for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are behind now, and it was a very, very last-minute turnaround. I think that's the most part. I feel like Clash probably had that in the bag, but I think Lennon went down a couple of more times than he would have liked. Didn't kind of utilize the super and just play it safe a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's still very, very early. I don't want to speak too soon,
Yeah,
but I mean,
right.
you know, if this continues and, you know, Reply Totem do continue to get another set, you know, Clash could lose their winning streak to a team playing with their coach. And I mean, again, nothing against Inso whatsoever, but coaches, you know, have that kind of tendency to, let's just say it gets noticed more if you lose to a team with their coach.
Yeah. You definitely do, yeah. Obviously, Pedro found out a little bit, didn't he? So, but of course, yeah, he was just a great example, you know, been a great player and a great coach. It looks like Inso could potentially do the same here. But I do like the change, and I do like what they did in that last game. But Inso switching out Sprout instead, and just had a more methodical approach. Getting the first star, it took a little bit of time, took a little bit of hassle, but he came out swinging anyway and was really giving it on the right lane as well with Brazier, just very back and forth from bait and switch and just really gelling there, which is something we don't really see too often there, especially with those two picks. And they were on the back foot, and Maury was just had the left lane all to himself, really. He was he could have pitched a tent and just chilled there, all we liked, really. But let's go into this next matchup with Reply Totem versus Clash. Reply Totem coming up in the series. Let's see if they can do any more damage here with Brazier already taking down Yoshi early on.
There's the push here, the poker there for support, and Guille is just hammering down with this bat. Continuing onwards, 29%, continuing on almost 50 now. This is very, very strong from Clash, bringing in the Meg as well. It was a Max at first from the same family, not the same brawler. Great value from the Spitball as well. Oh my word! Clash are fighting back strong.
What is this? Already down to 19%. I don't think we're going to have much room to talk about this at this point. 4%, surely just one more's going to do it. Guille is just trying to ride on in to finish up the job. And, okay, you can dissect it for me, Art, because that was just balmy.
What was that?
I've not seen it on that map, I can tell you that now.
You held on so long in Bounty and then going into Heist. It was like playing against a different team. Ultimately, yes, this is where Poco and BB can really come into their form. We've seen more often than not the Max as well being paired with this comp, but you can just see why Meg, you know, why Meg? Why Meg? That's why Meg. My word, that was over quickly.
That was. Wasn't only the Meg, it was just due to the fact that how often did you see 3-up in one go? Never. Like, barely anything. As soon as that respawning immunity depleted, done. That was it. There was going to be literally just cleaned up straight away, just hoovering up anyone on the respawn. It was balmy. It was ridiculous, but it does look like that Clash just treated that conversation as a one-trick pony here, going back to more normality, we'd like to say, with the, of course, the Piper there as well, the Colt and the Bell on the left side. But interesting, Brazier has whipped up the Collect here. We haven't really seen a lot of... Oh, okay, almost was going to do a bit of damage onto the save, but did catch him as he was going straight for it. But going back to my point is the fact that last week we barely saw any Collect, and neither we did yesterday, but today we've seen a little bit more, just a tad.
Starting to come through, and it's kind of a nice thing to see again. But again, I think it's one of those brawlers which is not quite in the same place as Bell for me, but carrying, you know, getting double their value in that respect for Reply Totem. Do tend to favor the Clash comp here, but there goes down the Nun. They would like to have kept him in position for this, but now they have to kind of recollect, and Reply Totem will get out their spawn quite nicely here. But yeah, I think it made sense to, you know, take away from their previous comp here and just go back to more long-range stuff. But it's almost like Clash could hear me talking in the downtime, didn't they? They're like, right, yeah, you know, Art's got a point there, guys. we're gonna pull this one out of the bag.
Yeah, that was just ridiculous. That's a comp I'm definitely going to remember. And it just also shows why you need to be wise with your bans as well, doesn't it, really? As if you don't really select any safe bans, this is what Clash is going to do, really, in all fairness. As Yoshi take down Braids, it's looking at the percentages really. Totem are up by 7%, but not a huge margin considering there's at least a minute left to go. As Yoshi here just trying to push up, he's desperate to push with that Colt, isn't he? Just to try and find him in that right lane. But Braids is keeping tabs on the person there just to make sure he doesn't get too overzealous here. But I do feel like at some stage it's going to be very tough for Reply Totem. As long as they just keep Yoshi back, which they have done actually, and taken him down as Mori cleans him up, but at the same time, Gia is taken down Inso. So it's going to be a 2v2 scenario. They do have the range, but also Brazen needs to pull all the way back now and does to get a tickle of damage, and then Yoshi does clean him up. Beautiful stuff there from Clash.
He has been tapping this game. Every shot just on point and juking along the way. See, so the Brazen trying to come in and go into the right side lane, but again, bit of a mismark there, but Mari still low. Could be picked up here with one snipe from Lenan, and it's done so. Let's see whether Inso can do anything about it from the mid. He's trying to shut down Lenan, but Lenan can jump to the left here and get some shots off. He wants to stay kind of a little bit into the mid. Jump straight up in the air, but I mean, when you've got the lead and everyone's taken down, I guess why not?
Yeah, and Clash look a bit more normal now, don't they? That map in particular, in the first set, it is very difficult. It's pretty much a coin flip on occasion, depending on a lot of the situation you can plant yourself in, and of course, depending on the ballers as well. It can be very stale, but this map, this is where you can really shine through with your aim skill and be able to progress in trying to keep map control, especially in the center. It's going to be very tough here. Reply Totem, we've seen some signs of life at the beginning, but this time around, we haven't really seen too much compared to what we saw before, as Clash coming up trumps 20 takedowns, just shy of 108,000 damage there on that last map. And yeah, even though it can be a little bit stale in terms of the border choices on this map, also they've proved that that last composition definitely did work wonders, and the spawn cycle just turned it on its head entirely.
It was, looking at the game modes, a good way to start for Reply Totem to have something like Bounty. It's a very slow paced game. You can't end it early. It allowed themselves to kind of gain an advantage, but now this is where I feel like it could be starting to favor Clash. These modes are aggressive, parallel plays up next to Hot Zone. Reply Totem have got to be able to stretch this one out a bit. It went much more in their favor when they did. And Clash are going to be coming out with the aggression that they need to be able to go 2 steps ahead here. So, yeah, I think you've got to be going in with the comp in mind to defend this, more or less, and then you can maybe try to get some capture points here and there on the offensive side, but I think that's not going to be Clash's play style necessarily, so be aware of the fact that they're going to be going into that zone hard, and where's Inso going to sit into that idea? Is it going to be someone who's going to be going on the aggressive and trying his best to try to play up that left-hand side or right-hand side lane to then get on the offensive zone whilst his teammates stay back to defend? That would probably be where I would place him, simply just because, again, he's not normally on their roster. So if you can just ensure that you're not giving away anything of your zone, then anything else that you can gain on the other side is a bonus.
Yeah, you're right, and I'm kind of seeing it from a long standpoint as well. I kind of feel like Reply Totem do just need to end this 3-1, because I just realised that Sneaky Fields is going to be the final map for this series, and that's one of Clash's home turfs. They can't really afford to take it that far. I know it's a big ask, but it's something Reply Totem just need to really consider and think about towards these lines as well. But the fact that they've taken a set already has already shown, a lot of improvements along the line. Even though they do have Inso this time around instead, the problem is without Maru, they haven't got, I already spoke about it earlier, the flanks, the initiative to make some of these plays to get on the forefront and to make sure to cause a bit of an impact here and to really try and get behind their opponents or just be a real nuisance. We've seen it from Maru time and time again. The only problem with Maru is that he can be a little bit predictable. We're used to what he's like. If you're against a team who's basically got a lot of map awareness, it's just not going to work in a lot of ways. So Inso could actually work wonders here this time round. Inso seems to be doing pretty well from what we've seen so far, especially back in that first set. But it is definitely going to be tough indeed to go to this matchup, because I do believe Reply Totem are going to be playing again later on. Not only are they up against Clash right now, but we'll be playing against SK Gaming as the final series of the evening. And yeah, that is pretty tough, isn't it? They're both gatekeepers in one day.
Yeah, it's a rough one for
They
Reply
just want to
Totem,
get this out of the way.
Yeah, especially when you haven't got like your normal roster as well. It's yeah, a bad day for it. Let's be honest, you know, no one wants to see that.
Day, I don't know.
No. Oh wow, yeah. Again, not trying to take away anything from Inso here, but I think it's fair to say they didn't tend to scrim with him all as much as they would with Maru. But yeah, the Gale pick. That's where I'd probably put Inso here, but he's actually going to go to the heal. So yeah, I think it's actually quite a key thing. This is why we saw Pedro playing a lot of fire for SK Gaming when he would come in. I think having the heal there to allow your teammates to go on the aggressive is not a bad shout, but he's going to get caught off guard here a little bit, and Yoshi will get the takedown. The Hurricane there from Nan is going to be pushing the Soda Brezza into a tight spot. But with that batting style star power, he does tend to stay alive for a fair amount of time. And in the meantime as well, Mary's staying firm in that zone is a good thing for Reply Totem, but Clash are able to gain the lead.
That is right, as Reply Totem just trailing behind by 14%, but they need to make this work though. Gear's taking down Inso. Brazer's on his own in a 2v1, maybe a 3v1 if Gear gets involved as well, but he doesn't really need to. Just needs to let them crack on, but he does come out of the trade. Interesting. So Inso now is going to be joining with Mori here in the top right, just to try and give him a little bit of help and a little bit of heal as well. As Gear now is going to be trying to pull back a bit so Yoshi can deal with what's going on around here. But flanks come out left, right and centre as Mori's been taken down. Lenard's pushing straight on in and actually damages both of his opponents as Inso Mori so weak. Gear needs to try and take him down if they can, but he could not, as he does jump in the end. But as we go down south, as you can see, I was going to say Bucharest, and Brazer is actually just flying straight into Yoshi, and Lenar now just trying to hold on to that objective as Mori and Inso push straight in.
Very tight scoreline, but it is 2% now in favor of Reply Totem off that little bit of capture points. As there, the takedown would start to give a bit of an advantage in favor of Clash as they approach this zone here. Yoshi just needs to be on it for a little bit, and that's enough to give themselves the lead here. Gear wants more for his money. He's going to try and jump this and try and land it, but gets the jump off, didn't quite get the landing, but Yoshi is staying firm here. Lanan is cycling really nicely with the Gale pick, and yeah, what can Reply Totem do about this on defense now? They're outnumbered, and that is surely going to be Clash. Yeah, with the thumbs down, I think that says it all, really. They'll take the first game of Hot Zone.
Yeah, thumbs down, get out of here. We're winning the first game of this matchup, and they're going to do the absolute best now to clean up this series. Good stuff from Clash. A few occasions where some debatable plays as well, especially some of the debatable pushes. In the meantime, a lot of 2v1 scenarios as well, which just wasn't really necessary, was it, across the board? We saw it on the odd occasion. I'm actually surprised Reply Totem got the percentage they even did in the end.
Yeah, especially with you know, Mr. P for Clash. Normally not the sort of go-to brawlers you'd expect to see on parallel plays, but again, we are starting to experiment much more with the meta. I mean, there was a time when, you know, seeing Gale on parallel plays would be like, what is going on here? But really it's kind of becoming the staple diet now. We had a period of time as well where Leon was really rife in parallel plays, and now taking a bit more of a back seat. You know, Bell mid was always the go-to, you know, Gene lane was always the go-to. It's shifting, it's mixing up. I think Stu here is still really viable, actually. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that one come in again. But yeah, very different ideas. I mean, the Poco BB though, not to be honest, for the first time I've seen it, or at least not in a long time have I seen it. Batting stance, yes, has that survivor ability. Poco can obviously keep that thing going, but you're probably better off with something else to go on the aggressive. I mean, it's a tough one. It's just not what I was expecting really from Reply Totem.
Yeah, you're right about the Leon as well, just lurking in the shadows a little bit more. And you're talking about the Stu. He's fireballed a lot of maps, isn't he? And he really can make the difference. The problem is you need the right person really to make use of that Stu, don't we? But we'll see what happens. But I still kind of feel at the same time, would there be any changes? Was it the fact that Reply Totem could have got a bit more value with the composition they had? They probably could have done really in a lot of ways. It wasn't really just about ballers. It's just the fact that a lot of them just go in single file on a lot of the occasions just on their own, or being too much of a distraction, just overstaying in a lot of areas. It was very tough to call really, especially around the halfway mark. That's where things kind of fell short and things didn't really fall into place for them in the end. There was good teamwork at one stage. I think it was from Inso and Mori, especially on the right-hand side, just trying to hold that objective together. But it was just a matter of time, really. You kind of felt like the delaying the inevitable. But let's see, though. Let's see. Actually, speaking of the Leon, there we go. Brazer's on the left-hand side, just trying to come up with some shenanigans here. We've got the Barley and the Stu, and we've got the Stu on the other side as well, alongside with the Bell, and I think that was the Spike I just quickly saw at the end. So, okay, quite a few changes across the board. But it was funny, we're talking about the Leo lurking in the shadows a little bit more, and now he's just popped up before our very eyes. And Clash now, nice early advantage.
This is what I expect, really, from Reply Totem, to put Insta back on the defense. And, you know, playing that poker role in the previous game with BB, he was always stuck with Soy de Breza on that side of things, so you couldn't really leave his side. But now they've got a bit of an opportunity to be able to have someone go on the aggressive and have him try to hold his own until someone's able to help out on the defensive. As right now, Lenan and Yoshi doing just that, and can now come in as well to deter Soy de Breza, and that's a lot of value for Clash right now. Mari is, yes, capturing a lot of points in the meantime, but Clash are going straight in on the offensive here.
Really are, as Mori just, he's been so annoying, isn't he? Finally he's been taken down. I will say fair play to Gia. He had a lot of patience there, but there was nothing really too much he could have done anyway. He didn't really come out, he didn't want to come out in a disadvantage in the duel, and he knew at some point over time that Mori would probably take him down, so he decided just to wait and bide his time in that objective. Perfectly understandable, but look how it is here. The step between the two, and it's going to be cutting it close. Reply Totem diving straight in. This could be that moment to try and shine here. If they take down Yoshi, that is going to be so much trouble. Gear to get him out of that objective, but they're completely clumped up together. Got way too much HP, and it does mean that Reply Totem could be able to take this, but as I say, that they've actually been taking him out. Brazer taking down Lenan, and finally able to secure that victory. All tied up in this third set.
There was a point where if Clash played that right, they could have managed to hold their own in that respect there. I felt like a Spikes could have gone a long way, but we didn't see one come through. And when we started to get that moment where it was almost there, I mean, yeah, between Guille there and the bottom left as well, it could have been done. It could have been done. But ultimately, Reply Totem did very, very well to dance around it and escape unscathed. So yeah, now things are getting very interesting. Tied sets, tied matchup in Hot Zone. Who is going to take that second set?
I wish I did that back in the day, just use a strategy. Just like, if I feel like our team's not feeling it, I'll just get my coach in every time. It probably would have worked wonders, you know, but this is different decade, different meta, do you know what I mean? Absolute madness. But I am very happy for Insona, guys. I'm glad he's just trying to do his best to make this work. And he really is, you know, putting up this much of a threat and competition against Clash. That's huge considering what we've seen so far. And definitely bringing in the momentum forward, especially after that second game. Because the first game, it was strange. It was like, they got a lot of the objective, but it didn't feel like they did, if that made sense, because there was a lot of very debatable plays which we saw, especially movement-wise and the angles they were taking. But this time round, yeah, it was definitely a massive difference from what we saw in comparison. Definitely working together a little bit more. And yeah, Clash need to be a little bit more cautious across the board.
I like the way that they approached it. Again, you know, separating Inso from that, you know, having to stick with someone approach and just trusting him on defense, and you know, that early value which we saw with the Stu staying on that zone in the bottom left for Reply Totem did its job. You know, it was a troublesome thing on the defensive, and ultimately, you know, we saw a lot of times when it was 2 versus 1 against the position where Mari was trying to come back in. I think sort of Breza as well was struggling to realistically help out, but you know, you got to take a risk here. I feel in parallel plays. It's the only way to get through this one. Reply Totem could be in a really good spot if they play this next game right. This could be leading towards potential upset territory. Almost still a none.
Okay. And he's dived just straight in. Oh, but he's already taken all that damage here. Oh my god, he got cleaned up straight away. But down below, if no one called it, Gia did take down one of the other players as well. But Brazer and Mori are just literally dancing around for Yoshi. Yoshi's doing a good job staying alive, but it doesn't change the fact that they've been kept back. Lenana's like, okay, yeah, I won't be having any of that. I'm just going to be going away now. I'm just going to the bottom left-hand side. Gia thinking the same thing as well. Totem with a nice early lead, but Lenan going straight after Mori. Cleans him up again. Lenan's not really having a field day with the mortars.
Yeah, I gotta say, I kind of favor here Reply Totem. If they keep shutting down Lenan and don't give him a look in, then I feel like Clash might struggle here. They're already in a bad way in the bottom left-hand side, and that's an important takedown. Oh, the Gale push as well was there to line up things for Lenan, but no payoff yet again, and this is brilliant capture territory. Reply Totem are on both zones and loving it.
Do you know what? I don't remember an esport I've casted or played in where a coach has made this much of a difference for the team. It's just absolute madness. They're doing a great job so far. Hopefully, they'll continue with this consistency. Lenan gets on the board here. Finally takes him down. Mori's still alive, but it's actually going to be going straight into Lenan. That could be trouble here, as Mori actually takes down Lenan in the end. Yoshi going to go on the right-hand side to try and get the objective. And Brazer and Mori, look, they've just left him. They've just gone, do you know what? We've got numbers. Let's just go for DA and we'll take down Lenan straight afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real problem that I see with staying on the zone and trying to allow your teammates there. I mean, Yoshi's got to gain back this deficit, and he's got to trust that Lenan and support there can handle the problem. But the problem is they're not handling the problem. This is going to go the way of Reply Totem, and that is a big set to win for them.
It's going to 5 sets. I can feel it. Yeah, nice one. Can't wait for this. I must say, Mori, he's got a ridiculous steal on him, isn't he? Just constantly shutting down Lenan, and I feel sorry for Lenan a little bit. I don't think he made the wrong options in terms of when to push in. It's the fact that he did make some of them work, but just couldn't get enough damage there, and was trying to exploit some of the weaknesses there from Reply Totem. But the fact that it just clumped up together all the time, just preparing for some of these attacks, it's been, yeah, really tough. 22 takedowns. And just to let everyone know at home, is the fact that Clash haven't lost yet here at the ESL Mobile Challenge, and if they have done, it means they'll give SK Gaming some room now to maybe try and clinch first place at a later point, and also give Reply Totem definitely increase their chances to solidify the top 4 spot later on.
Again, this could be a huge upset brewing here. I gotta hope in my mind that this goes the full distance, because ultimately that's when it's going to really show. I mean, I'm just going to go out there. I know you don't necessarily hear it, because Lethal, you are blessed with the 5th and final set more often than not. But I mean, at least then you know that it's just not like a quick sort of grab and run. It's going to be all the way. But Reply Totem now, if they get this next comp right and they start off on a match point, then Clash have run out of time. So they have got to start to pick up the pace here. It was very close. It was very close. But again, the Mortis pick just didn't pay off for them. It was high risk, high reward, and they didn't get the reward.
That was the key factor, wasn't it? It's what we mentioned straight away. And also for Reply Totem, they've been the only team to give Clash a run for their money. This is the first time we've seen Clash really against the fence here, and SK Gaming, they're playing them later on in the last series here, Ark, and I'm sure they're watching thinking, oh dearie me, because they only lost 3-0 to them last week as well, didn't they? And they've still been playing very well, don't get me wrong, just a little bit shaky. So I'm sure they're keeping tabs onto Reply Totem and see how they do this series. But as if we're going into the 4th set now, and they have heard me and heard us say that they need to try and close this out 3-1, and we know it's a big ask because we've got Sneaky Fields, the final map here on Brawl Ball for Clash, and I'm sure it's something Reply Totem don't really want to get into in terms of the mischief that Clash are going to get up to here. So 2-1 in favour of Reply Totem going into this 4th set, and let's have a look. I'm just have a quick look and see what the 4th match is going to be. I think it's going to be double swoosh, I believe, for Gem Grab.
I was just looking back through. I think you could well be right as well. Yeah, it is double swoosh. I was looking back through to see whether Clash have dropped more than 2 sets. They haven't. They've only ever dropped 1 set. They dropped a set to Blood Diamond. They dropped a set to FA. I think today they were clean, but yesterday as well with clean sweep through to Navi. So it's the first time a team have ever got 2 sets ahead of them. So this is a position that they've not been in before so far this season. So now's the time that they've got to dig so deep to kind of recollect and think, how are we going to get out of this one? Because again, they are playing against the team who are playing with their coach. That doesn't happen all the time. More often than not, you're playing up against the main rosters. I don't think that's faring well for them so far. But Gem Grab as well is an opportunity for them to have more control, bring down the pace, have a bit more lane structure, and that could go for or against them at this point. To be honest, the comps are going to be very important here.
I would laugh if Reply Totem playing against SK Gaming later on, and you find out from SK that Pedro's actually subbed one of the players just to... Because it's weird, these coaches have become super subs pretty much, haven't they? It's balmy, but I don't know if it would have been any other difference anyway, but let's see. Let's have a look. Still, I wouldn't say early days, but potential match point here for Reply Totem if they take this first game. Let's see what's going to happen though. Lenan just pushes straight with that armor effect all the way round, and look at that. Already most of Reply Totem taken down. Mori needs to try and stay alive because of the fact that the rest of his team has already rejoined with him. He can't really afford to take another death in order, but Gears actually pushed straight in. Enzo taking him down. Beautiful stuff there from him. And now it's just Yoshi and Lenan left standing.
I think you could well be onto something there, Lethal. How good would it be if we can get Pedro in today for SK and have the battle of Pedro versus Enzo? I mean, let us know in the Twitch chat. Put out a poll. I want to know how many people are behind that idea, because maybe, just maybe, we can make that happen.
And we might cost SK their place in the top 4 because of
Possibly,
it. I
but,
don't
you
know.
know, they're already out ahead anyway. They'll be fine.
Yeah, they'll be alright. Well, I'll be like, don't worry, boys, it's fine. So you can do it next season, it's fine. Not a problem. As Reply Totem now still very heavily behind by 8 gems, but still they need to take down Yoshi. They need to stay alive at this point. This is a crucial moment, though. Yes, it is. And they really take a huge amount of damage here. Lenan and Braze are having a little duel, little scuffle on the left-hand side. Lenan is going to be the one who actually wins that engagement. But they... Oh, this is probably say we need to make more. They have to make the push now. 10 seconds left, but it's not going to be looking good. Clash surely are going to win this set. And yes, they will. Just backing up a tad. Dominating performance from start to finish. And Clash will be winning this first game. Looks like I can smell a 5th set coming here.
I think, yeah. That missed pull at the end by Maori, that could have been the deciding turning point, really. There was 1 gem split. If they'd been able to bank that off the back of a takedown, then we might have seen a bit of a comeback from Reply Totem. But other than that, pretty comfortable. Yoshi missed that pull there as well, which didn't really serve to come back around in any way against them. So no harm done necessarily. But yeah, Gear picking up the gem there as well was a turning point too. They would have been pretty okay under the circumstances. Didn't quite see what Gear was doing on their right-hand side. But yeah, Reply Totem were not looking as comfortable that time round at all.
No, they really weren't, were they? They did let Lenan get away with a lot in that left, especially at the very beginning, to flank all the way around behind him as well. And Brazier, don't get me wrong, he had a good duel with Lenan earlier on, especially towards the very end. He really needed to win that engagement. Then Reply Totem could have had some room to make the push and then try and take those gems back. But no ambers this time round. It looks like we're going to have the Gene and the Bell, but instead we're going to have the Spike and the Crow coming up this time round. Crow, interesting choice here. We'll have to see what Insta's going to do with the Crow. Not going to do much to start off with. Yoshi's just literally picking people apart, and look at this, just diving in straight through. Do you know what? He's not bothered there. He's not bothered. He's going to almost go for the triple, but Maurice said no, not going to have any of that. But he might do now, because Insta's been taken down once again, as Maurice trying to keep Yoshi at bay. But Yoshi, I don't know if his shots are on point, or Reply Totem just aren't dodging well enough.
Oh my word, this is very dominant from Clash. I mean, the jump is there, and look how quickly he gets. They're just toying at this moment in time with Vince, so he's not really had a look in all game so far. Lenan's got the pull. We could go for the takedown. The Mari goes for the big one and gets the Brezza instead on the right-hand side, clearing the bush along the way. But I kind of felt like that would have been a much better pull onto the Gene, realistically, because it was slowed and an easier target. But I like the daringness there from Lenan. Good taps from Yoshi as well to Enzo, forcing him back. But he is in the right-hand side, just trying to juggle a lot of fire here, and really needs a bit of help.
Yeah, he needs a lot of help indeed. Brazier does take down 1 though, so now they're able to stabilise a little bit here. But the aggression is definitely coming out. Inso could be pushing from the left-hand side as Lenan now just trying to work together with Yoshi to maybe push onto Inso. Inso's been taken down by Lenan. Brazier's actually very, very weak. Yeah, he gets cleaned up as well. But even with this next gem, Reply Totem do have 1 more chance to create a huge push, but Inso has to stay alive here. He can't afford to take any more, and he's actually been taken down as I said that, which means that Mori and Brazier, they have to make this push, even though Inso will join with the fray right at the very end. The push is going to come in. Mori's taking a bit of damage. Brazier's already taken a lot. I can't really see this happening. Inso dives in, misses the dive, and that is going to be it for Reply Totem, as Clash will be taking us to a 5th set.
Oh, Enzo dived, of all places, straight onto that nest egg. You could have jumped anyway. He obviously didn't know it was there, but, I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds? I mean, okay, well, now this is interesting for me because, again, that Shelly ban from Clash, I feel, was related specifically to Sneaky Phil. So what do they have up there? That's that jump. What do they have up their sleeve? Is it just going to be that kind of typical Max Rosa, you know, get right up and close and personal with that and, you know, close the gap quickly, kind of traditional idea, and they just want to eradicate Shelly? Or have they got something else up their sleeve? Either way, a much better performance from them in Gem Grab. 20 takedowns, just shy of 140,000 damage as well, and pretty decent healing for the most part. There wasn't really much time to heal. I mean, there wasn't really much damage they were really conceding, in my opinion, those matchups, staying alive for the majority of them, so it would make sense for me. But yeah, Shelly and Tick without a clash, and I cannot see for the life of me where else Shelly could be played. So what are they thinking going into the next match?
I have no idea. I think, like what you said, for Rosa, it's a good choice, but the problem is in overtime, she's basically just cannon fodder, isn't she? Just got to be using her as bait to try and bring something out. And it's just really, really tough in overtime, isn't it? It really, really is. You kind of feel like you've got a time limit to make her work. And if you don't, or if you've got ballers in your composition where, or for your opponents, for example, if they can clean a lot of his debris and a lot of the structures, then it's even harder for the Rosa. It's really, really tough, and that's why a lot of mind games come into play with these border picks as well. But are we really surprised that the Rosa was thrown out a little bit here and there? We have seen it time and time again. The Max is very heavily used on this matchup as well, especially in the center. And yeah, it's going to be tough to call to see what third ballers some of these players will use. We've even seen the Barley come out on occasion here and there. I'm not sure.
Every now and again, yeah, it can struggle when you close the gap a little bit every now and again, but being able to see you inside that bush, we saw MMA doing that so well earlier today in Hot Potato.
That's where it came from.
Can definitely do some work. I feel as well like Ems is not a bad shout here for me. I mean, it can struggle again when the gap is closed, but you can kind of seek out a little bit, gain some information as to who might be lurking within the bushes. Spike, I think, is going to be a big one here, especially with the Rose potential. But again, the bans were Ash and Brock for Reply Totem, Shelly and Tick for Clash. And again, if they're banning Shelly, they've got to be going in with tanks. I mean, Frank could be as well an idea. Either way, I'm curious because they banned it in the last series and as well with this one. So so Poker, Rosa, plus the Mortis for them. But it looks like Totem were aware of it. They're going to go with B, and I think that's not a bad shout.
No, I don't think so at all. Yeah, and even have a couple of bruises here. Let's see if it makes a bit of difference. Yoshi just caught with his trousers down directly in the middle of both those players. It looks like Inter's been taken up by Lenan, and good defense so far from Reply Totem. They're looking to be okay. They will keep him at bay. Lenan has been taking them on more in. Gia is just like, yeah, I'm in trouble, especially with the Poco. I'm heading straight back here. And one thing to add as well, in terms of predictions, chat did think 91% in favour of Clash. So a lot of channel points are going to be lost if Clash don't sort themselves out in this fifth set.
Pills coming in from Gia should be enough for Lenan. Yeah, just taking no chances. He got the super off the back of it, so he was taking no chances once for the next round, clearly. Let's see, though, whether Reply Totem can make a stand here. Struggling, it's fair to say, so they're bringing in Bruce. He's going to get some swipes up for Lenan, but just seems to breeze through the hill from Gia as well. Wow. Clash finishing strong and on to match point.
It certainly is match point here for Clash. And I said it, they should have ended it 3-1 if they could, but they got demolished in that full set. And this one, it was just... I couldn't watch anymore. It's like a horror scene, isn't it? Pretty much from what we saw there. Absolutely ridiculous. But I think they fully understand more than any team that a couple of bruises will definitely make a huge impact on this map. But of course, over time, it's going to be a completely different story. They know that, time is of the essence here. And I like that they just don't muck around. They don't hesitate, take advantage of every kind of situation. And they're fully in sync as well. Just, kind of double tanky kind of conversation with the Poco. It's definitely flavor of the month, especially with the Poco involved now that it's not banned. And this is why, guys, Poco is banned 9 times out of 10 in a lot of these matches. But we'll have to see how Clash can do now to hold on to this lead. Because like I said, it's match point, they don't want another one.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's still a couple of options here, but ultimately I cannot see any way that Reply Totem don't go in with Rosa here. And that could be Clash's undoing. They banned Shelly, so they're already kind of taking out a pretty solid counter. They might have to go be themselves if they are able to see that mind game and see what it might be. Ems again, I still feel like that's not a bad shout. They didn't bring in the Max, which was kind of interesting to me. I kind of expected that they probably would do. The Nisa, though, for me, on the side of Reply Totem, didn't really do much at all. It was running Bear with me, which is a good star power to have to be able to keep the healing coming in. So survivability clearly on the minus of Reply Totem there, because Hyper Bear may have done some more work. I just don't think it really mattered. There was just too much heals, too much tankiness with Clash. They just looked to be very much in control back in the driving seat. And again, it seemed like they were preparing to get to this fifth and final set. Historically, it happens a lot between these two teams. Reply Totem are very, very good at taking Clash all the way. So not the craziest of bans. They are going to bring Max this time and the Ems, but no tanks on the other side of things. Reply Totem bringing out all the tanks and Poker, but look how quickly they got shredded. Oh my word. Lenan's too weak, but
they're gone. And there we have it. Scored thanks to Lenan, who's left on 38 HP before he even took that shot. And this is going to be a very quick affair here from what we've just witnessed so far. And looks like they're the ones who can't make the composition work apart from the Frank. But let's see what... Oh my goodness, look at that. Lenan, he's gone. That was definitely one of the... Well, it would have been one of the quickest if Lenan wasn't messing around so much. But Okay, well, there we have it. Sorry for not giving you any kind of edge wave there in terms of casting that game, Art, but you can just dissect the last 36 seconds for me if you like, with Clash winning that 3-2. No?
I mean, this is why I was surprised to not see Max, ultimately, because, I mean, that was over. I mean, that should have gone on. You know, that's a 31-second game, 30-second game right there. What a way to end it. I mean, almost in some element anticlimactic, given how quickly that last game went. It wasn't quite the nail biter that we were hoping for in Brawl, but then again, you did say, Oliver, that you were expecting this to happen.
Yeah, it's their home turf, really, isn't it? Seeing that kind of... I didn't expect to be that much of destruction. Like I said, it's pretty much a horror scene from what we just saw in that last map. That was just ridiculous. And their backsides are going to be hurting after that one. And then they've got to go play SK in the final series of the evening. There's going to be a late one there for these guys. It's got to now take a couple of series break. But guys, we've still got 3 more matches for you. We still have Blood Diamond versus FA coming up next, which is then going to be an absolute banger. And we've got double dosage of SK as well. They'll be playing against Blood Diamond again. And Ben, for Prior Turn, we're playing against SK straight after. So guys at home, do not go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL MENA Brawl Challenge. Joining me this time round, it is the Smiley D-Man here for another great match. Upon us is going to be Blood Diamond versus FA, and I'm very excited for this matchup. I was a little bit more excited before the Navi FA one, but after how FA performed earlier on, I'm more edging towards Blood Diamond here in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I'm Blood Diamond all the way for me. They are honestly, I think they're the team that may even get third. Reply Totem may well take it from them, but they're definitely looking very impressive. Rafa, Black Sea, Javi, and Ali, if we see Ali as well, is also on there as well, Ali SSG. So potential for him to turn up here. But yeah, Blood Diamond definitely coming into this one. Strong favourites. 3x though, you know what? They were taking games off Clash earlier on. They looked pretty darn good in that game. So we'll see. With free agents, you know, they just... I mean, they were close with Navi until Navi got angry.
Yeah, I think they kind of felt it a little bit on socials as well. Yeah, they really, really did. So I think in terms of their state of mind, I think they kind of felt bad about the fact that they take the third set and then it just went a bit wrong for them. I think it got into their heads a little bit. I think that's the best way of putting it, because they never normally perform like that. They still played pretty well, like, don't get me wrong, but yeah, when it gets into your minds a little bit, yeah, it can really affect your approach for the future matchups. But let's have a look at the maps and bans here. We are going to be kicking off with parallel plays, then going straight to center stage, acute angle, shooting star, and nuts and bolts if we get that far. And you couldn't get any more standard with these bans here, T-Man.
Yeah, well, thankfully we've not got the Shelly tick band anymore. True. So yeah, back to Ash Brock. As you say, pretty standard bans from both sides. You know, Poco Ash was banned out by free agents previously, and the same with the Ash Brock is kind of like the standard Blood Diamond ban. So surprised they didn't look at each other's bans and figure out that, oh, hang on a minute, we both ban Ash, so maybe we'll take another one away. But I guess they didn't want to risk it, you know, the whole mind games that gets into it. It does mean we're starting things off on parallel plays. Tricky map. It's I wouldn't say my favorite hot zone, because you know I love me Julian Beatles, but it's got the north-south split, so I know it's the two strong sides. We've seen Leon doing really well here from both teams, but we should also look towards the fact that Blood Diamonds love to run like a Mortis in there, which could catch people off guard. They could come in with something like that, or whether they just play it standard. You know, Jesse can be strong here if played in the right way, but does have to be defensive. Sprout can also be very strong here in a defensive capacity as well. So. And the Spike, actually, as I say, the Spike as well, very much in the same vein.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think a Stu would work well in this matchup, depending on who's going to play the Stu.
Yes.
Mortis, yeah, I do agree. The only problem is you've got to try and find that one opportunity to try and take him down, and it's quite an open map as well, isn't it? So it depends who's playing what lane, really, with that Mortis as well. If we do see it come up, we may not see it consistently, but we may see it at least just the one time in order to try and shift things up a little bit, just change it up in terms of the compositions later on. I'm trying to think what else on top maybe we might actually see, but I suppose we don't have to talk about too much because we're just going straight into it, D-Man. We're going to go into it between Blood Diamond and FA now, and already quite interesting in itself. You did bring out a couple of those ballers already, especially with the Spike and the Sprout as well. It looks like they are going to be appearing. Bell for the bit of range, perfectly understandable there, and definitely very back and forth. Still a stalemate situation here with Blood Diamond trying to gain a little bit more map control.
Yeah, Byron Bell being the only differential between the two teams, and Barrow's very much sitting and setting the stall out in the exact same way. It's a case of who's going to fall first. Well, that's the aggression. Blacksea starts it off. That opens it up for Ali to get in there. Didn't see him yesterday, Ali. Didn't play yesterday at all, but certainly a very good player for them, and he's absolutely popping off right now as he's locking down the north side. Rafa locking down the south, and Blacksea's been able to step forward now with the full 50% cap already on the south side. They can move up in force. This is looking incredible start for them. Oh,
Rafa and Blacksea were literally saying to themselves, come on guys, come on, single file, come out one by one. And that was literally what they were doing. Yeah, FA aren't looking too good at all. Joker, though, is on the bottom left, though.
Yeah, but it does no good to be down there. They've locked that 100%. All Blood Diamonds care about is this north one. They're at 94%. Rafa does come down here to defend, but there's no reason. You may as well just go straight for that top, and yeah, match over. It's like, I understand that you want to go down and start the percentage off, but the fact is, you've got to clear that north. You may as well go in as a full 3-4s.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because you're not going to get anywhere across the board. I don't know. I think it's still in their heads a little bit, that Navi game. I'm pretty sure I know it's been a couple of hours since then, but I still think it's playing on their mind a little bit. Something like that, you know, sometimes for some people it can take up to 24 hours just to try and sleep on it, really. But yeah, it's just going to be really, really tough to call. I hope it's not like that. I'm hoping this is going to be a great matchup nonetheless. I don't want to be too pessimistic or anticlimactic in any way. But from what we saw there, you saw they're just going out in single file, like when they're meant to wait for each other to create a decent counter attack. Use that 3v2 to then push through. You'll take a lot of damage, fine, but at least you win the engagements, recover, and then get the objective back from the last person left standing. But we didn't really see any of that until the very end. Even then, actually, you're talking about Joker being on the bottom left, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was all about, obviously, the initial kill that came through. We knew it was going to be down to that. Black Sea did very well in the mid and managed to take control, and Ali stepped up, you know, on the Byron. He was landed shot after shot after shot, so got in on the zone. Let's see if they make the adjustments where they change things up, because the Byron worked well for them. It is going to be the Bell and Byron and the Skew. I like that change from FA. I would have probably preferred Cyclone on the Stew, but Cyclone's going to be on the Bell instead. We'll see how it pays off for him. Meanwhile, we can see pretty much same as for Blood Diamond.
I'm not even going to mention the chat predictions, but I'm going to anyway. 98% Blood Diamond, 2% FA, but I think it's because someone just chucked a huge amount of points into Blood Diamond's favour before the submissions were closed. But this is a little bit better this time round. Joker's just take down Black Sea, and when we see that Rafa is just trying to stay alive and just wait for both of them to try and give him a helping hand, and Ali now just coming in with the Byron now, just going to deal with Jokers. Cyclone now is just going to try and do as much damage as he can before we get taken down, which he has done, but does come out with a trade there onto Rafa. Good stuff from them. Nice way to come back from this matchup, considering the circumstances they was in at the very beginning, with FA just a slight edge here in terms of lead.
Oh, well, Black Sea tried to sneak up there. Now, with him going up on the side there, it did allow Ali to get up and around the north zone. Now Rafa back in that defensive spot, should be able to get splash damage onto Cyclone, absolutely. Continuing that, hasn't quite finished it off, but it's more time for Black Sea to get the respawn in, and once again, Blood Diamonds in that lockdown control. Not as strong as they were in the first game, but they have that bottom side already covered off, and look at Rafa being aggressive. Black Sea just using that Leon, utilizing that stealth as much as he can. This time, though, they do go with the triple threat. They try and stack it up. The problem is Blood Diamonds have a really strong hold. Finally, they get cleared out, and now, free agents, they have to push.
Yeah, they definitely look much, much better, but now they've got to try and come back from this. They've got the ballers to do it, absolutely. But to stew the Byron and the Bell, they absolutely can, and there's no reason why they cannot. They need to wait for that moment of opportunity, but Black Sea just pushes in straight and gets a 2-for-1. Rafa and Ali are going to be like, thank you very much. We could just push straight onto HK if we want, but Rafa's decided actually to try and put a little bit more aggression onto the spawn of FA, but Joker's like, I'm going to have absolutely none of it. Cyclone's going to try and push into the centre a little bit more. Black Sea actually takes down HK. Teamwork now as Joker does take down Black Sea in the end, but Ali and Rafa do have the angles.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, and at the moment, it's basically once Black Sea's up, that's it. It's go time for Blood Diamonds, and I like it. We were talking about this with free agents. You know, got to wait for the team to be there. They are waiting for the full three-man roster to be there. Cyclone trying to get aggressive around the side. He goes down. Black Sea puts the pressure onto Dark Joker. That's not working out. He will fall as well. And now look at Black Sea. Black Sea's off. He's going up for that north side. They are going to keep the pressure on, but Black Sea is already on the zone.
He certainly is. It's just increasing the lead, just making matters worse here. It's going to be no chance for FA to come back on this. But I will say that FA did put on a much better performance compared to that last game. So Blood Diamond will edge the victory there, 100-80. Yeah, that was very close. So first set going to Blood Diamond.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. So Blood Diamonds will take it very early on. And honestly, they stuck with the try and test it. It worked out well, and it was honestly looking fantastic for them from the off there. It did settle in a bit better for free agents there. I like the changes, I like the adjustments they made. But the fact is the Blood Diamonds seem to be absolutely on it. Black Sea was popping off on the Leon non-stop. Rafa doing a fantastic defensive hold, and the Byron working out well as well on the north side. So Blood Diamonds, quick and easy. Quick 2-0. I think they're going to be hoping they can take the whole series that way. Because as I say, they are challengers, they are contenders. You know, free agents, they were looking like contenders coming into this one, but it does seem that they're one of the teams that may just slip away and end up in that 5th and 6th position.
I don't know what a 3-0 is, D-Man. It's going to go to the 4-5, mate. True. You're right, though. Like, For FA, it was just, I don't want to say it was just a mess. It really was. I've never seen a counter-attack where they're going in single file. Like, the coach must be having a massive migraine in the background going, what on earth are you doing? Like, you know, why are you going in single file like that? But of course, if he is getting involved. But it was giving me a headache just watching it as well. But they did manage to rectify it in the end. But I think it was just way, way too late. But I'm glad they performed better in the second game, because it wouldn't have been feeling too good if they were playing, you know, in the same hectic environment and just not doing what they should be doing going into the second set. But make sure you guys let us know what you think of this series. Hashtag #ESLMobile on Twitter, and let us know your thoughts and feelings, and we will read some of these tweets out on the stream later on. So yeah, it's tough to call, but I will say that, you know, for Blood Diamond, it could be a 3-0 still. It did look really strong considering circumstances. But now we're going to do a little bit of Brawl Ball here, D-Man, and we're going to see what FA can do to maybe, just maybe, bring this back.
So free agents have been watching 3x play a little bit here and gone with the old Max speed up the Jackie and Rosa and throw them in there. Now, if you do remember earlier on, obviously we had free agents pick up a fantastic game in Brawl Ball. It wasn't on center stage like we are here, but it was certainly a magnificent game overall.
And it was. HK now very, very aggressive starting there with the Rosa, just trying to really make it work. And look at the damage they've already done here. As Javi's just trying to do what he can here to try and keep him back. Not going to happen, though. A quick goal for FA as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe that's their style. This is the one that's going to work out for them. We'll see. But immediately, can they push forward? I thought they were going to try and use the max power to get in quickly, but it doesn't look like it's working. You can see Blood Diamond starting to surround them. This is looking dangerous. Dark just goes down. Cyclone left all alone. Ali can just push the ball forward. Blake's is he going to try and run over? No. No. HK gets there first.
And he is, but it looks like, oh, you can see Blacksea just trying to push on in there. He's so weak, though. I don't know how they're even holding this defense together, as Joker just in the corner still at the moment. Cyclone just come off the respawn straight away just to kick that ball away into the bottom left-hand corner. And you know what? I do not blame him in the slightest, but Ali just being a serious pain there with the Rico, just constantly doing so much damage. And that is going to be a nice way and a nice victory there for Blood Diamond to kick off the set.
I mean, Spain versus England in football, it was only ever going to go one way, wasn't it? We tried, guys. We tried. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Blood Diamond, you know, I like the theory that free agents brought to the table there. You know, we've seen it work. You know, we've seen 3x doing a fantastic job with that same sort of setup, with the speed up the Jackie, send the Jackie super in there, pops off, wrecks people, in goes the Rosa, gets an easy goal. You know, these things happen and it works, and it kind of did. Their goal that they got, it was kind of how it works, but it is kind of a one-trick pony, and it was well read and executed by Blood Diamonds to just read into it, say, okay, we're going to set back. You know, the stew has been incredibly strong for them already. The Rico were just keeping them at bay. You know, they've just basically, once they were penned in, there wasn't an escape. There was no way out for them, because at no point could they be in that position to get that one-trick pony to kick off. You know, once they're pinned in the goal, you're basically screwed. Yeah, no, do you know what? You could not have put it any better, because you're right there. You've got to be brutally honest in this ton of predicament, because with that composition, you're right. In the long run, it's not going to work, especially in overtime as well. So we may even see a complete change, because I don't understand why it couldn't be. And you said it yourself, it may be only a one-time thing. It can work, and it may well be. Let's have a look here already. Look at Rico's coming out for both teams here, as well as the Sprout as well. And you see Cyclone is coming up with the ball, and you can see HK as well with the stew. He's going to see if he can try and be a bit of a pain for Blacksea there, but Cyclone instead will be in the cover 5. Does get a beautiful trade out there, but look at this already, just very back and forth, very chaotic to kick this off. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Cyclone being on the tower. I think I'd have preferred him on the stew like HK is right now, but you know what? His stew wasn't the best earlier on. He got kind of in a tough position earlier on, but you know what? With Cyclone just being around there, Blood Diamonds can just push and ignore him. He will get taken down. Blacksea's putting the damage in on towards Dark Jester. HK finally comes out of spawn. But with Javi here, yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to be in point blank with Spike, and he can just throw his super down as soon as Cyclone spawns there. But with the double thrower combo, they can chase him down. It's going to be strong control from Blood Diamonds if they can get the double throwers working. But at the moment, it's all about HK, I feel. If he can get in their face, it can cause some problems.
He certainly could. Speaking of problems, though, HK's just been cleaned up, but I don't think they're going to be able to take advantage of that at all, even in a 2v2 scenario. Saying that, though, Cyclones just come out swinging here. Push up into that left lane, causing Black Sea to have a little bit of an issue. Javi is also there, but just going to be joined with him. It's going to be their final hurrah, you could say, their final stride here to try and keep them at bay. But Javi's taken down HK, which means many ones are going to be turning things around here in terms of the aggression. Ali's taking down Joke here. This is going to be a beautiful chance here for Blood Diamond to try and make this work if they can. It just depends on how quickly they can get this objective up the field. As Black Sea's taking out HK again. Joker's the one with the ball in the end, but look at the amount of damage he's taken here from a couple of these players.
Just keeps getting baited as well. The ball going back towards him and immediately chucking the damage over that towards him. Cyclone will go down here. Black Sea manages to take him out, and now we're closing in on the final 20 seconds, and it's Blood Diamonds that are looking the more likely to score. They need to try and deal with it now. But the danger of when they get pinned in like this, with a Sprout and a Spike, you're just going to get lobbing over the top of you. And you can see Dark Joker tries to get away. They're just waiting for the clock to run down. They're just going to roll it over the line. And look at that. They even blocked it out, so there was no chance that free agents could defend that. Blood Diamonds take a quick one.
Yeah, that was still a good shot though, but yeah, having those two throws to the Rico to back up, it was just disgusting, wasn't it? But you were right there with the composition changes as well in the last one, which does mean that Blood Diamond are going to be up 2-0 in the series. I can't believe it's 2-0. It feels weird me saying that today, especially in other previous days as well. But the problem is, will FA come back? I still think there's a way to get back a set or two if they can, but Blood Diamond, they've been looking so good. It's very hard to be optimistic about this matchup.
Yeah, and we're moving on to a cute angle next, which is, you know, it's a tricky gem grab map. We saw some very good plays in it earlier on. This is just the final style. I mean, once you win against two throwers, Blood Diamond's just a well-oiled machine starting to look very, very good as this league progresses.
Yeah, right, with the progression of this league as well, we've seen Blood Diamond, like you said, just get better and better, and very quick as well. We're only on play day 4 at the halfway mark, so to see their full potential later on, if they do make it to ESL MENA Challenge Finals, yeah, it should be definitely very good to see. But we know that Clash and SK are still gatekeeping the leaderboard at the moment, and Blood Diamond are just one of the very few teams to try and challenge them. And we'll have to see what happens when they do play against them once again at a later date. Actually, speaking of a later date, let me just actually check one of the matches. Actually, Blood Diamond will be playing straight after this matchup against SK, so that will be a true testament when you and Ark definitely smashed that one out of the park. But going back to this matchup though, it's still, I still don't know for FA. I still think they're playing well, but Blood Diamond has just been a little bit too much for them on a number of occasions here. And oh look, it's one of your favourite maps here.
Yeah, good old acute angle. So the Amelion and the Gene coming in for free agents. I kind of like that, I gotta be honest. But the Sprout, once again, from Ali, working wonders. The Sprout Spike combo, you know, the double throws, it does offer a lot of control, and this is a map that you lack control on. So I kind of like the idea here. The Brock, was the Brock banned? I'm assuming the Brock was banned or not? Double check.
I don't know if it. I think it might have been actually.
The Brock was banned. Yes, it was. I was going to say, if you got the Brock here, it would have been a problem for him. But with the double thrower setup, because obviously you'd have been breaking away the whole map, and that causes so many problems. We had the similar situation. I think it was Clash earlier on, wasn't it? It was Clash earlier today that had a similar thing. Yoshi was playing the Sprout, but this is just Blood Diamonds just locking it down.
It really is. I've never felt like it's got out of place even the slightest. A couple of deaths, but that's been about it. But Black Sea, if he actually, he does actually take down HK. Okay, so even though they got the gems, oh no, never mind, it's not going to work out. I was hoping Cyclone could maybe sneak around in that right lane, but he's literally all on his lonesome, pushing up top middle. Does take down Javi though, but with 507 HP, is it really going to work at this point? He can just hide behind that structure with a couple of seconds left remaining, and he's pretty weak, but he's going to be fine. Well, the little things, I think I was shaking more than he was, and it's going to be match point here for Blood Diamond.
Yeah, a very quick match point. Damn, this one's gone fast. Ark, you're not getting much of a break here, son. Blood Diamonds are in no mood. They want to get it done and dusted and get things on. We are already running at 20-11 here in the European regions. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I like what they did. You know, they brought the Sprout, they brought the Spike, they brought the full control. And Leon, you don't really know where he's going to be. You expect him to be on the left side, but he was kind of here, there, and everywhere. And on a map that you struggle to obviously have full control over because there's so many angles. that you could possibly get popped from. They just delivered there. What do free agents do? Do they switch over to sort of a Bell and maybe try and get some of those long-range angles? Because if they're going to bring that out, or do they go like full on? Do they bring a Mortis to the table? I'm not really sure, because obviously with the spike there, it's kind of a little bit of a counter to it. But
yeah,
I really don't know what angle they could go with there, because honestly, I like their picks. It just didn't work for them.
Maybe they just stick with the picks and get more value. I don't know. Their setup was so strong in the center, and I really don't know. I don't know what's going on today. Even Ali's taking a Mickey a little bit now. Just they'll be looking to try and push into the center of the black set. Actually, you made a valid point with the Morty. We do see Cyclone whipping out this time around with the Byron and the Leon. On the other side, we've got the spiked Jean and the Leon as well. Okay, so we're going to see how much this difference having the thrower makes in the background. There's already oh no, HK's giving the last person, but Cyclone has rejoined with the Mortis, but already look at his Blood Dom in full control.
Well, I mean, they didn't. They lost the first 3 gems. The problem is Blakesy just walked in there and took them down, but Cyclone says hello, comes in, and that is free agents retaking control in style. Now, it's not ideal that the 4 gems have gone onto Mortis' head there. He's probably going to hope that Javi can maybe take him down. Instead, he gets absolutely pulled by Ali, but still doesn't get taken down. Can he reverse it? No, and gives the gems back to Blood Diamonds.
Dear me, that was definitely an interesting scuffle there, but at least they take down Cyclones and Mortises. Javi now just on that right lane, just throwing a few bits and pieces here just to keep him at bay. Ali's taking that HK already. Cyclone, though, is just diving on in. I think he was assuming he was going to be able to take down Black Sea there, but he does not, as Ali still in the background at the moment, just trying to look for an opportunity to get that pull in. But look at that, he's taking a fair amount of damage. Cyclone has taken 1 down here, so an element of control back in favour of FA, and we have to see what happens in these last couple of minutes.
Cyclone doing a fantastic job of getting the damage down. Problem is that for all this control they've had, they haven't got a great deal of gems out of it. Now Cyclone gets yet another. They're going to try and close in, but Javi's doing a fantastic job of keeping him at arm's length now. 9-7. Last gem's going to pop out on the north side. There it is. Cyclone tries to come in and predict it, and he's got Blakesy in his pocket right now. Blakesey's in all sorts of trouble, but now they can push, and it's going to be very hard to chase them down. The gems go down. Blakesy will recover them and restart the countdown. But now look at Dark Joker. Dark Joker comes in. Blakesy, that's so aggressive. What is he thinking? He's got the 8 gems, but he has to go for Cyclone. Hit and run from Cyclone. And now we're tied at 10 apiece.
The problem was beforehand, there was 3 more gems left to come after the countdown. So they pulled back just to make him think that they didn't know that for some weird reason. But Blood Diamond need to keep the center control. But if Cyclone is taken down, it's going to make matters even worse from here. And another gem has been picked up. It's all tied up once again. And now Cyclone just wait to see where Black Sea's going to come from. He's going to find it though. He's actually put himself aware as Ali does take down 2.
They got it.
Oh, surely that is going to be it. My goodness. As Blood Diamond, I probably was going to take this as Ali now is just going to wave goodbye. See you later. Thanks for the series point, guys. And we're just going to literally end this as Cyclone's actually going to be a little bit worried. Cyclone's still going to chase him down. Nah, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. I was going to say, don't prove me wrong, as Blood Diamond does win the series. Nice, clean sweep for them, 3-0.
Yeah, the pulls were on point. You know, they were landing it. They got the HK in the end there. Cyclone sort of going in towards it, but he got doubled up on, so did get taken down. But honestly, Cyclone's Mortis there was something to fear. You saw Blakesy getting the damage down, pulled it in, and then Ali was there to finish the job and hoover up all those gems. And Blood Diamonds, in the end, do not drop a single game, let alone a set. So absolutely magnificent performance from Blood Diamonds. Putting a statement there, taking down free agents who were looking to contend, but it does seem that they may well fall away to that sort of 6th place. We're only at the halfway stage, though, so still plenty of time to go. But Blood Diamonds are looking very good for that top 4 position. They will have a tough game on their hands next, though.
Yeah, I feel like time's flying by with all these matches and what's been going on, especially. And yeah, you guys at home, don't worry, we've still got 2 great matches. I mean, if you're a SK fan, for example, then you've got SK versus Blood Diamond, and then you've got SK versus Reply Totem. You can't really complain about that, can you? It's the final 2 matches of the day, as Arcnow's going to be jumping back in the hot seat, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've been enjoying all the footage tonight and the last 3 play days, because we are about to hit the halfway stage arc here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and I feel these are sort of almost decider games, these next 2 games. You know, SK versus Blood Diamonds and SK versus Reply Totem. We're kind of seeing really the top 4 teams and how they're going to clash.
Yeah, it's been like 3-2s, 3-0s, just that 1-3-1 against Mood and Navi. But I don't know. I mean, SK might have a lot on their hands if that last matchup is anything to go by, because Blood Diamond looks so good. At the same time, though, you know, SK are way out in front. It's fair to say they had that 1 loss only to clash, but they have had some close calls along the way.
Yeah, and, you know, Pedro, we heard from him yesterday. We had an interview with him, and he was talking about, you know, how they're going to struggle with the late night games. And, well, here we are at 10 to 11 now in mainland Europe. We'll see if they're going to struggle, because they are 4-1 currently. And, yes, it looks fantastic for them. But don't discount that scoreline, because it has been incredibly close. And they're up against Blood Diamonds, who just swept through free agents, didn't drop a single game. It didn't look like they were going to either. Rafa Black Sea, Javi, and Ali SSJ, who looks like he's been playing tonight, are looking on it right now. And SK Gaming, oh man, this is a tough one. Like, we were looking at the predictions and we both went for SK, but honestly, I had to really think about it on who I thought was going to take this.
And, you know, going into today as well, you know, Blood Diamond were coming in at 3-2. Now they got 4-2 off the back of that last victory. So they are still well in front of a bad day for FA. And Reply Totem taking that loss as well. So they are in a fantastic spot. Bans, though, are pretty usual for SK, with the Sprout ban, which we know they know and love, and the Brock 2. Ash for Blood Diamond, as well as the Stu. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good for me. I think that they're all pretty viable bans, in all honesty. Gonna have Gem 4 up first for Gem Grab, Pit Stop then for Heist, Factory Rush for Siege Guaranteed, possibly then Super Stadium for Brawl Ball and Dry Station for Bounty. You know, again, I don't know how this one's gonna go in all honesty. Blood Diamond got the momentum, and like you rightly said, you know, SK were mentioning that the time zones could be a troublesome thing here.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is. I mean, I don't think SK are in and around below, right? Maybe. I mean, their SK HQ is about, I would say, a kilometer, maybe less, that direction from me, where I'm set right now. But I don't think they're in it. I don't think they're there. I know I've seen pictures of them all together, but I don't think they're there right now. But yeah, SK Gaming, you know, they're fearsome, right? They're 6 out of 8 monthlies. Like, they are the world champion hopeful, let's put it that way, for Europe, along with Clash. You know, these are the 2 teams that are likely to really challenge SK Demon. Please, Ogi, please. Me and Alex don't get on that one. The owner of SK. Not gonna happen. Yeah. I mean, honestly, SK Gaming, while they are coming into this one as the be-all and end-all of Europe, they have not looked it in the ESL Mobile Challenge right now. And Pedro said it himself. He said, yeah, we've actually struggled.
That's, yeah, fair to say. It's very unusual to see so many 3-2s on the side of SK. You know, those were wins, but they were still 3-2. So, you know, had they come in today as a 3-0 SK, or have they come in today as a 3-2 SK, or have they potentially come in taking another loss? I mean, again, the only loss was the Clash. But Blood Diamond have been just progressing so nicely in this competition, as they have done throughout this year as well. So they are gaining some good traction and some good momentum. Let's see what the comps are. They're going to be going in with Jean and Amber for SK Leon. Looks like they're Bell in the mid for Javi as well. alias J as well, and the Rico. Semantic, though, does love his Pam lanes, so he's going to be going with that particular brawler again today, as we saw him on it yesterday as well. It's going to say, like, just about there, those balls were right behind him there.
I tell you what, Black Sea has been doing magnificent on Leon today. He just dominated the last series, and now immediately we see him put the pressure on Jet in there on the Amber. I like the Amber coming through, but honestly, Black Sea once again taking him down, and this is buying all the time they need to control that mid channel for Javi to just keep popping off on the Bell.
Yeah, and he gets a nice takedown there on Semantic also. Skarx doing his best to come into the mix. Jetson, the helping hand as well. Magic hand available to Skarx here, so he can go in with some aggression. Something that Javi's got to be careful around it. Too sure whether they'd have the support needed if he does make a pull, though, to be honest. There's low in health now as well. Blacksea, gets the takedown for it. Jetson tries to burn down things, but yeah, it's the problem now that SK are a bit behind.
Yeah, and Jetton's realizing it. I mean, it seems, unless Jetton's got his super, he's really struggling against Blacksea right now. Meanwhile, the Pama Semantic up against Ali. Ali doing a really good job, but there's the pull. Okay, so that gives them the control over the mid. Let's see how this is going to work out now. 7-3, there's plenty of gems available, but look at that Blacksea. Very wise, coming in and stealing them away. Goes down, gives them over to Javi.
Oh, punishing super there from Alias to show on the right-hand side. Skarx took that gem from the mid, and they'll split. You know, Jetson ideally does not want to be carrying these gems. He's be very vulnerable to Blacksea if Blacksea gets his invis and goes on the hunt here. And there's some punishing shots from Javi again. Jetson's going to give him 3 gems, and that's enough for countdown.
Countdown on. The Skyrix not able to get close enough. Semantic's not going to be able to do it with the Pam, that's for sure. Not in a 3v1. Does try and put the damage down. Oh, almost. You know what? They're going to keep the pressure on. Javi's going to have to back away. 4 seconds to go. They're going to try and charge in. Javi's pinned in the corner. Oh, the shield goes down. Resets the timer. And is it going to be enough to try and buy them the time? So 15 seconds of counting. But the problem is SK went down as well. They've got to regroup. They've got to push.
Yeah, it's going to be all or nothing really for Eskin. Have they got the time to do it? I don't think so. Skarx has got the pull, but they have to close a lot of ground here, and Javi is in the way. Yeah, that is going to be a wrap. My word, that reset was really in the nick of time. I genuinely didn't think it was going to end there. SK tried to turn it around, but just weren't able to at the end of the day. It's very hard to do so in that position where you've got so much at your disposal. Blood Diamond looking really, really good. I think we're definitely going to see some adaptations from SK. A lot of that wasn't working for me.
No, absolutely. You know, over on the left channel, Jetton, I love the Amber on this map, but he just couldn't get close to Blacksea. Blacksea was kind of dominating with the Leon on the left side. And I would say the same with the Pam. The Pam was struggling against the Rico. So we may see Jetton switching over to the Rico, maybe even going over to the right channel and trying to counter that way. Or we could see them completely switching it up. You know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility for SK to totally change composition.
Yeah, for me, Blood Diamond were running what I like to run. You know, I mean, I think that we might see some potential for Tara to come into play here still. But, you know, Bell and Leon, they're just 2 really, really solid choices. And although I know that Semantic loves the Pam, I mean, a lot of the time, you know, I see the Scrap Sucker working out well on the gadget side, but it has, you know, sort of taken away some of that healing quality that Pam can utilize so well here. And the Sprout ban was SK's here. It would have been a nice choice, a nice interesting idea to have that run in the mid. Either way, you know, I think that on that left-hand side there, the Amber was always going to struggle. We saw the bush kind of get taken away on the spawn side. You need that bush as Amber. You ideally want to break the opposite side of the map to be able to see when your opposition is going to cross over. So, and with Leon as well, that's even more unpredictable. I think Sandy could be a good call here as well for SK to consider, because ultimately they need something like that. A bit of a shield of unpredictability to be able to contest this bit better.
See what they pull out of the table, because Blood Diamonds, if they were to pick up the first set here, you know, after the momentum they just piled through free agents without even blinking, they've effectively gone 7 games without reply, 3 sets. If they can make it 4th one here, this would be an absolute cracker of a start for them against SK Cameron, and they have a tough night ahead of them. Yes, reply Totem are going to be using Inso. We know that Mari wasn't available earlier on, but he looked pretty good earlier on. So SK don't have an easy night ahead of them.
Exactly. I was saying to him in the chat and praising him for his performance, because ultimately, again, we have yet to see Clash go to the 5th and final set this season. So it was a huge accomplishment. Nonetheless, didn't get the win, but definitely caused a lot of shake along the way. Now, this is better from SK for me. They're going to still keep the Gene in the mid, but bringing in the Leon, I think will help out a lot. Semantic's going to stay firm with that Pam pick on the right-hand side here, and yeah, punished greatly for that also. And this is Shay looking right in the back spawn here. I think he popped a bouncy castle there, but in the caught off guard, yeah. And Blacksea's not going to spot on the right-hand side.
And it does mean that they're going to have to give it up, but Javi's going to claim himself another gem before he goes. Blacksea's still alive! Somehow gets out. I don't know how he's managed to still stay alive, but he does get out. I don't even know how that happened. Just duking left, right as much as he can. Now they have switched it once again. The Jet versus on the Leon up against Ali, and Ali on the Rico just got that range advantage. So I really like the adjustments the Blood Diamond's made coming into this.
Kraus has got his pull, but again, if he used it, who's there to help? Everyone's still trying to win their lanes, and that's why Blacks is just able to win that transaction. Going straight back through the mid, Visa Hill along the way for that additional healing quality as well. And it's to be able to walk behind Semantic here. He gets taken down along the way as well. Blood Diamond are looking so good, and SK have not got the tools to turn this one around.
They are looking refined, tuned. They are ready to go. The pull comes out, but what's it going to do? Nothing at all. And Blood Diamond take the first set in the series over SK Gaming. It may be late at night, guys, but it's time to wake up.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Get some coffee down here. You know, it's again because, like you rightly say, reply Totem after this too for SK. So this is the first battle in that respect. And you know, Blood Diamond again. I feel like their comp was just better. I felt like it covered a lot more angles and they were able to utilize it more. I didn't really feel the value of the PAM, and I didn't really kind of see Gene making much of an impact there either. So that one for me kind of came down more to the comps, and again, not really having the tools to work with. 17 kills, 17 takedowns for Blood Diamond, and 180,000 just shy of in terms of the damage too. And again, not that much healing because they weren't dying that much anyway, just kind of holding positions pretty well, I felt.
I really like Blood Diamonds. They clearly were prepared. Like, okay, they're going to bring a Leon. If they do bring a Leon, we're going to switch and put Rico against the Leon, and we're going to get the Black Sea's going to go over the other side. And they did it instantly. The second they saw it, they straight away and said, okay, that's fine. I don't need to deal with the PAM. And like you say, I love Semantic, but I don't feel the PAM was bringing as much to the table as they required there.
Exactly. I know, again, if I felt like it was doing something, then I would be able to call it out and say, and you know, it can work, but it just wasn't. And sometimes, you know, your kind of go-to brawlers are great against certain teams, and sometimes they're not, and that's why you got to always be mixing things up. And you know, in credit to SK's defense, they always are a team that normally do that. So I was surprised to see a few of those brawlers stick around, in all honesty. But swiftly into Heist, then pit stop up. So a chance to be able to rekindle some ground here as they are behind. They've got to do something because, again, coming off the back of that last game, Blood Diamond have got this momentum that has been behind them, not just in this particular series, but in the last as well. So this is really the time to shut some of that down.
So what are they going to bring to the table? Is it going to be sort of the standard? You know, Brock is banned away. I'm just going to double check all the bans just to get them in my own brain as well as for you guys at home. Sprout, Brock, Ash, and Stu. Stu and Brock definitely could have been used here on pit stop. Obviously being taken away will make it very interesting. Now, we covered this game earlier. It was 3x versus Clash, if my memory serves. Don't think we could read too much into that one because obviously the Clash were having some interesting picks throughout that one. Actually, they used it was obviously the Sprout that's banned away and the Spike, didn't they, in a combination to keep away. I mean, meanwhile, 3x brought out the full sort of brawlery comp with a Daryl in there. Actually, double Daryl on both sides. Daryl, Bull, and what was the other one? Damn.
It was a tankier comp. Yeah. It was that idea of having the Daryl rolling in on the M's and such. And I mean, the Stu ban was also in play there, I believe. So it did kind of have a knock-on effect by taking out the Stu, which you'd normally kind of combine him, well, at least in my opinion, with that M's and Edgar. It did force the comps to be mixed up, and again with that Brock ban as well, more cover to be able to utilize. So we might see similar ideas, actually, in all honesty.
We're going to see,
here.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of the second game that we had from Clash was the Rico and the Colt, and that's something that SK probably could bring out. Jet loves his Colt on the highest map, so certainly something we could come through. Also, by the way, Poco is not banned. I'm just going to throw that out there because SK is a team that likes to use the Poco in a combination with a couple of bruises. So that is a possibility.
Again, we saw a bit of Barley earlier today, and I kind of wonder whether that might show an appearance. It's kind of good for control. Ultimately, if they go with a different strategy, they might still decide to break open some of the map with some ideas. Spike, I feel, is a solid pair of hands. Again, if they are to bring out the Daryls and the Bulls and that kind of thing, then you want to have something which can shut that down. Rico Lane also is a pretty decent shout as well. Sometimes even Dynamite here. I mean, sometimes you want something to break that mid to allow the Rico to do its thing. With Brock ban, Stu ban, it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's going to be likely, but it could be an option if teams have a strategic idea in mind. Personally, I just prefer the Edgar, keep the wall there. But you know, it really does depend on these comps as to how that's going to happen. You know, it just makes it a bit more challenging. You know, ball would be a great thing to break the mid as well, but as we saw, it did struggle sometimes earlier today and can get shut down quite effectively with Rico.
Yeah, definitely. Taking the time on this one. Also, the Edgar, we should probably throw that out there. Obviously, the good old jumping on the backside could work out. It's what 3x tried, but didn't work out. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I think I would like to say it's SK maybe delaying, but the game's about ready to go. After being swept to Blood Diamonds 2-0 in the first set. Blood Diamonds coming into this one. There is the Edgar, as we kind of expected off on the side, and the ball, of course, as well. So very similar setup with the Mortis to try and come down. Tell you, that's the BB, isn't it, on the right-hand side?
Yeah. So batting styles for Blacksea, and that will give him more survivability. He put the gadget there as well, maybe a bit premature. It's going to be one less for him. Javi being very patient here. Smatic trying his best to defend this. In the meantime, Skarx is in a great spot, and again, having that opening is so vital to have for the M's to really get maximum value on the safe. But look how much damage has been done on both sides already. Almost 50% on both sides. This could be a base race.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, both SK members are here. Meanwhile, only one Blood Diamonds. Well, that's a simple race. It's only going to go one way. I say that. It's getting pretty close. Blacksea's putting the damage down, but SK, can they get dealt with here? Rafa's got the respawn off. It's down to 7%. Blacksea's doing what he can. 5% accounted. Blacksea's been dealt with. Rafa's going for it with the Edgar on the back line. Should be able to take it down. 2%, 1%. Who can finish it off here? Jet's going to get trying down. They've managed to get the pick off. It's 1 to 2%. Insane. Rafa's just going to try and run straight for it. Skyris comes in. Just blasts it away. And what a game as SK come out on top. Crazy.
I mean, they're not playing as safe when they're behind, really, are they? They're just kind of going in and just, like, hoping for the best. What an amazing turnaround. Symantec had to shut this down. The pressure was on here, and I think the favorable respawn there for Skarx as well to help out. It would have just been one super from Symantec if Skarx hadn't have got the job done, and they had to be very careful because Javi as well had that super, and he was going in as well in the bottom of the screen there just towards the end, so it couldn't have been finer, in all honesty.
He just simply couldn't keep the range of M's away, which is all he was doing, just like, fire, come on, hit that auto fire over here quick as much as you can. Wow. What a game we have on our hands. Okay, I mean, we didn't even get a chance to talk composition, so pretty straightforward from Blood Diamonds is pretty much what we were talking about, the 3x brought to the table earlier on today with the Bull, with the Edgar, the BB, everybody just basically pile on there, and it was straight base race territory. It does mean, as we saw there, it leaves them open to range problems, which was why SK managed to stay on their safe for so long.
Yeah, and getting that opening as well. I mean, because Skarx, I think it was Skarx on the M's, was doing so much value even in the early outset of that game, and you saw how important it was towards the end. Yes, Symantec, playing it safe with the spike, I think it's a wise choice instead of the beginning, because ultimately, with bans that are in play, tanky brawlers are going to be coming out of the mix. So you've got to have those quick defenses, especially with those Edgars coming in. So I think there's a lot still going for these comps, in all honesty. They could try and mix things up and play the mind game approach. I think that everyone kind of went in with good choices. There was some very good awareness to the meta and the bans that are in play here. So I still feel that they could mix and match and maybe try to mirror if they really wish. But I wouldn't try anything too crazy in that respect. I think this is the safest way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I mean, these guys have got to figure out what's going on. SK Gaming on set point right now, but Blood Diamonds picking up that first set has definitely given pause for thought. And well, a 1% game is definitely an interesting start. You can split these teams with a little bit of paper. We knew that Blood Diamonds were stepping up. Is it Blood Diamonds stepping up? Is SK faltering? Who knows? Either way, it's making it an entertaining match for us. Let's get it on your screens for the next game. It is going to be the Bull Spike, and I think I just saw an M's at the bottom there. Meanwhile, Blood Diamonds bring the same comp.
Well, I think Jetton like to be less on the defensive and more on the offensive. But look at this 3-man push for Blood Diamond. Everyone's still alive. Blacksea with the super spitball coming in back and forth on that wall. It's just Skarx. They need help on defense, but they can't really afford to bring him off the safe. They've got to come in and get these takedowns if they can, and Skarx stays in position is a very good thing. But look at this, the pressure mounting.
But they do manage to finally get the wipe. No, Blacksea, absolutely insane. And he's going to take it down. Wow.
The downtime is like 3 times the length of these games. What is going on?
Whoa. We got some games. We got some games. Okay, set point, double set point for both teams. There's no mistaking what Blood Diamonds were aiming to do there, but Blacksty 2v1 in to finish things off. That is the style that we love to see. And honestly, Blood Diamonds are absolutely rocking right now.
Yeah, I think they're getting it right and taking the same risk. I mean, there wasn't really that much risk in all fairness in that last game because they were all 3 on the safe, and there was just ScarX. Again, going on the aggressive is so important, especially in pit stop. Sorry, when you have that and you're getting damage on the other side, or you're receiving damage on the other side rather, it doesn't matter because you know that you're going to prevail as long as you can kind of all work together to. When you're trying to defend that position, you're split. You don't know who to attack, who's best to approach. It can go pear-shaped very quickly. And that's what Blood Diamond did. They just applied that pressure. And SK, it's very unusual to see them looking like this, I'll be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is. To see them being flustered and pressured. And I'm going to be honest, I think Blood Diamond is just going to go the exact same. They're going to go exact same and go piling out. The question is, what are they going to do? How are you going to counter it? The problem was, right, for me, it was Ems that was up on the safe. Like, Ems is the perfect counter to what they were doing. Like, that would have hit both of them and would have punished both bruisers. But, it's just that sometimes that's the way. And obviously, there's no point in walking all the way back down the map to get down there. Because by the time he got down there, you do expect his teammates were probably saying, don't worry, we don't. We don't have it, sorry.
I mean, in this position here, SK can't really afford a base race. That's the thing now. They went in with that approach in that first opening game, and Blood Diamond tried to encourage it in that second game. But realistically, now they've got to start taking more control of things. Again, they were taking a while to get into the last game, and they didn't change much. So it seems like they might be trying to do the mind game here as well to make each other think that they're changing comps and actually not. Again, it would be a really difficult thing for SK to come back if they lose this next game. Blood Diamond would be 2 sets up by that point. So again, they've got to start to have more of these battles in the mid.
Oh, it's the full same. It's a mirror match, and in they go. Base race time. ScarX is the only one defending. Blood Diamond's all in here. Meanwhile, so it's effectively a 3v1 down the south side. Now, ScarX has managed to get the one away, but I've got to be honest, it's SK Gaming that are losing out here. ScarX doing what he can to defend. Blood Diamond's going to put the pressure on at the moment. I don't think you're going to get a chance to look at this one. SK Gaming, take it! Oh, oh my word! Wow! Yeah, analyze that.
That's surely a record, right? I mean, that is ridiculous. That is 3 of the fastest games that we've ever had on highest pit stop. Surely, that is ridiculous.
Well, honestly, roll a dice, I think, was literally the finish there. Full credit to Skyrix. We didn't see Skyrix took someone down. I didn't see who it was he took down, but Skyrix managed to get a kill in there, and that I think was literally the crucial decider that turned it around, because obviously it took it from a 3v1 to a 2v1, and more importantly, there was only 2 down doing the damage then, whereas they were uncontested laying the smackdown on the north side. So, okay. It's one apiece. It's one apiece now. After SK got swept aside, they've just, by the way, the 2 games they won was by 1% and 3%. That was the 2 games they just won. And now we move on. So where do we go next? We go to Factory Rush. Okay. We're going to be a little bit more controlled here in the siege mode.
I was reflecting back to what I was saying going into that game as well, was that SK cannot afford a base race. Well, it seems that they could, but I mean, it was by 3%. I mean, they were taking a huge risk. I guess at this point they have to.
You can make yourself a YouTube video for that one tomorrow, don't worry. with that slogan, with that as the title, they cannot afford a base race, and then show that game.
I know what to think. At the end of the day, though, we are tied up in the sets. I didn't expect that we would be, if I'm honest, because Blood Diamond were just looking so aggressive in that second game. I feel like they were going to have that same approach. I didn't expect the base race, I'll be honest. But hey, back to rush. None of that going to happen there. I mean, we won't get a one push, maybe. Who knows? But ultimately, a very different pace for this next matchup.
All right. Yeah, I would say back to normal now. Probably see the Leons out there, the Ricos. What are we going to get? No, we're going to get a Mortis from Semantic. Okay, there's the Bell, and a Rico is indeed out. So Rico both sides. Leon on the Black Sea side once again. Leave in a double Bell as well. But so the Mortis really being the key here. It's a case of whether Semantic can get in and get it done. Couldn't quite.
Getting those, stays in the mix there. The bouncy castle gadget, and still there. Black Sea got some shots off, but he's still in that
Gives him the siege spot.
Yep. Coming in now. Level 2. The beefiest, not the beefiest of bots, but at the same time, with the mark should be taken quickly care of by Blood Diamond, and that's a good thing for them to be able to get back into the bit quickly.
So he's not going to get any damage done. Simply a case of regaining mid control. At the moment, Blood Diamonds with the bolt advantage. Semantic really struggling actually to get close, to pick an angle, because Javi's doing a fantastic job of controlling that mid with Rafa's backup.
Goes down the left-hand side, Jetton. Now able to heal and click that bolt along the way, but SK behind on bolt here. Semantic's going to be forced away here as well, and this is going to be a push coming in for Blood Diamond, and that's a great thing to have. The second push, honestly, is a great thing, because ultimately, that third and final round, you're not be realistically able to finish it all the time in the second push, so SK are in a tight spot.
Yeah, I feel the Mortis was a risky pick, and it's just not paid off, and I think that's going to be the main difference. This is looking like it's Blood Diamond's going to take it. They've had full control of this mid throughout there. It is a 4-1 in bolts, but that bot, well, that doesn't get any damage done either. Interesting. So it's all on the final siege.
Great thing to have Bell, isn't it, when you can get those quick takedowns for Black Sea on that left-hand side. That is an important lane to clear. Semantic is going to try to cycle this. Has a very good awareness as well. So the fact that he had super and is able to do it, but they've got to have full control. Black Sea will bank this one here. Will SK have enough to get a push here? It's going to be tight. I don't think so. I think Blood Diamond has done it.
Yeah, Black Sea just walked away, and the problem is they got Javi down, but Javi had just banked 2 bolts, which gave them that advantage. Now, can they make it 100% defense? I'm not too sure, because look at this, Rafa, has he got the super ready and go? He only needs to get 1 shot on it. That's all he's looking for, really. And there is the shots coming in. It's going to be Black Sea around the side. Blood Diamonds will take themselves the first game.
Very, very nicely done. I mean, again, just playing it pitch perfect, really. That's great on the Mortis, but it took a little bit of time to really get the momentum flowing. No doubt about it. Great awareness. The fact that he could cycle there. I just felt like it took so long. It took so long to really see that value come in. And after those perfect defenses, that third and final push really was what it all came down to. And Blood Diamond were cautious in the way that they valued that final round.
Yeah, the Mortis was a risk, and it didn't quite pay off at the start. He started to get Javi down towards the end there, but unfortunately for him, he was really struggling to get it was Ali on the side there down. Just wasn't able to get the close enough. And once they lost out, they managed to keep it 100%, but they just didn't have that bolt control. Blood Diamonds were too good, too clever in that mid control area. So almost certainly going to see the Mortis change. I think everything else may stay the same though. Whether they go for the thrower of say a Barley in there or a Spike, or whether they go for maybe a Leon of their own.
Yeah, again, I think this is where SK banned the Sprout, to be honest, because it'd be a great thing to have on defense, and Broca 2 to be able to break that mid and get some shots through behind the bot as it comes through. Blood Diamond Blood Diamond banned Ash and Stu, and again, I think Stu here would have been a great product to go to also. I think we're definitely going to keep that Bell on both sides. You can just see with those perfect defenses how effective that one was. But yeah, I think Spike would be a great thing to have as well. It might be a bit overkill, maybe in the slowdown on the defensive side, but ultimately, yeah, I think Barley might not be a bad shout. And we saw Semantic actually yesterday kind of dropping, I believe it might have been actually dropping the Mortis in that instance where it wasn't working out for Barley, which then did a lot. I don't think it was on Factory Rush, but they did. Okay, they're not going to bring that, but they're going to bring the Leon, and they'll make the change. Yeah, so Mortis out the mix for SK, but in the mix for Blood Diamond. Hello.
Rafa brings it, switches out for Leon. So basically trading places, trading comps. We'll see whether it swings in the favor of SK Gaming. Semantic just waiting, wondering, does manage to come out on top in that duel, and it is a duel that generally will favor the Leon.
A lollipop drop is going to be key here. Tie for the first round, so keep an eye on those bolts as it'll be 45 seconds until the boss will be revealed. And at the minute, it's pretty much a battle for the mid, but there is a takedown there. Javi is the victim, and now all eyes onto Rafa, but he's got 2 bolts coming back, so that's pretty decent in all fairness. But now they've got to retake this mid. SK will be looking to get a big push coming in here.
Problem is, with both being so tight, obviously on the tie, it may well favor SK to get the bots out now, but it's definitely going to still be a beefy bot for Blood Diamonds to follow possibly here. 8 to 6 and counting as Rafa's managed to actually lock down Jet there on the left side, but it doesn't take control of the bolts, and it will be SK picking up a level 10 to start things off. That's going to get returned. They won't quite tie it up, but that's 9. Make it 10 bolts in favor of Blood Diamonds. They just need to defend well here, and they could have a big bot of their own.
Yeah, the mark is ready as well on the Bell side of things, and that is going to help out a lot. In the meanwhile, though, Jess on this left-hand side getting some taps, and Javi's forced to focus on him. It's a big scuff, it's going to be said, but that was a quick takedown, all things considered. 2 members of Blood Diamond able to come in very quickly for this mid. Rafa will be looking to get some aggression or just a couple of bolts here and there, because that is not that much damage. You want to see if they can protect this bot along the way.
He gets Jetting down now. He could try and focus onto Skyrix on that Bell. It would be a struggle for the Bell to keep him away. Doesn't manage to get the kill in, but it still gets away with the bolt and survives. And so that is going to be a huge beefy bot coming out. 14, 15 and counting, I think. And this is a real chance for Blood Diamonds. They're already putting the damage down. You can see they've already got the shots in onto SK's safe. And this is looking dire for SK now.
But Rafa goes down. Blacks is in the bottom right still. Jetson is contesting it. I don't know if there's enough firepower here, but there's no one to really take down the bot from SK either, and that's going to be enough surely there to connect, or is it? No, not going to be enough, but 1-2 from Rafa. There it is. That is enough. Rafa came in so clutch. That was not smooth, though. Not smooth from Blood Diamond. Almost some big errors of judgment there. I'm just going to go out there and say it.
These teams, man, they are delivering an epic game. But Blood Diamonds back in the lead. And yeah, 2-1 up in sets now as we move over to Super Stadium. But let's break this down because this was close.
Oh my word, that one shot there from Javi, and then Rafa was able to get the super on the back of that. But leading up to that, it was just not coordinated. I felt like, honestly, the attempt to go in, I think Blacks was on the Rico, right? And went in very much too early. He wants to get the job done. I think this is way better, way safer in that instance where you know you've got a big bot coming in to get behind the push, to not try to end the game too early, because there was almost no one there, realistically, to be able to make that final bit of damage count. It was very fortunate for Blood Diamond that they were able to get those final shreds of damage there.
Yeah, you need to remember who you're up against. You know, you're against one of the best teams that Europe has had, and sometimes what you may do you can get away with in pugs, it ain't gonna work against SK, and that was very close, as you say. Like, other than Rafa's super, they would have had egg on their face in that game, and that would have been an absolute kicker to lose that series like that. But they do take it. So Blood Diamonds 2-1 up on SK Gaming here. The next 2 maps, Super Stadium and Dry Season, this is open territory, I feel. SK Gaming ordinarily very good on Brawl Ball, but so are Blood Diamond.
Yep, and we've seen already today, haven't we, just how quick some of these Brawl games can be. Max is not banned, so there's the potential for some speed there. Possibly B for the mid or other ideas. Maybe it was SK. I know SK definitely brought out a Meg recently for Brawl Ball. I wasn't sure whether it was the Super Stadium, but they have been one of the few teams that have experimented a bit more with that brawler than others. Spike is always a great thing to have on the lane side, or Barley. Quite a diverse meta in Brawl Ball in general, but Super Stadium has a lot of cover as well. And again, that Brock ban, SK along with a Sprout, I think they're quite key here, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I'm very interested to see what Blood Diamond is going to bring. They've been relatively the same throughout all maps so far, you know, with the Bell, the Leon, you know, something like that. Obviously with the Mortis across the 2 maps now. I do wonder whether they're going to switch things up or just going to stick with what works for them for now, which could work against them, because Pedro's going to be sat in the background furiously working away to figure out how we're going to beat these guys, because at the moment the Spaniards are doing very well.
They are. They really are. I mean, this is almost all over at this point. No, I would love to see Semantic bring out the Surge. I mean, it's having a little bit more play time at the moment. I just like watching him really, so I'm a little bit biased in that respect because he just shows everyone how it's done. But it is, catered towards this particular map. I just think there's probably some better options still at the moment in the current meta. But, again, Ash being banned here, very important because there's a lot of potential to push up. So good bans from both of those picks from Blood Diamond with the Ash and the Stu here because, yeah, SK on Stu here would have been very difficult to handle and to deal with. I think safety is always a good thing. I think there's going to be cover to utilize here. I would personally go with the B mid in the eventuality of any kind of tankiness or any Rosa kind of max pushes like that. It is a good thing to take care of, and the Honey Molasses is great to also put in the little corner when you've got a little bit of time and you've made a couple of kills along the way. But either way, I feel like this could be SK going into match point. I mean, the max is there. Big risky comp here from Bloodline with the Frank. Yeah, I like it though. I really do what I see on both sides.
Slap it around. He's going to get into Semantic's face. Semantic will bop him away. Black Sea can get the pass in. Rafa can shoot and goal.
Oh my word. Blood Diamond are in a hurry. They know that they've got SK on the ropes. They want this done and dusted. Rafa coming in with the super on the right hand side as well. To be patient for it. Not a shot in the dark just yet. The friend zoner though could be from Semantic, but yeah, no reason to cancel it there. But just a knockback. Pretty decent defense, but oh my word. Blood Diamond are not done.
They do manage to get the ball away. Heavy just sitting in his Sandstorm. And Eric's now going to try and push forward. See if they can get the angle. No, not going to happen. Blood Diamond's back up on their feet. Now, Black Sea, honestly for me, Black Sea has been MVP tonight. He has been magnificent in these two series. I don't know what he's gone, what he's had for dinner, but it has worked well. The siesta's been paid off for them, that's for sure. But here we go. The speed boost comes in. Rafa's going to be looking for Skyrix, gets the stun down, knows that he's managed to catch him out here. Now Jet's in trouble. He's got to go defensive. Got to try and get that ball away from Blood Diamonds because now they're going to be pushing. But the respawns will come in. Can they try and take them down one by one by one? I don't think so. They're going to keep the Sandstorm running though, and Blood Diamonds are chasing.
Very important speed. Oh, the ball can come through to Rafa here. He's going to stay in position to go for the slam. He gets the hammer down, but the ball is left alone. But Javi able to stay alive. That is Blood Diamond on match point against the giants that are SK Gaming.
Wow, a statement being made. And I gotta be honest, when I saw the Rafa in there and what he was up against, I didn't, the Frank for Rafa, I didn't think it was going to pay off because Semantic was on M's. I thought, okay, he's going to be able to control him on that left channel. But they really worked that well as a team. And yeah, Blood Diamonds, we saw them already against free agents, just how good they are on Brawl Ball, and that worked wonders once again. So what do we change? What do we adjust here? I was talking about the fact they've been bringing Leon to the table. They didn't bring Leon out. I think it's the first time tonight, but honestly, Black Sea just switched it up because Max, pretty similar. Hey, up, I'm going to smack the microphone. Let's not do that. Pretty similar brawler. But SK Gaming, man, they're up against it. Like, where's the telltale SK Gaming comps coming onto a Brawl Ball game? You know, Poco's available. You know, coming out with the double Brawler Poco setup, which they've done so many times, they're just running over teams. It's not there. It seems like a fearful SK right now.
It does. It really does. The max mids were great. We saw so much ability of both teams to be able to maneuver around the map there, especially there's a chance where SK had a bit of a break and that was shut down quickly by Blood Diamond. So, but there is still the option of going to B. So if Blood Diamond go in there, the first game with the Frank, which I think was smart to open with the Frank, by the way, because again, it's that one that you're just not expecting and then you've got a bit of a problem to deal with. They might be anticipating that SK will then go over to something tanky and then preempt that with going in with a B. That would be an interesting thing to see. But either way, Max is just so good at scoring goals. You can just see, I think pretty much every game that we saw this evening so far that ended very quickly was a lot to do with having Max. So I think you've got to kind of keep her really in position, if I'm honest. But Spike could be a good thing for SK just to have, in case Blood Diamond going with the tankier comps again, have some slowdown, have some area denial. But Barley for control, they're lacking control right now. They're not able to keep Blood Diamond where they want them to be. And, you know, what a spot for Blood Diamond. I mean, again, the only other team to take down SK so far to date has been Clash.
Yeah, and honestly, Blood Diamond proving, like, how the qualifiers to get here through play-ins, they look really strong in that. So Not too surprised. The teams they had to push aside to be here, and now they're proving they are here by right. They're challenging SK Gaming in their own turf, in their own backyard, a tournament that SK Gaming currently hold. And it is going to be a similar comp coming out for Blood Diamond, but it's SK that do switch it up. This is what I was talking about, you know, switching things out. So the Poco with the Primo and Frank, this is kind of the SK that I expected to bring to the table for Brawl Ball, but it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, they called it. And again, if Blood Diamond had just been listening there and brought B, imagine how much better off that they would be. But having to make a push now, Skyrax is going to tickle him. He's going to have to walk this in surely. And all three there. Oh my word. Yeah, that's awkward. That's awkward.
It's interesting, it's normally Jetten on the Poco, so they decided to go with the Frank for Jetten this time around. They're switching things up, but oh, look at this, the Frankoff pays off. SK Gaming going to get themselves a goal as well. Jetten can walk this one in. Just going to wait and then go. All right,
wow.
Here we go. Who's got the supers? Who's got the supers from the kickoff? It is going to be the Sandstorm.
That's a really key start. Rafa going in, but Semantic does stun. Jetten's stun in the meantime, and the nice throw over the shoulders. Blacksea! Oh, still Blacksea! Can he make it? Very shift. Oh, shut down!
Oh, so close to speed, but it could go straight back up the other end here. Rafa will slam it down and get the ball into the corner. And now we have a minute on the clock. Both teams in a real tricky situation. If it goes into overtime, it absolutely favors Blood Diamonds. But this is far from over.
Gets with a smash, but a nice cancellation there. Really nicely timed by Rafa. The smash there from Semantic as he slams down. Skyrax still there for support. There's a lot of defensiveness needed here for Blood Diamond. Jetten goes down, connects nicely. SK surely have got this in the bag now.
The pass over to Semantic doesn't matter. Jetten's just going to shoot it in there. And SK Gaming will level things up. Still match point, but wow. That was what I was expecting from SK.
If they just brought in that B with a little bit of a wall break, SK would have been sitting ducks then, but okay. I mean, it was very good to have the max regardless. I think that was a great thing to have to utilize and to go on the offensive, but I could see SK coming up with the tanks as well. My word, this is where SK are dangerous, remember. They are able to turn things around when you least expect them. I would not be at all surprised if they take this all the way.
What would you counter? Like, if SK are going to bring the same again, which I'm not sure, you know, they'll bring this comp out and then they'll switch away from it because they'll be expecting the counters. Often is what they do. So we'll see whether they do completely switch it out or whether they stick to the tried and tested. But honestly, Blood Diamond bringing the same out again. I was surprised. I was expecting maybe the change out, maybe the Frank switching across there. Just to remind you guys of the bans, which are actually pretty relevant for this map. Sprout, Brock, Ash, and Stu. Like, all four of them could have been viable with any of these two team comps.
That could be a good shout. Getting inside that little L wall and just kind of remaining stubborn. Again, we haven't seen anyone go to any kind of control, but it is tricky. I mean, Barley can be really difficult, or rather very easy to overcome and push with that max speed. So that's the reason why, you know, Sprout would have been a better shout. But again, that's a very clever ban from SK for that very reason. I'm going to vouch for Still. I still think B has got great mid potential. It's a great shutdown for the tanks. I think that Spike still is fantastic for that same reason. The slowdown on defensive, it's the same pair of hands. Question is, are these teams feeling safe or are they feeling dangerous? And right now, they're looking pretty dangerous on both sides. They want this to be wrapped up either way. SK needs to take it to the fifth and final set. Blood Diamond would prefer to not go there.
I'm going to make a recording of Ark saying, I think B is a good choice, because every time we get to Brawl Ball, it's like, play B, guys, play B. And when they do it, it works. It's like, guys, listen to me.
I've got to vouch for my girl. I've got to vouch for her. She's never failed me yet. Oh, Jackie. But this could work, maybe. Rafa gets the heels off. We saw the fact that Jackie was able to utilize so much speed yesterday and take teams by surprise. It is a risky idea here from Blood Diamond, but it may pay off.
Yeah, and it's SK almost switching to, well, 66% of what Blood Diamonds have been doing, but this is a pressure play. And Skyrix is all alone, gets punked out of there. And now Javi trying to get the cross in. We get to Rafa, he'll put it into the corner. Blacksea will just walk it over the line. Hello. Blood Diamonds, championship point maybe. Well, championship by match point. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet.
That was a pixel-perfect pass. I've got to be honest, it looks very tight, but look at this. SK is straight away on the aggressive. Jetson can get the goal here. Oh, my word. The stakes have suddenly come up.
But that's the power of Max. I mean, that's what Blood Diamond almost got in the last game. Semantic trying to get in the face of both Javi and Rafa, trying to make it work here, but Blacksea with the primo jumping onto Skyrix, and he's going to hammer him down. Skyrix does manage to get the stun down, but the ball in Blacksea's hand not going to work out. He gets punted in the corner. Now SK Gaming can try and charge up the other end and catch them in that spawn cycle perhaps here. They have to try and lock them down quickly. They're looking and punishing at the moment. Semantic pops the super. Blacksea will get the ball away though and saves the day for now.
That's a very important for Semantic on defense there, because that was going in with Blacksea, and again, he's been performing, as you rightly said, so well today. Going in to the Skyrix there, has the super to hand, but this is a chance to reset realistically here for Blood Diamond. They've got the ability to hold this down, and Semantic's got his, so Blacksea can't really jump this. They have to push forwards, and they are shutting it down. The speed down from Jetson is key here. Semantic can get this ball out, but he's going super aggressive. And look at the stun coming in. It connects from Skyrix. Oh, over the shoulders from Blacksea. Can Blood Diamond defend this now?
Gen can't do a great deal this close, and that's going to be Javi going forward. Semantic on the defensive. What can he do? Nothing. Walks it over the line. Blood Diamonds take it. Incredible stuff. 3-1. Blood Diamonds come out on top, and they take down SK Gaming. Incredible.
I've got to say, deservedly so.
Yes.
Honestly and truly, deservedly so. What a day for Blood Diamond. The passes to Blacksea in that game were honestly so crucial. Look at this. He was just ahead of Jetson, and it happened again here with the break here, jumping in just ahead of the ball enough to get it in. My word. Blood Diamond played that perfect. Absolutely pitch perfect.
You know, predictions aside, obviously, I think everybody got it wrong. But honestly, when I was looking at these predictions, when they gave them to us about 3 p.m. today, it was just a case of like, this was the game I looked at. And it's like, I really don't know, because I was fancying Blood Diamonds, but they pulled it off. And now, you know, Reply Totem are going to be looking at this and thinking, this is it, guys. You know, our competition, which is Blood Diamonds, I would say, for Reply Totem, has just taken down SK Gaming. We could do it ourselves, even with Inso playing.
Yeah, that can happen. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen next. I can assure that. I mean, SK are not looking themselves right now, but Blood Diamond were very, very strong. The question is, you know, well, Inso brought the whole team to match point, you know, in the 5th and final set. That's the thing. So Inso's got a lot of work to be done, but I feel like he might be able to do it.
You might be able to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. You've got about 2.5 minutes, and SK Gaming will be facing off against Reply Totem. Can Inso do it, stepping in for the night? The coach delivered against Clash and almost managed to topple them. Can they go and get SK Gaming? What a game it will be. Blood Diamonds take SK Gaming. We'll be back in a few.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Joining me is Mark once again to finish off the evening, and I must say it's going to be another slobber knocker to finish things up today between SK and Reply Totem. And Reply Totem, you never know, could kick them on it down there, Mark.
Yeah, I genuinely feel they could. I mean, we saw them perform already fantastically well today against AC Milan Clash.
Yeah.
So, have they used up all of their energy? Are SK demoralized enough after that defeat, or is that defeat itself going to bring back some life into SK? Because they do tend to kick hardest when they're down. So, more often than not, it's when they're against the match point. But this is a loss. That's a big deal for them.
It certainly is indeed. It just shows that they do bleed. They're not immortal, as they've already dropped 2 matches now. The first one against Clash 3-0. Nice easy win there for Clash. And now Blood Diamond, as the BDs have been spamming throughout the entire course of the day, haven't they, in chat? But you're right though, for Reply Totem, they do have Inso instead of Maru, but Inso is a very, very skilled player indeed, not just because he's a coach or anything like that, but of course he's been with them for the entirety of this lineup. He knows exactly what to expect from them, so he does fit in quite nice. I even said to him in chat, I said to him, don't worry mate, you've got plenty left in the tank, don't you worry about that. And I'm sure he likes to hopefully think so as well and be a bit more optimistic with this matchup, and I'm sure he will do a great job just like he did earlier on in the previous matchup against Blood Diamond. But we're going to kick things off with Shooting Star, double swoosh, center stage, some assembly required, and Ring of Fire to finish things up here. And interesting picks here. We do have the bands, got the Ash and the Stew, and we have the Sprout and the Poco as well. So SK playing it just a little bit safer this time.
Yeah, that Sprout being still consistent this time, not going with the Brock, but going with the Poco. So not sure that they were hoping maybe that Reply Totem would go with that one and clear it off the board for them. But either way, it makes sense to ban the Stew because, again, a lot of teams very aware of what SK Gaming are like when that particular brawler is available. Ash, again, being taken out of the mix. Not too surprised to see that one. Okay, well, I mean, Shooting Star first. Brock is actually available here, so that could be something that could come into a factor. We've seen SK kind of more than often favor that over the tick there. Be kind of curious to see what they do go with. I think probably going to be Nanny, probably going to be Piper, but I mean, Max, we saw is having a great day on the field. I mean, it's been rife in Brawl more so than anywhere else. I'm still waiting to see a team go and do some daring things with it in Shooting Star, I'm not going to lie. But also, I believe that Reply Totem did play this earlier against Clash, so they will have at least had a bit of a chance to play it already today.
Yeah, certainly will. We have to see what happens here. Reply Totem do need this win, considering how well Navi played earlier on. They're currently 4-3 now, were 2-3, but now they've made a bit of a statement, a bit more of an impact as we head towards the halfway stage. I suppose technically we are at the halfway point, especially once this series will be done and dusted. But this will be a great win for Reply Totem just to keep them level pegging with the rest of the pack. Actually, SK will be 4-3 if they lose this. So, and we can talk about that a little bit just due to the fact that they have lost, a couple of matches now. But I will say though, like Blood Diamond Clash really gave it all against SK previously. And Blood Diamond you saw in that previous series. I didn't catch all the games, but I did catch most of them. And yeah, Blood Diamond were looking very, very solid. And Reply Totem, if they can do what they did against Clash, there's no reason why they can't replicate the same as what Blood Diamond's just done.
Yes, and Clash were the team which did take SK, in clean sets. So that is going to be on their minds. It's going to be on their minds. The question is, I feel going into Bounty, how they approach this. I mean, yeah, Brock Smith makes sense, and I think that fair to say that Reply Totem also saw that idea coming. So who's going to have more composure? Already a fast and early takedown from Maori, continuing the aggression onto Jetton. Middle star as well. 3 stars in the blue star for Reply Totem is a good start for them.
I'm not surprised that SK didn't ban the Brock before the series even begun anyway. They love using the Brock, and especially a great replacement for the Tick, even on this map. Even when we see a lot of teams use the Tick on this map, you always see SK be the ones to whip out the Brock to show a little bit of aggression. But speaking of aggression, then we saw Jetton taken down, but Skyrays did take down Brazier in the other side of the map. Is now Inso now just trying to do a bit of work with the Brock, and hasn't found too much yet, but has destroyed the structures, which does mean that Jetton doesn't really have a leg to stand on. But Inso does get cleaned up by Skyrix. But Reply Totem is still up by 1 star.
Darks has a big old bounty on his head there, and yeah, Inso has to be a little bit cautious there on the healing side because ultimately those peeps will come in and can't necessarily tell when they're going to do it. Jetton with the super didn't get the value that He wanted, in fact, didn't get any because Inso was immediately healing there, but look how low there. I can't see the player. I think it's, yeah, Maori in the middle. He's got 4 stars as well. Inso's in a, bad spot, and Skyrex saw it. That is going to be the lead to SK.
Certainly is. Skyrex has hit so many great shots. He's been so consistent with his aim in that center lane, but it looks like he's just going to be lurking around behind the structure there just to see if he can get any additional damage done. But Jeton realizes that, and Inso as well. Inso's actually managed to, I don't know how he stayed alive with that 112 HP. Does manage to get away. It does mean that Reply Totem will have a nice little lead during these dying moments.
I don't know how he got out of that one at all, and I think he was lucky that he missed the last shot because Skyrex popped the return to sender. Let's see whether SK... Oh, they just gave in, so the takedowns are there in favor of Reply Totem, and it's looking a bit deja vu at this moment in time as they take the first game, as I believe they did against Clash also.
Inso must have been scratching his head as well, thinking, how on earth, I was in the centre, how on earth did I get away with that? But you know what, he's going to be pretty pleased about it anyway, and there's nowhere else to go from behind, just due to the fact that he already was ahead in star count, so he didn't really need to put any more pressure on, and I think he was just there anyway, because he knew what Skyrex was up to, so they thought we can use this moment to try and win out a 3v2, which they did successfully, and yeah, good start from Reply Totem, like it.
Yeah, really quite consistent for the most part. Just be a little bit careful on those peeps coming in from SK. It was a very close game though. It wasn't too one-sided. So that will be on the minds of SK for sure. They would prefer to get this kind of earlier lead, a bit more stars, gap between them, and Reply Totem had the advantage in that side of things. So I don't know whether we'll see much changing of comps, to be honest. I feel like the only thing that you might want to consider is a bell, but you really want to break that mid early and just kind of open up the entire map. I feel like that is the way going. Going with Tick here, you're instantly on the back foot. So I don't think that we're going to see much shifting. We may, but ultimately I was still sort of favour the team which going with the Brock mid in this particular instance. I think it's going to come down to a lot of these timings around tanking these peeps. Ultimately, return to sender is going to be on point. Having no last hurrah on the Tick side means that there's going to be more back and forth of those stars for those peeps to really land, and teams therefore have to consider when you're playing the Piper, hold on to that super. When you're healing up as Brock, sometimes it's better to wait till your max health, because ultimately if a peep comes in, you don't want to be low health because you've been trying to apply too much pressure.
And I couldn't really imagine, that makes perfect sense. I was going to say, I couldn't imagine someone like SK bringing out the Tick, because they prefer the Brock pick. They've preferred it for a long time now. They prefer the more of the aggressive approach. There we go, good example of that. Semantic taking them in so straight away. Razor and Mori now just going to push Semantic back, and Jeton's actually a little bit weak as well, but Semantic gets a nice little double to add to his name in the kill feed. Already up by 5 stars, now 7. Semantic's just loving these shots, just giving him room to make so much happen here across the board, especially with the damage he's inflicting. That's 4 in a row now already here, Art.
Again, I feel like a lot of these things are in my brain today. Like, this is exactly the opening statement that SK had to make. Get that early lead, put the pressure on, have Totem pushing you. But what it has meant is there's a big old bounty on Semantic's head. There's one top and a follow. Oh, that was a clutch pop in there from Semantic. The homemade recipe did not connect on that second time either, but they have put SK back into the back spawn. These takedowns are coming in, not a single star still for Reply Totem.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by this, but if you want someone to have the bounty on his head, you would want it to be Semantic, if anything here. Skyrex does take down another, as Semantic does get out of that one. Only for a little bit, though, so not really coming anything out of that as of yet here. Burning star lead for SK. This is more what should be happening in the real world, as now Mori does get taken down in the right lane, as Inso 36 HP needs to try and stay up. Just come out of range from that Piper on the 2 occasions now, and already Brazy gets taken down as well. Inso's going to see if he can try and clean anyone up, but there wasn't really enough damage done anyway. Semantic does stay alive on 112 HP. He's at least like 5 kills now. It's just been absolute mad. But here we go. There are 10 seconds left. Jeton takes down Mori. Trades are coming out back and forth, but definitely not going to change the circumstances here, as it will be a nice but comfortable SK win here, thanks to Semantic's 5 takedowns in a row.
Yeah, just a small number there. But that was an early investment, let's say, for SK there. They could afford to have that peace of mind going into the late game, and definitely the way to play it. They had so much of an advantage in that one instance. I did like there's a moment there when I saw Maori, I think it was, going with the peep, and he sort of baited out the super from Semantic and then trying to come back around off the back of that to gain that early advantage. Didn't quite pay off. I think the peep just narrowly missed there. I think it sort of ended up ticking out in terms of the timer on it, but it was a very, very nice play there to sort of bait out the super first and then come back around to get the stars. Not enough within the day, but some nice ideas from Reply Totem, but they got to turn those ideas into practicality. They're going to bring in the tick, and yeah, risky play. I still favor the Brock, and that's why.
Yeah, I can see why now. Yeah, exactly. Inso did this in a previous matchup, actually, funny enough. He actually switched to the Sprout and was using that mid as cover, but now there's no cover there. There's not really too much use for it. And the worst bit is here, Ark, 7-star lead. The game's barely even started. Just getting taken out one at a time. Inso just able to stay alive, just barely. And the problem is now, Navi's got the tick. The aggression is obviously not going to be there. They can't be ultra aggressive like they used to be back when they had the Brock, I believe, for Inso. Because look at it now. This is just getting to become, well, it's starting to become a complete mess and shambles here for Reply Totem.
Yeah, it's not working out at all, and I did think that this would be the case. I'm not too convinced at all on that tick idea. When there's Brock being played, I think they were banking on the idea that SK would also change at the same time, and look at that, 19 stars to 0, looking like SK are much more their former stars. In fact, look at that, everyone's just Maori's standing still in the spawn, and there's 50 seconds remaining. That is, yeah, that kind of says it all to me.
It does, yeah. 40 seconds left. It's just a matter of time. Skyrix takes down Brazer again, and yeah, there's no reason why SK won't take this. The tick, it's all for mainly the defensive purposes if you've got the lead. You can do it aggressively, but we know what it's like. It takes a lot of time to really show that aggression with the tick to push him into the corner, but the way SK are playing, especially with their gun skill across the board, it's not possible, especially the way they're acting at the moment. 27-4. They could make it even worse if they fancy it, really. But no, Mori finally gets one on the board, so cushions the blow, but doesn't change the inevitable here, as it is going to be 27-11 in favor of SK in this first set.
It's not very often that you'll ever see in competitive 2 players on a team with 7 stars of a bounty. That is very convincing, and even with an entire team wipe, they were still going to be behind. There was just too much early pressure applied by SK, and the accuracy again spoke for itself. The tick, as we know, was not ever going to be the right play there, in our opinion. I mean, we did see that Sprout earlier instead of the tick, but there was the tick ban that was in play there in that instance. So, you know, when there's Brock not banned, don't play tick. That is the moral of that story.
You said exactly what I was going to mention as well. The fact that with Inso he had the Sprout, the Brock wasn't there, so he had the structure and the map geometry to abuse in order to pick up that early blue star and then just keep him at bay. But with the Brock, he can't do that anymore. There's nothing he can do, and he can take out debris and structures day in, day out and give Tick, you know, a complete misery with his lifespan in those few minutes in that last game. It's just, yeah, really, really hard. Interesting choice. Definitely debatable, in our opinion. Should have just stuck with the Brock, but it's just one of those things, sadly. So we are going to move on now to the second set and see if SK will continue to do work their magic here going into this series long. But yeah, not the best of early starts, but good first game overall we saw there from the likes of Reply Totem, but just mechanics and fundamentals are dropping sharply in those last 2 games.
Well, Reply Totem, when they faced up against Clash for Shooting Star, they came out with that first set. Now, not only did SK come out with the first set, but they've really punished Reply Totem. That is a big knock to their ego. Going into double swoosh, then I feel like they've got a good advantage here. Going in with the bow, which SK do love to play, but the Piper lane as well is a big risk, and one that is going to be certainly on their minds now, seeing out the Mortis coming in from Soda Breza. They're going to have to be very switched onto that lane and protecting Semantic at all costs. If he just jump away, he's going to break cover at the same time, but that seems to be his plan.
And what a surprise as well. Semantic gets the entry and then gets a second straight afterwards. Oh, and a third, shall I just quickly point out there. Literally, Semantic is just filling the kill feed up so so greedy, but absolutely love it. And he's probably just loving life at the moment. Just treating every single map like it's his playground here today, and especially in this series. Just always looking to get, again, another run, 4 in a row. Just make sure you guys keep an eye on at home what Semantic's up to here with his shenanigans, because he's just doing absolute work. Again, there we go, 6th in a row.
I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I saw Piper here, and this is very, very good. I mean, you can see the strategy. It's just like open up everything, have everything available. Skyx is able to tick away with those shots, but Semantic is able to finalize them, and that's the key to what they've just achieved. That, again, similar to Bounty, going into gem grab, SK are not giving Reply Totem a single look in.
I don't know what you guys want me to say, really, apart from the fact that Semantic just went off 7 in a row to begin with. His mates are probably thinking, what, give me a bit of, like, a few takedowns here and there. Don't just hog it all, do you know what I mean? You're filling up the kill feed so far, but it just shows at the same time that Jet and the Skyrex just doing a huge amount of damage across the board so that Semantic can get these picks. And I love what Semantic does as well. The reason why he got a lot of these takedowns was just due to the fact that he would pull back sharply and then just constantly double back and pretend he's going a little bit further on. It just does it every single time, and they'll just take the bait. And the position is well, you've got to remember, Skyrex and Jetten doing a huge amount of damage, and all they need is Piper. That range just does itself justice to clean them up every single time. But yeah, it's what worried me going into this set is the fact that you don't really see such a huge margin in games, especially with star counts, especially on Shooting Star as well. Normally it comes to the dying moments, but when we saw those last 2 games, I don't really accept the last game too much or worry about it too much, because I think the tick was just maybe the wrong choice for Reply Totem. But going into this, already Semantic just wiping the floor out of everyone, it's worrying. I smell a 3-0 here.
It could be. It could be. I mean, I do feel like Semantic was fortunate. I mean, he obviously applied the skill to deserve it and earn it, but breaking that side as early as he did, because again, that Mortis is a very, very strong Piper counter. I don't think, though, having said that, the Reply System had any idea that SK were going to bring it in. They're going to drop it now. I think that's the wise choice, because it was unexpected. It was very, very unexpected. So Skyrex going to go to the Gene instead of the bow to be able to use his magic hands, and because Sonya Press coming out with the Piper of his own, so it looks like Reply Totem liked the idea. But again, you know, it's not going to be a lane to have in that Piper 1v1 anymore, because SK have changed.
Yeah, they've literally changed entirely. Of course, Reply Totem have gone for the more rangy kind of composition, but instead SK have gone for more of the aggressive composition with a bit more fire rate. And as long as they keep in range every time, that's going to be great stuff for them. It's going to be now troublesome once again. You could say a little bit counted or heavily counted, depending on how Reply Totem are going to approach this. Already 7 gems. I thought this was going to be a long night. I'm not going to lie to you here, but it looks like it could be a little bit different. As long as SK keep up with this consistency, Jetty now just diving on in, almost takes out Inso, left on 420 HP. As Mori left on just under 1,000, does get cleaned up. That's going to be a full team wipe here, and let's be real, this is probably going to be a GG.
Yeah, it could well be. It's very interesting to see, look at that stun from Semantic, the value of the back of that. He'll be coming straight with a Sandstorm now. The value that you can get with a max combined with a Sandy speed is a very, very interesting thing that you don't tend to see too often. Oh my word. Off the back of that victory, or well, almost victory, as Clash got the win in the 5th and final set, but it was a moral victory, if nothing else, for Reply Totem earlier today. I thought that they were going to give SK a better run for their money here. It does not look like that's the case so far. 2 sets up are SK Gaming now.
You saw Skyrex at the end just sitting there in the storm. He didn't even need to move. He was just like, I'm just going to chill here till the game's over, and why not, you know? And I loved how, you know, some micromanagement there just right at the very end. But easy could have just pulled all the way back and let them have numbers, but they made sure to stand their ground, to at least take out 1 to keep it in the 2v2 scenario, which means it would be a 3v2 in the dying moments, just to make sure they secure the win here. And there we have it, SK just showing pure dominance here. 4 games back-to-back, even though Reply Totem did win the first one in the first set. But you wouldn't think they've won any games the way SK are playing. So now it means 2-0 in the series here in favour of SK. And Reply Totem just need to find themselves to try and get the groove going at some stage.
Healing there below 50k as well. And, like, you know, that's a low number. It is, like, you know, because they weren't realistically taking much damage. They were so aggressive and able to hold their positions, and kind of crazy to think. Gem Grab has just flown by. I'm just realizing that that is now not where we are. going into center stage for Brawl Ball then.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd think. I feel like we've just finished the first set. It's been that quick.
Yeah, it has been. It really has been, because there was no back and forth. It was just dominated by SK, as we saw that first game, really the only time when Reply Totem have been able to stand their heat. At the moment, going to Brawl Ball as well, looking at the way that, you know, SK have performed. Yes, they took the loss against Blood Diamond in Brawl Ball. That's where Blood Diamond were victorious. But they still played up. They still kept up. They took all those hits along the way, and it was just that final last game which they really faltered in. So, I don't know. I can't see how this is going to go Reply Totem's way. They did also lose in Brawl Ball earlier to Clash in the 5th and final. That was the game mode, right? So, I think it was Sneaky Fields. This was center stage. It's not looking good, guys. I'm just being honest. It's not looking good.
Nothing wrong with a bit of brutal honesty. We heard it from D-Man earlier on, and his opinions, everything he said was right about some of the things he said earlier on. And it's this stage where it's like Reply Totem in a pretty big hole at the moment. It is huge. Like, literally, it's a bottomless pit they've got to try and get themselves out of at this stage. And now they've got a massive mountain to climb at the same time. I don't know. It's just tough. I'm trying to figure out what they can do, but I'm not really sure. Now, the way Semantic is playing, how Skyrix is just coming out balls deep, just literally oozing of confidence across the board, and Jetson just making these fly-by plays and just split-second decisions, which is working for him every single time. I really don't know how it's going to work out for them. This could actually be the finish up, and if it does end up being a 3-0, this one could be a quick one, depending on what compositions we have. As you know, in Brawl, a lot of his maps as well, we're not really too sure what the full comp is going to be, but we always get a little bit of an indicator of what we're going to see. And is that Mega C from Semantic?
That is a mech, yeah, and this is what we were saying earlier about SK being one of the few teams that realistically used mech to its full advantage so far. When they used it, they won. Let's see how this fares. I do like the Totem comp, but they're keeping everyone so low, and that is already a goal. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That is a goal. Skyx trying to get super there for the next round, hence the reason why it took so long to go in, but
yeah,
my word, yeah, they're in trouble.
I love how all three of them just literally hold on to the corner on the right side, thinking like, okay, what are we going to do to try and tackle this? It's just try and delay it as much as we could, but they just could not. As Semantic does manage to stop the ball in the end whilst he's doing damage onto Maury. There's only one player left standing. That's going to be Inso. Is that going to be a quick game here? Looks like it could be, as long as he just fires it straight in. There we go. Skyrix, beautiful stuff there. 2-0 in the first game. SK, match point. They just want to end the night strong.
Yeah. They're looking strong. I mean, that was against a Poco Frozer comp. And the strategy worked so well there. It really did. The idea just to keep everyone very, very low and just to continue cycling their way through it to keep the whole thing moving forwards. Very, very smart by them.
Oh, well, hold on a second, actually. Was it the Poco banned anyway? From the top of my head, because it was Poco and Ash, no? I'm gonna quickly check. Yeah, so oh, okay,
Ash
right, we've got it here. So Ash and Stu, and then Sprout and Poco.
SK Gaming banned Poco. Sprout and Poco, Reply Totem, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Well, they won either way, but yeah, great spot. I didn't see that. Yeah, SK Gaming banned Sprout and Poco, but they won either way. So I guess that's
what I mean. People. Yeah, it didn't matter anyway. I just hope for Reply Totem's sake, they just don't select it again. That's what I'm gonna throw out there. Normally, it's probably Inso's the one to tell them this coach, maybe. Yeah. Just a pen and paper ready. That's so unique. I just got to write 4 names and we just tell them not to do it. But yeah, like you said, it don't matter. SK, they won anyway, so I don't think it would have mattered to them. So max point here for SK. As literally they're just trying to climb out of a bottomless pit now. Reply Totem just trying to figure out a way to try and climb on board. So, okay, interesting. So we do have the Meg coming out from Maury, as well as the Tick and the Rico there for Reply Totem. So completely different switch up here, which is not what we anticipated. But it's still got the Meg on the opposite side with the Brock and the Max. Let's see how this works out at the start. We've already Skyrix taking down Maury's Meg, and Inso just trying to back away. Already taking way too much down. That's already a goal. Already a goal, Ark. There you go, you can have your turn now.
No, I was only going to add that the next time I see a Battle Brawl, I'm going to throw my pen and paper at the camera. But let's see. Maury now has got his mecha, so Jetson didn't go for the super pass. They could have actually got a super pass off, but enough time for Semantic to get the ball clear. Now, coming down the left-hand side is Maury, has the super to hand as well, but no one really in a position to receive the pass. Bulldoze in a good spot. So Jetson coming in with the speed and choosing the left-hand side lane where, yeah, he's going to be favored on that with the Tick versus Max lineup. I like the way that was cleared, and now Maori has lost the Mecha, so this could be a chance for SK to be able to recollect themselves, and if, yeah, Semantic now has Mecha himself, so we're going to see this back and forth now with these Megas into play.
Oh, dear me, this is going to get very feisty in the centre here. As Semantic needs to be careful with the Tick as well once you're trying to find that Megas. Mori now actually doing a lot of damage onto Jetton. Semantic still in the left lane, trying to push back Grazer, but Mori's just diving in deep here into the centre on the front line. Done a lot of work so far. Jetton needs to just keep on his toes though and be cautious of how Mori's going to try and approach this, as already the ball's still in the hands of Brazen. Mori has taken down Jetton, so at least that's part of the problem solved. And the problem is, though, Semantic's still there in the mech of Meg, and Mori now just all on his lonesome here, literally having to tank a lot of damage across the board. They've just left him behind. You know what, we're just going to rush straight past. We've only got the Tick to deal with, and Brazen, if he does get in with the rest of the pack, just barely misses. And all I can say is, Reply Totem, they've got a lifeline.
Yeah, that's a lifeline in a nutshell, but look at this, the pressure now mounting. No lifeline this time for Semantic, who walks it in for SK, and they take the victory over Reply Totem.
I've never seen Reply Totem sweat like that since, I don't know, I don't remember actually the last time I've seen them sweat like that. It's definitely been a long time, but for someone like SK to do it, I'm not really too surprised. So we have it very anticlimactic, we could say, to the people at home, but SK Gaming really showing their true strides of strength in all of his matchups. When was it 6 games back-to-back after losing the first game in the first set, and that was literally about it. But that shooting star game was definitely, you could say, a testament of what could be to come, and we definitely had it delivered by SK. 10 takedowns, and look at the damage they did. They did more damage than they would have done compared to the takedowns, just due to the fact that Reply Totem were able to recover quite well on a number of occasions, but didn't stop them from being able to win in any way. As SK, dominant performance, 3-0, nice way to finish up the evening.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great day yesterday for Reply Totem. They had a clean sheet this time around today. Not the same story, but again, got to reiterate how proud I was with their performance against Clash today, because very, very few teams will ever take Clash to the 5th and final set with a coach. And, you know, that is a huge success story, which, you know, won't relate to the scoreboard, but nonetheless, I feel it's got to be raised because, again, no other team has done that so far this season. They've never taken Clash beyond just that one set in their favor. So, big shout out to Reply Totem today, regardless. But SK, towards the end of that, they were so strong. There was no way this was going to go other than in their favor.
Yeah, shout out to Inso as well for like coming in hot with the substitution for Reply Totem. I know it didn't go their way this time around. SK just looked really strong anyway. You've got to remember, they had to take their anger out on someone after that performance against Blood Diamond. But like you said, they still did really well with their coach against Clash. And Clash haven't been taken that far. They've only had 2 different teams take 1 set off them. And rightly said as well, what you mentioned is the fact that finally someone's able to take a couple. So there is a lot of what's the well-known form? Well, I suppose you could say there's a lot of potential there. So when Mario does return and then Enzo goes back as coach, they really could deliver. And you said it before that Reply Totem have given Clash a run for the money in the past as well. So that's going to be pretty it. But I think we need to have a look at the predictions as well and see who actually managed to win that. But before we do go through the predictions, I assume it was D-Man anyway. We'll just quickly cover the results here from today. Navi had a field day today, taking down FA and Mood Gaming. I suppose you could say for Navi is technically, for them, I'll probably say technically 4-1. Clash there, 3-0, pretty standard. Very close matchup. Definitely one of the highlight matches there between Clash and Reply Totem. It was very feisty, but one which was definitely feisty was the SK versus Blood Diamond matchup earlier on, match number 6. I wouldn't say it was a huge upset because we've seen how strong Blood Diamond have been, but they're going to be pretty pleased with their performance against FA and SK. And SK, like I said, frustrated, went into the last match, came out swinging, absolutely swept the floor off Reply Totem. So just a great day, or great week all round overall.
Yeah, for me, the highlight got to be Blood Diamond. I mean, that is a great day's work, isn't it? I mean, you know, barely dropping a set along the way there. That's the big old clean sheet. And Reply Totem as well, again, that was super exciting. There's been some great games today, honestly, as you'd expect, really, for the mid part of the season. It's honestly everyone playing at their full form. Some teams falling behind, and, you know, Mood was, you know, the team which are basically now no real hope. Let's be honest. I mean, it's gonna, yeah, they can't realistically, they can't. But I mean, ultimately, this middle part of the bracket now is getting incredibly exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing Blood Diamond hold and try to hold this reign, because I feel like they could be in our grand final at this rate. They are going from strength to strength, in my opinion.
Well, in terms of predictions here, Ark, we know you got the perfecta last time round, but D-Man and the audience smashed us out of the park this time round by that one prediction. I just knew that because of what we all predicted later on, whoever's going to win that second match is going to do it, and D-Man and the audience voted correctly, unlike us. You know, some analysts we are, ain't we, Ark? But all good though, all fun and games at the end of the day. And yeah, what you said about mood gaming earlier on was true though. As long as you get, I think the max amount of losses you could probably take is 6. There is 14 matches in the ESL Mobile Challenge, but the fact that we've already got 7, yeah, I don't really know. They have to literally pray for miracles at this stage. But not only that though, that's the cast of predictions there. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard. This is what I'm curious about, because we're at the halfway stage now, and we can definitely talk about exactly what we could expect later on, but that'll be up in just a few moments. And just very excited to see, because we know that SK and Clash have been gatekeeping the top 2 spots still. Clash will continue to do that, but SK, after that one loss, not gatekeeping it as nicely as we would hope for them.
Yeah, it's going to be I'm very keen to see who's been sort of shifted around. But just to say as well with the predictions, by the way, me and D-Man are now tied. If you take into account my perfect yesterday and bring it into today. So Lethal, what's going on? We need to see better from you going into next week, because you are behind, mate. You're behind. I hate to tell you.
Look, next week I'll sort my life out a little bit and I'll actually sweat these predictions. I've hit, what, 5 out of 7, 2 days on the trot? Yeah, I need to sort myself out a little bit. It seems like me and the audience we're on the same page yesterday, and we just literally just missed out by a couple, which is, you know, absolutely typical. But that's what it should be in the perfect world by predictions, not some of the stuff we've been seeing. But it was difficult at the same time. We didn't know between Navi and FA. It was very, very close, and we weren't too sure if FA was going to smash Blood Diamond if they defeated Navi. It was that'd be very, very difficult. But these are the standings for you guys at home. Clash leading the pack here, 7-0. Blood Diamond actually tied with SK Gaming 5-2. But look at this 4th spot though. Still anyone's guess it between Navi, FA, and Reply Totem. It really could be anyone's guess. But 3X, I will make a point here, but they're definitely still in it. They've definitely got the opportunity to, but the problem is they need to win every single game from here on out to the final play day, and that is going to take a lot of work from it. But Mood Gaming are pretty much out at this point anyway.
Yeah, I feel like as well, Reply Totem could be bumped up a little bit. Again, that scoreline is brutal in that side of things because of their performance being so strong. But I feel like they're kind of like pretty close with Navi above FA. Maybe FA and 3X kind of bunched together a little bit, but well, maybe more 3X bunched together with Mood, in all honesty. But you know, great. What a great thing to see Blood Diamond so high up in this leaderboard, because again, you know, it has been time and time again, it's all about Clash and all about SK Gaming. But great to see them at number 2, and I really would love to see them hang on to it and continue to give teams, you know, just incredible games. I think that's the thing. I don't necessarily even care who wins in any game of Brawl, as long as I'm excited. And Blood Diamond delivered that to me today. I was so much enjoying how they were playing, and you know, bringing up teams is what it's all about. I think that for me, they're the highlight for my day.
I think these next 2 weeks are going to get very squeaky, I feel like, here, Ark. It's going to get very sweaty leading up to those final moments. We know that Clash have almost solidified their spot. Just a couple wins just to make sure it's a guarantee. But for everyone else, though, it's anyone's guess. But for us, though, at home as well, especially, this is all we've got time for here. That's all the matches done and dusted. But you'll see us again next Tuesday and Wednesday here for more Brawl Stars action. But from us here, and especially you, Ark and D-Man, production, and you guys at home for watching, thank you all, everyone, and we'll see you again next Tuesday. Bye-bye for now.
Still I'm standing tall, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell or you breaking calls. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up.